how will Israel treat sort of the implementation of even the initial stages of phase one? And if they think that Hamas is not living up to the terms and conditions of the ceasefire, will Israel resume military operations and conduct the kind of strikes that Jeremy's clip showed that even over the last day or so, that dozens of Palestinians have been killed? And nobody wants to see a return to that. But that is the leverage that Israel has right now, that at any time, if they think the deal is falling apart or there's violations or Hamas is even gearing up for some kind of possible attack, then we potentially could have a resumption of military operations.
And Javed, thanks as always for your insight. Do appreciate your time. Javed Ali, therefore, member of the U.S. National Security Council and the FBI National Counterterrorism Center. And meanwhile, aid trucks are lining up at the southern crossing into Gaza, waiting for the ceasefire to begin on Sunday. Aid has got into Gaza from a number of crossings since the war began. Before it, though, around 500 lorry loads of aid entered every day, according to the UN. But that plummeted to 9 a day in the period just after the war started. And since the beginning of January, it's averaged just 51 truckloads a day. The ceasefire deal allows for 600 lorry loads. Our correspondent Fergal Keane has been traveling with an aid convoy from Jordan, which has now
the
Israel border.
Help is coming. Down along the valley, the biggest aid convoy since the war began. Solidarity from the Kingdom of Jordan. In 2 deliveries, 120 trucks on the road to Gaza. From a country that is home to many Palestinians. We're carrying aid like food and medication for our brothers in Gaza, says Mustafa Al-Kadri. This is a good deed. We're happy to be part of this operation.
We can travel with this convoy as far as the Israeli border. But since the war began, Israel does not allow the foreign media to enter Gaza and report independently. But our BBC colleagues living in Gaza have been filming every day, including today, the first real moment of hope.
They're waiting for today's meager charity. Little wonder that tired tempers fray. When you've lived this struggle every day.
It takes me back to when I was a kid,
Aid from Jordan is the tiniest fraction.
Having marbles, little glass balls, and rolling them across the floor and getting up near to the wall, and a little white ball, and getting close to that as you can. And,
I used to shop.
That was marbles,
And my mom used to cook for me. And when I got back, she would tell me to come eat. I dream every day about the ceasefire. I want to go home.
That little girl has been given loads of rice, and with me, I had loads of sandwiches at school. A load of sandwiches, and I'll sell a few sandwiches to get some money to spend at the tuck shop, buy some chocolates and sweets and things like that, and crisps and all that.
If I don't get meals from here, I don't eat. So I keep coming. My life as a young girl, dreaming of studying at a university or school, playing and having fun, has been reduced to accepting handouts.
Nearly 2 million people are dependent on aid here. Less than 3 hours drive away in Jordan, some of what they need. But when will it arrive? The UN complains of repeated Israeli delays, of criminal gangs hijacking aid. The convoy we followed is still waiting to be allowed to cross into Israel. Fergal Keane, BBC News, Jordan.
From Gaza to Sudan, Ukraine and Haiti, 2024 saw human rights violations at the most extreme and horrific instances of international inaction. And that's according to a new report by Human Rights Watch. Researchers documented abuses and developments across 100 countries and territories against a backdrop of rising authoritarianism, repression and armed conflict. The BBC's Nida Tawfiq has been talking to the group's executive director, Sharama Hassan.
The Human Rights Report documents 100 countries and territories and the human rights situation there. But let's start with Gaza, because a ceasefire deal is meant to take effect on Sunday. If everything goes as planned, and it does, do you still have concerns that this deal will lead to a permanent ceasefire and end the bombardment, the Israeli bombardment of Gaza, and lead to a release of all hostages?
When we're talking about long-term solutions, there has to be a reality where the parties to this conflict are actually meeting their obligations under international
Let me take you
ceasefire
down, 'cause I'm going to strawberry fields. Nothing is real.
From our research that the health
Only
facilities have been
the real Stone Raver, yes, me, yeah. Which is, the news is, yeah, I know, it's terrible, really, yeah. But like I say, but I mean, if we get enough companies, start doing family friend, right, and everybody that start getting, they'll be turning around being nice to everybody. It'd be crazy, really.
On having goods and humanitarian assistance.
I'm sure of it. I'm sure if they put them on, right?
What are some of the worries?
Everyone will look and they're just, oh, hello, yeah, I'm a friend. You're a friend. That's great.
One is that
you know what I mean? And then a lot of good things can happen.
Disregard for the international norms that were created after the Second World War to protect us from the most heinous acts. There's a sense growing that you can pick and choose what human rights are important and where they should apply.
Yeah, well, I didn't really like the way I was treated, actually, to be honest.
Not only detrimental to
my mum went to Desborough House. My mum spoke to an old lady, and the old lady said, get into the ambulance, and I was locked up in and out of section units for 18 years. So.
Actually follow suit.
And prior to that, I was actually the piano man who covered the piano, the families with pianos, from Somerset to London.
Champions of human rights at home or abroad.
And like I say, well,
US President Joe Biden,
my mum, someone must have said to my mum, take him to that place or whatever. And yeah. Well, Lord's Hill was a dodgy place. There's a lot of dodgy people in Lord's Hill.
Came in making some very grand statements that he was going to sort of reset things when it came to the US's standing in the world, and particularly on human rights. The hypocrisy started well before the Gaza war, but Gaza has been a real blight on the record of the Biden administration. The double standards between how the US administration approached human rights and the protection of civilians in Ukraine, where they threw everything that they had, the diplomatic pressure, their role in the multilateral system, at the UN Security Council, the General Assembly, at the Human Rights Council. Yet, when it came to protecting civilians in the Gaza conflict, the US actually played an obstructionist role, exercising its veto multiple times. And so, that has not gone unnoticed by the whole world, but in particular by China.
That's right. What you're talking is just exactly how I am.
Trying to undermine human
is it confidential? Is it about to show the world? Yeah, this is exactly what I'm like.
Oh, look at what America is saying, that human rights apply to some people, but they don't apply to others. So it was a very dangerous precedent that's been set.
Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News. Now let's take a quick look at some of the stories making news in the UK. Home Secretary Yvette Cooper has announced a 3-month national review into grooming gangs. It's a shift in the government's position on an issue that has become an international controversy following comments made by the billionaire Elon Musk. Critics want the government to go further and launch a national inquiry. Hospitals in England were at their busiest so far this winter last week, with 96% of beds occupied. Flu continues to be a concern, with just under 5,000 people in hospital beds across England on average every day last week. That's lower than a week before, but it is still more than 3 times higher than the same time last year. And the Liberal Democrat leader, Sir Ed Davey, has called on the government to negotiate a new customs union with the European Union to improve trade with Europe. In his first major speech of the year, Sir Ed said closer EU trade ties could help mitigate any tariffs that the new US administration might impose.
No, I didn't drink anyhow. I'm not in Streatham. That's London.
Improving weather conditions
well, I'm actually in Southampton.
across Southern California are giving exhausted fire crews some respite as they continue to try.
But when I was selling pianos, I was in London and Somerset all the time.
That have killed at least 25 people. Our correspondent Clive Myrie sent this report.
This is the story of an American tragedy. Another sunny day in Southern California is about to turn very dark.
So I'm sitting at home on the couch with the dogs. Shell comes in the house and says,
Hey babe, I need you to come out here right now.
"What?"
Cheryl Koo had spotted a fire in the canyon above the house she shares with husband Jeffrey in a suburb of Los Angeles.
Oh no!
High winds were threatening a catastrophe, and their doorbell camera captures what happened next.
We discussed things that we couldn't leave behind. Essentially, we needed to leave as quickly as we could.
By now, word was spreading very quickly that danger was approaching from the canyon. Neighbors went banging on doors, raising the alarm.
Well, I don't sell weed. I don't. It's not. It's my brother. My brother. Yeah, I was selling pianos. I don't sell any kind of drugs at all.
They gave us a head start.
Yeah.
5 minutes, so that makes a difference.
Please God, save us, save our house.
5 minutes, precious extra time to escape. Given that just a few minutes later, as Jeffrey and Cheryl fled their home,
Bye.
the fire had turned into a monster, becoming one of the largest that's now devastated the metropolitan Los Angeles area, the Eaton Fire. Eaton wasn't the only monster burning. There were multiple fire fronts, and the authorities were struggling to cope. Then, a stroke of luck. Hurricane-force winds that had fanned the flames died down, which meant the cavalry could now fly in. An aerial armada was pressed into service to douse the flames, some dropping fire retardant colored pink to show where it's landing. It's a round-the-clock operation, flying low at night to beat the flames. While down below, thousands of men and women are standing their ground in the face of the enemy.
It's an IR map of all the heats around here.
But even when the flames are extinguished, danger still lurks.
So right down in this drainage, there's a few heats. It's all around us.
This team of firefighters are heat spotters. Their job to prevent the burning you can't see below ground, where the root systems of trees can smolder and die, leading to catastrophic landslides. This crew are from Oregon, part of a resolute national response to this crisis that has gripped the world. And it's the stories of loss and pain that resonate. Homes and livelihoods destroyed. Wow. A landscape scarred. Look at that. A people traumatized.
The house behind me was burning, the house on the right was burning, the house on the left was burning.
Michael Haynes is a writer, and when he ran out of water to save his own home, he improvised.
You don't think your logic turns up. I start peeing, that's one fire I could put out.
You peed on the fire.
Yeah, and I've talked to a few other people that did the same thing.
You can see the fires fizzled out on the edge of his property. He was lucky. So many others were not. How does this community, Los Angeles, America, all of us, how can we better prepare for a similar catastrophe? That is a question we should all ponder.
This most beautiful place
the world to me. But and now it's just gone. It's gone. A little bit you guys with it. I don't know. And we'll close out this edition of Newsday with the latest test of SpaceX's giant Starship rocket that has failed. The Starship rocket separated from the booster 4 minutes into the flight, but the SpaceX's communications manager says he lost contact with the ship just minutes after that. The booster, however, did return to the launch pad as planned.
Hello. There were winners and losers when it came to the weather story on Thursday. For parts of northwest England and Wales in particular, we had blue sky and sunshine, even some January warmth with a high of 14 degrees. But it was a different story across the Midlands. We had quite a lot of fog in the morning. That lifted to low grey clouds. The misty conditions lingered. And for parts of Hereford and Worcestershire, our temperatures only climbed just up to 4.
I don't drive. I don't drink.
Quite windy, and there was a weak weather front bringing
I just smoke.
of showery rain to the northwest of Scotland. But most of us under this influence of high pressure, and with light winds, and that high pressure is going to stay with us for the next few days. Further areas of fog could be an issue as well. That could bring poor visibility, and if it lingers, it will also impact the temperatures once again. The fog shouldn't be too widespread though. On Friday, it lifts quite readily, and we're chasing cloud amounts around, particularly for England and Wales. Still quite a fresh wind up into the far north and west. Still outbreaks of drizzly rain from that weak weather front, but temperatures here 11 or 12 degrees, 7 or 8 perhaps maximum across England and Wales.
Oh, 20 years ago.
Friday into Saturday,
Let me
still
see.
under this area.
Well, I'm 57, so it would have been 37. Well, I was selling pianos. I was going around to see his families, and my brother, he was doing a bit of gardening, but he was actually selling lots of cannabis. So. Yeah, and my other brother would go up the road and hang out with a guy called Jeff. Well, you know.
Of Wales. If that happens, it'll have quite an impact on the temperature. The wind out to the west and breaking the cloud up, there will be some sunny spells. And again, those temperatures are 10 or 11 degrees. But where the fog lingers, we once again could see a maximum of just 4 or 5. Moving out of Saturday into Sunday, the wind direction changes again, and it's a cooler source, dragging in some cooler air from the near continent. So that means a colder day for all of us. This weather front still being kept out into the west. It is going to arrive on Monday, but before that, potentially, Sunday could be a cold, cloudy, murky day. Until then, take care.
Take care.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear. It's always nice to win. Will, to the best of my ability, make America great again. Serve, protect, and defend. I raised my right arm and started shouting, fight, fight, fight. So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. President.
Join us Monday for live coverage of President Trump's inauguration on BBC News from midday, with a special programme from 3:30 on BBC One and on iPlayer. Today we're looking at the state of British politics.
Asking, is technology ruining football?
Are we too obsessed with our phones?
Ellen from Hull wants to know, how hot's the planet going to get?
And we'll explain why prices keep going up and up.
Also, Rach, did you know that space has its own smell?
Really? What of? The world is fast moving and can be confusing.
So let's talk about it.
5 Live Breakfast with Rachel and Rick. Listen on BBC Sounds.
I define populism as exploiting a grievance rather than solving it, as riding the anger rather than providing the answer.
Whatever time of night, Dave, couldn't sleep at night, you'd go in the studio and you'd just create music, put something down if you had an idea.
I think every athlete goes through their end of their career in a very different way.
When big names talk, they talk to us.
Hitting the target, China says its economy grew by 5% last year. Plus, bracing for the TikTok ban, US influencers tell us how it will hurt them financially. Hi there, I'm Steve Lyon. Welcome to Business Today. And we begin in China, where official figures show the economy grew by 5% last year, hitting the target set by the government. It is an achievement the head of China's Statistics Bureau says was hard won. But that's one of the slowest annual growth rates in decades, and comes as the world's second largest economy faces a number of challenges. And Donald Trump set to return to the White House next week with a promise to hit China with more tariffs. Experts have warned that the country faces a tough year ahead. Well, let's get the thoughts of economist Julia Lee with more on this. Julia, first your reaction to that GDP figure. I suppose there was no surprise.
Steve, it's good to see some numbers that were ahead of expectations. If we have a look at what's happened in China, really we saw a pivot in September to support growth policies, and that included things like cutting interest rates, cash injections, as well as policies aimed at local governments and their hidden debt. And it looks like some of those stimulus measures have taken into account and helped grow the growth in China. We have a look at some of the numbers coming out today. That fourth quarter growth rate of 5.4%, that was ahead of expectations. The market had been expecting 5%, and that is, of course, ahead of the third quarter growth numbers, which was at a pace of 4.6%. In fact, if we have a look at that pace of growth in that fourth quarter of last year, that's the quickest pace of growth that we've seen since the second quarter of 2023. So nice to see some signs of life there, that some of the stimulus that China has undertaken has been helping the growth and helped to support growth. And not only that, if we have a look at the quarterly number for Q4 at 1.6%, we've seen the third quarter numbers also revised upwards to 1.3%. So nice to see some numbers ahead of expectations, and of course for 2024 hitting that growth target of 5%.
Yeah, and encouraging, I suppose, those numbers also tell us perhaps about consumer confidence and demand in China on the uptick.
I think consumption has been one of the things that has concerned investors given the weak state of the property market. So it's really nice to see those December activity numbers also coming in relatively strong. And as you mentioned, Steve, a key one is those retail sales numbers for December. We saw it coming in at 3.7%. That's ahead of expectations at 3.5%. And ahead of the pace that we saw in November, where we saw growth of just 3%, not only has retail sales been relatively strong, but if we have a look at factory output, that also came in ahead of expectations at 6.2%. It was expected that that would be steady at 5.4%. So really signs that some of these stimulus measures are starting to take hold in the Chinese economy. And of course, a lot of investors will be hoping that there will be more growth to come in 2025, given that the weakness that we've seen and also the weak forecast for Chinese growth in the market.
Yeah, so what do you predict then going forward for 2025? We have to bear in mind that Donald Trump will be in the White House on Monday, and he has quite strong views about China when it comes to tariffs.
And that's the key concern of investors, the trade tensions that we are seeing and tariffs, the way they might impact on the China economy. We did see some renewed forecasts coming out from the World Bank around Chinese growth and expecting to see Chinese growth fall down to 4.5% this year before falling down to 4%. But of course, just watching stimulus to see whether that takes hold. And of course, the key for the Chinese economy is going to be that property market, which still remains relatively weak. At the moment, what we are seeing is the Chinese currency at 16-month lows. And that's, of course, helping the export environment at the moment. But of course, whether or not that continues into 2025, the key question will be around tariffs and how hard President Trump goes in terms of some of those trade policies towards China.
And we'll get a clearer picture of that next week. Thanks very much, Julia Lee, that's speaking to us. Thanks for your time, Julia. Now, my colleague Suranjana Tiwari has written an article looking at the challenges faced by China's economy in 2025. It's available on our website, bbc.com/news, also on our mobile app as well. The World Bank has named rising trade tensions and tariffs as big threats to growth. It is a forecast that the global economy will grow by 2.7% this year. That would be one of its weakest performances since 2019. Tariffs are a central part of Donald Trump's economic vision, as we've been discussing. He has already pledged tariffs on the United States' biggest trading partners of Mexico, Canada, and China on his first day in office. And speaking of Donald Trump, his America First jobs policy has stirred debate over the role of foreign workers in the economy. At the center of this is H-1B visas, a program that allows US businesses to hire highly skilled professionals from overseas. The usefulness of the program has divided Trump's supporters and raised concerns in India. The BBC's Archana Shukla explains why.
The H-1B visa is one of the hottest debates in US now, pitching Donald Trump supporters from the tech industry against his far-right loyalists. Silicon Valley, which depends on H-1B visas to hire specialized foreign workers to run its companies, says it fills a big skills gap in the US workforce. Tech billionaire Elon Musk, now a key voice in Trump's policy circle, has defended these visas, saying so many critical people who built SpaceX, Tesla, and hundreds of other companies that made America strong is because of H-1B. But the Republican hardliners call it a scam that undercuts jobs and wages for Americans.
The H-1B visa program is a total and complete scam concocted by the lords of easy money on Wall Street.
These visas are a go-to tool for big tech like Amazon, Google, Tesla to hire specialized foreign talent like programmers, engineers, scientists, whose salaries are often lower than their American peers. Only 85,000 H-1B visas are issued annually, with engineers from India receiving more than 70% of them. Indian IT firms have been serving the US market for over 3 decades. They say these visas are needed to offer on-site services to their US clients.
It is really not about immigration, it is about the availability of global talent, access to that global talent. And as you know, there is no better place or the largest talent pool which is available in India. 30% of the startups are being done by Indians in US.
Donald Trump's first term saw a crackdown on H-1B visas, with denial rates spiking to 24%. Indian IT services firms, however, say they are ready if these visas are harder to come by in his second term too. And moreover, their big tech clients may wield more influence now. While Trump has vowed to restrict immigration and deport all illegal immigrants, lately he seems more receptive to reforming legal rules like the H-1B.
We need competent people. We need smart people coming into our country. We need a lot of people coming in. We're going to have jobs like we've never had before.
The US tech sector argues the country needs more skilled foreigners to remain globally competitive. For the incoming president, though, it is now going to be a test to balance economic and political interests of his diverse support base.
Shares of Nintendo have fallen by around 6% in Japan following the announcement of its latest video game console, Switch 2. The new console will have a bigger screen compared to its predecessor, the Switch, as some gamers were underwhelmed by the product and the lack of details around its price or release date. Nintendo has said it will share more information in April. Now, US influencers are readying for a TikTok ban, which is due to take effect this weekend, unless its Chinese owner ByteDance sells it by the 19th of January. The Supreme Court is set to rule on whether the law should be upheld. The BBC caught up with 2 TikTok users who are worried about the ban.
I don't think creators' voices are being heard. I don't think these businesses are being heard that can be affected by this. I think these decisions are being made again at such a high level where you just feel left out. You kind of feel powerless, even though something that's so important. I mean, it's truly a lifeline for a lot of people, and I don't think that's being taken into consideration as much as you would think it would be.
It's why I'm where I am today, and it's why I'm here pursuing art and entertainment in New York to this day. Brands and companies, when they wanted to do advertisements, they would want it to be on TikTok. So indirectly, TikTok was the majority of my income, because all brands want their stuff to be promoted on that.
I've been someone who's been on Instagram primarily and TikTok, and the audiences don't transfer as much as you think they would. I know people who have hundreds of thousands of TikTok followers and maybe only 10,000 Instagram followers, which I know is still a decent chunk, but it's not a survivable amount as like a creator. That's your only source of income.
Influencing, modeling, it's women-dominated fields. So TikTok is putting a lot of money into women's pockets. And so I would hate to see that go. People are finding community. people who've never really had a voice are sharing their stories. So I would hate to see all of that go.
Top advisor of Donald Trump has said the incoming US president will find a way to save TikTok before the ban takes effect this weekend. And Mike Waltz, his incoming national security advisor, pointed to a law that allows for a 90-day extension for bycards if significant progress has been made towards a sale. It is unclear if the plan will be implemented. And that's it for this edition of Business Today. Thanks for watching.
Yellow train! Now, we haven't staged this. This is actually just pulled into the station, and these are actually very rare, these yellow Shinkansens. It's quite a privilege to see them.
That is really nice. It's so smooth.
You forgot to do something. Hazelnut crumbs. I have 6 prepared shots underneath you right now.
Inspiring travel. Watch now on the BBC and iPlayer.
Oh, man.
Hey, I'm Dylan with The Capture. The US says it's confident a ceasefire in Gaza will come into effect on Sunday in the first step towards a permanent truce in the conflict between Israel and Hamas. Reports say the final negotiations between the two sides have now wrapped up, but we're still waiting for Israel's Security Cabinet to vote to approve the deal. On the ground in Gaza, officials say more than 80 people have been killed in Israeli strikes ahead of the ceasefire coming into force. Our correspondent sent this update on who might take control of Gaza if the deal holds.
If this ceasefire deal goes ahead as planned on Sunday, there is no real plan in place. Israel has not prepared any plan as to what will happen, who will be in charge during that immediate period. So it is very possible that we will see the previous government, which is effectively Hamas, coming out of the woodwork and again trying to exert influence and positions of power.
Next, a teenager has been found guilty of murdering 15-year-old Elian Andam in an argument about a teddy bear. Hassan Sentamu repeatedly stabbed Elian outside a shopping centre in Croydon in September 2023. He's admitted manslaughter but claimed he was not in control of his actions due to his autism. And time now to leave you with these incredible pictures from Florida. Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin space company sent this rocket, the New Glenn, into orbit for the first time. The launch was a huge success and puts the company one step closer to competing with its rival, SpaceX. That's it from me. You're all caught up.
Hello there and welcome to Sports Day. I'm Tolson Tollett. A comeback victory sealed with a kiss. Armadillo's hat-trick sees Manchester United beat Southampton. Matoma on target as Brighton beat Ipswich and move up to 9th. And Sione Tuipulotu named as Scotland captain ahead of the Six Nations getting underway next month. Hello there, and thanks for joining us. In the Premier League, Manchester United's Armadillo scored a 12-minute hat-trick as his side came from a goal down to beat Southampton 3-1 at Old Trafford. The Saints benefited from an own goal to lead until late on, and Diallo stole the show and secured all 3 points, which take the Red Devils up to 12th in the table. The Ivorians' heroics come after he agreed a new contract with the club this week and also eases the pressure on manager Ruben Amorim.
If you train well, good things going to happen. So he has the same responsibility of every player that play for Manchester United. But he's in a great moment. He's doing a very good season. But like I said, we see this in the past with a lot of players, young players in our squad. So he has to continue to work and to play like that.
I'm so happy to score my first hat-trick, especially in Old Trafford. But for me, the most important thing was to win this game. This is give us confidence for the next match. Now we have to keep going like this. We have to play like this, and I believe in the team we can win every match. So we have to keep going like this, and we show at the end we were very good, and we have to keep going like this.
I'm angry, but from tomorrow we have to think about Nottingham Forest. I think the players have to be conscious that they can compete, that they can play well, and our idea is improvement every game, and we did really good for 75-80 minutes. We missed mentality to win the game. There's a moment you have to be much clever, much more malicious in some things, and we were like innocent kids in some moments, and we lose the game that we control for the 75 minutes.
Now, Brighton made their first Premier League win since November after a 2-0 win at Ipswich. Fabian Hurstler's side will travel to Manchester United on Sunday revitalised after Karim Matoma was first on the score sheet just before the hour mark. Jorginho Rutter came on as a sub and used some nifty footwork to land a second for the South Coast side that takes them up to ninth, while Ipswich moved back into the bottom three on goal difference.
I think we forced it in the first half too much. We were not patient enough. We were not good in our positioning, and we changed 2-3 small things. And then in the second half, I think overall they played with more intensity. They pressed better. We were more dominant. We created more chances, and that's why I think we deserved it.
I think we started the second half even better, to be honest. I thought we were the better team until their goal. So I think the goal is just an incident, a moment. We don't defend well enough and stop the goal. And really that was the turning point in the game. Now, from our point of view, we won't accept that. We have to find a better response, but we didn't manage to do it today.
Rugby Union's Six Nations begins at the end of the month. All the squads have been announced this week. Sione Tuipulotu was yesterday confirmed as Scotland's captain when they kick off their campaign against Italy. He's been speaking. Paul Barnes.
I suppose, take more responsibility, and I feel like it fuels my game a little bit when I wear the captain's armband. It feels special to me, you know what I mean? And I like to think maybe the added responsibility, the added pressure fuels my game and my mindset for what I perform at the highest level, and I love it. I love rocking up the game day knowing that your team's going to be looking at you to lead the way, and I suppose you just put, I do anyway, try and put a little bit more pressure on myself and a little bit more responsibility to try and perform for your teammates.
It's been a long, long time since Scotland have won the championship, the Five Nations as it was back then. What can we expect from Scotland this year?
I just want the public to know that we're really focused on this first game against Italy. You know, this is a game that we got wrong last year in the championship, and it ended up hurting, where we finished. We know we were a really class outfit, and they gave us a lot of trouble last year. It's something that we want to fix, and we want to show how much we've grown since that tournament. So there's no promises for me or anything. It's just I'm excited to show the public how much we've grown.
Tell me about your passion for Scotland, because that's evident when we see you play. It means a lot to you. But for certain parts of your life, Australia might have been a dream.
I've never shied away from that at all. That I grew up in Australia wanting to be a Wallaby. That's my dream. That I played junior Wallabies, but my career didn't turn out how I thought it would when I was a kid. And Scotland gave me an opportunity to, represent some of my parts of my heritage. And I suppose when I got here, I kind of made the decision that I wasn't going to do anything way. You know, like if I was going to play for Scotland, I was going to try and play for Scotland properly. I didn't want to finish up at 10 caps or 15 caps, and I wanted to go all in and try and, you know, become a player that would be remembered in this country. And I think that all got kind of tied together during the autumn when my going to come get to this. And I thought it was really nice for me that people got to put the face to the stories of my heritage, and I think people quite surprised how really still kind of done my ears. And it was nice for me to, you know, for people to finally see my story out and just hear about it. And now I just kind of, I've almost been here 4 years now. It's my home, and it's where my son was born, and I'm fully attached to the country, to my club here in Glasgow. And I suppose the one way that I can show that is not by getting up and telling everyone else, you know, it's really about showing them. And that's always been the way that I've thought about it. Is I feel like anyone can get up here and say how passionate they are about something, but I want people to see how passionate I am when I play. So I just want to continue on that journey of showing people.
Now to the Women's Six Nations, and it's all changed for England in preparation for a huge year ahead and a World Cup on home soil. Zoe Alcroft was named as the new captain last week, taking over from Marley Packer, who's now a vice-captain alongside Meg Jones. Alcroft's been speaking to us for the first time in her new role and says she wants to lead by example.
Obviously, it's a nerve-wracking side. Like, can I do this? Like, am I going to be the right person for the job? But then I think within, like, I am so motivated to kind of drive this team to where we want to go. And I think I'm surrounded by so many great leaders in the leadership team, and also just the girls in general. We've got so many great individuals. And I think just being able to be supported by the likes of Marley, the likes of Meg, is incredible. And I think we can really drive this team to something phenomenal.
She's got a gap in her teeth. That's lucky, that is.
After the opening round of the Dubai Desert Classic, she beats to win the
I
title.
look at what's happened. I'm thinking, oh, look at me. I'm so old. I can't believe it.
On the par 3 7th hole, as he
It's terrible. It's not good at all, is it, really?
Players out in front on 5 on the par, including US amateur David Ford, the 22-year-old, is the number 16 amateur in the world, and shots like this have been very well played. Voting is now open for the BBC Indian Sportswoman of the Year award, and shortly I'll give you details of how you can help choose this year's winner. 2024 was another positive year for women's sport in India, and choosing just 5 nominees for the BBC award was again a tough call. So, who is on the list?
From being the greatest in India to India's best ever finishing goal, Aditi Ashok. From heartbreaking Tokyo to glory in Paris, she's a shooting star with 2 Olympic bronzes. Manu Bhaker. Turning a summer hobby into Paralympic gold, Avni Lekhara. Breaking records, scoring centuries, and leading with style. The face of Indian women's cricket, Smriti Mandhana.
Let's play cricket. And tennis and badminton
The grappler who fights on and off the
and
mat.
hurdles.
A trailblazer for Indian wrestling, Vinesh Phogat.
You can read more about the 5 nominees on the BBC Sport website and app, where you can also place your vote. Head to bbc.com/sport.
I'm sure when
BBC
pick
Indian
up some
Sportswoman
fucking
of the
gas,
Year online.
you know, fill up these lighters. I've got loads of lighters and they're all flat. They're empty and all that. I'm like,
It's Luke at Sean Murphy through to the semi-finals of the Masters with a 6 frames to 2 win over Australia's Neil Robertson. And Murphy, the 2015 winner, had already secured the frame and the match. And was on target for a maximum 147.
well, Dad used to watch snooker. Yeah, and I'll tell you what, this is so boring. You know what I mean? I used to play snooker in the Railway Institute when I was a little.
All the balls on Yes. And more on that, of course, and everything else, you can head to the BBC Sport website or download the BBC Sport app. Till next time, though. Bye-bye.
Hello. There were winners and losers when it came to the weather story on Thursday. For parts of northwest England and Wales in particular, we had blue sky and sunshine, even some January warmth with a high of 14 degrees. But it was a different story across the Midlands. We had quite a lot of fog in the morning. That lifted to low grey cloud. The misty conditions lingered. And for parts of Hereford and Worcestershire, our temperatures only climbed just up to 4 Celsius. It was also quite windy, and there was a weak weather front bringing some outbreaks of showery rain to the northwest of Scotland. But most of us under this influence of high pressure, and with light winds, and that high pressure is going to stay with us for the next few days. Further areas of fog could be an issue as well. That could bring poor visibility, and if it lingers, it will also impact the temperatures once again. The fog shouldn't be too widespread, though. On Friday, it lifts quite readily, and we're chasing cloud amounts around, particularly for England and Wales. Still quite a fresh wind up into the far north and west. Still outbreaks of drizzly rain from that weak weather front, but temperatures here 11 or 12 degrees, 7 or 8 perhaps maximum across England and Wales. Now, as we move out of Friday into Saturday, still under this area of the high pressure, it's blocking this weather front from making that much of an impression, but still the isobars squeeze together the further north and west. So more wind, more cloud here, but for England and Wales, it could be quite a cold start to Saturday morning. Temperatures dipping below freezing, and there will be some fog around. And some of that fog has the potential to linger all day across central and eastern parts of England and also parts of Wales. If that happens, it'll have quite an impact on the temperature. The wind out to the west, breaking the cloud up. There will be some sunny spells. And again, those temperatures are 10 or 11 degrees. But where the fog lingers, we once again could see a maximum of just 4 or 5. Moving out of Saturday into Sunday, the wind direction changes again, and it's a cooler source, dragging in some cooler air from the near continent. So that means a colder day for all of us. This weather front still being kept out into the west. It is going to arrive on Monday, but before that, potentially Sunday could be a cold, cloudy, murky day for many. Until then, take care.
Is the key word when pursuing a career in music. You just have to have bags of it.
When people say no to you, you don't listen to them. You just do what you have to do and do what you want to do.
I've never called myself as a victim because I feel like I survived one of the most dangerous groups in recent history.
Anytime I think about women's rights in general, I think about the next generation, and I think having a daughter makes it very personal.
If you could write a letter to yourself, what would you say?
To be as you wish to be. That is the answer.
You're gonna make it. You don't know it.
100 women across the BBC. Watch iPlayer.
Treat to defeat anxiety.
Live from Singapore, this is BBC News. Israel's Security Cabinet is due to meet on Friday to ratify the Gaza ceasefire and hostage release deal after tying up loose ends. Hundreds of trucks carrying aid are lined up at the Gaza border, waiting for the green light from Israel to enter the territory. Welcome to Newsday. I'm Steve Blind. Now, within the last hour, the office of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said a deal to release the hostages has been reached. The statement said the families of the hostages had been informed and that preparations were being made to receive them upon their return. If the deal is approved by Israel's cabinet on Friday, the truce agreement would begin on Sunday and involve the exchange of Israeli hostages for Palestinian prisoners, after which the terms of a permanent end to the war would be finalized. Our international editor, Jeremy Bowen, has this report from Jerusalem.
Just a few hours after the ceasefire agreement was announced, men in northern Gaza were back digging through the rubble for the dead and wounded after an Israeli strike. The ceasefire is not due to start until Sunday. Then they heard a small voice. He was alive. Strong enough to wave for help. His name is Assad Fadl Khalifa. His parents, sister, aunt and uncle were told were killed in the strike. He's 3 years old. His mouth was full of gravel and dust. He was trying to pull it out himself. We went to Nablus on the West Bank, the other side of the occupied Palestinian territories, to try to assess the mood Israel won't let us into Gaza. Nablus is a Palestinian city with a long history of resistance to the Israeli occupation. It's a toy gun. Down the street, the faces of men killed using real guns to fight Israelis, some from a militia known as the Lion's Den. Heroic martyrs here, terrorists as far as Israel is concerned. Amma has a stall selling sweet corn.
Peace is difficult because you need to go back to the religion and doctrine. But we would love for the bombing to stop and for them to leave Gaza and for the prisoners to get free and for everyone to go back to their homes and family because they suffered a lot in this war. May God help them.
At her stall, Amina is desperate for the ceasefire to work.
It affected us a lot here, both financially and mentally. We, especially women, are affected by what we are seeing, the children who are dying. We hope we could help, but we can only pray.
The ceasefire, if it could hold, would be a considerable and an overdue achievement. But the sad truth is that it wouldn't end the conflict between Palestinians and Israelis. Everything that has happened since the 7th of October attacks has made the conflict about as bitter as it's ever been. Just outside Nablus is the Jewish settlement of Kedumim, home to leaders of the settlement movement. Gabriela Weiss has lived here for 50 years. Now she's working through her list of right-wing connections, trying to overturn the ceasefire deal she says is a big
It's a very difficult thing. What government, what prime minister, with common sense, will give back the area from where thousands of Gaza people attacked us, conquered our part of our country? This is
What does all this mean for Israel? What does it add up to?
in simple words, get ready for another war. Cold, dangerous, with many casualties. This is what it means today.
Itamar Ben-Gvir, Minister of National Security, shares her views, threatening to resign if the ceasefire is ratified. It is a reckless deal, he said, that releases hundreds of murderous terrorists, allows thousands of terrorists back to northern Gaza, and erases what he called the war's achievements. Ben-Gvir stalked off with supporters from his party, Jewish Power. Ultra-nationalist opposition to the ceasefire is a major political problem for Benjamin Netanyahu. Outside his office, Israelis who want to bury the ceasefire deal held a fake funeral. They want the Prime Minister to keep his promise to destroy Hamas and rescue all the hostages. For them, negotiating a phased prisoner exchange with Hamas and pulling out of Gaza smells like defeat. Police made some arrests. Many Israelis support the ceasefire. For now, the anger of those who don't is cancelled out by Donald Trump's determination to take a diplomatic victory into the White House. But the coffins intended to warn about the ceasefire's dangers are also a sign to the ceasefire's supporters that it might not end the war. Jeremy Bowen, BBC News, Jerusalem.
Meanwhile, 8 trucks are lining up at the southern crossing into Gaza, waiting for the ceasefire expected on Sunday. Aid has gone into Gaza from a number of crossings since the war began. Back then, around 500 lorry loads of aid entered every day, according to the UN, but that plummeted to 9 a day in the period just after the war started. And since the beginning of January, it's averaged 51 daily truckloads. The ceasefire deal allows for 600 lorry loads a day. Our correspondent Fogel Keen has been traveling with an aid convoy from Jordan, which has now been stopped at the Israeli border.
Help is coming. Down along the valley, the biggest aid convoy since the war began. Solidarity from the Kingdom of Jordan. In 2 deliveries, 120 trucks on the road to Gaza. From a country that is home to many Palestinians. We're carrying aid like food and medication for our brothers in Gaza, says Mustafa Al-Kadri. This is a good deed. We're happy to be part of this operation.
We can travel with this convoy as far as the Israeli border. But since the war began, Israel does not allow the foreign media to enter Gaza and report independently. But our BBC colleagues living in Gaza have been filming every day, including today, a first real moment of hope.
They're waiting for today's meager charity. Little wonder that tired tempers fray when you've lived this struggle every day. The aid from Jordan is the tiniest fraction of what's needed here. But it does say to the people of Gaza, by your neighbor at least, you're not forgotten.
I used to shop and go to school, and my mom used to cook for me. And when I got back, she would tell me to come eat. I dream every day about the ceasefire. I want to go home and for my father to return to us.
Home, a word that holds so much in any language. A word that means dignity for Lamis Al-Mazari, age 16.
I never thought I'd be fed by a charity. This is so unfair. If I don't get meals from here, I don't eat. So I keep coming. My life as a young girl, dreaming of studying at a university or school, playing and having fun, has been reduced to accepting handouts.
Nearly 2 million people are dependent on aid here. Less than 3 hours drive away in Jordan, some of what they need. But when will it arrive? The UN complains of repeated Israeli delays, of criminal gangs hijacking aid. The convoy we followed is still waiting to be allowed to cross into Israel. Bertil Keane, BBC News, Jordan.
For more on this, I'm joined by Jonathan Lord, Senior Fellow and Director of Middle East Security at the Center for New American Security. Jonathan, thank you for your time. As we've just seen, there will be many people that will be welcoming this ceasefire deal, but also there are still some dissenting voices in Israel.
Well, thanks for having me, Steve. There are some dissenting voices in Israel. However, I think the vast majority of Israelis welcome this deal. While hundreds of protesters have come out in opposition for months, hundreds of thousands of Israelis have filled the streets, pressing the Netanyahu government to commit to a deal that will bring home the hostages.
Now, it still needs to be ratified this Friday to make it official, and we are still a few days before it takes effect on the Sunday. Are there any concerns the deal could get scuppered, and if so, where would they come from?
Well, there are always concerns the deal
Miss,
gets scuppered.
liability.
Originally announced on Wednesday, and for the past 24 hours,
Good morning.
we've heard reports, recriminations out of the Prime Minister's office that Hamas was backing up on segments of the deal. Hamas denied this. However, just the last few hours, it appears any gaps have been bridged, and Netanyahu will bring the deal to a vote of the full cabinet on Friday. Now, in Israel, it's important to remember that while he is the prime minister, he is really the first among equals in the government. He can bring matters to the full cabinet, he can set the agenda, but ultimately, he will need a successful majority vote of the cabinet to push this deal through. He's likely to have that. His far right is going to buck the deal. They will vote against it. Ben-Gvir has threatened to leave the government. However, opposition members from the center have already said they will backstop the Netanyahu government to ensure this deal gets done.
Another key factor in all of this is the US and the White House in particular. Donald Trump is going to be sitting in the White House come Monday when he's inaugurated. How do you see him engaging in this long-running conflict?
Well, I can say that there appears to be a tremendous amount of singularity in the efforts of the outgoing Democratic Biden administration and the incoming Trump administration. Officials from both administrations have worked hand in hand to bring this ceasefire deal hostage release to fruition. So I fully suspect that there's going to be a continued effort to ensure the hostages continue to be released, that the ceasefire holds, and that Israel and the Palestinians, with the support of the region and the United States and partners, can begin to fathom that which will come next.
And speaking of the region, it's in a moment of flux. We've seen the Assad regime collapse as well recently. Do we know what Trump's agenda is or what his thinking will be towards the Middle East?
Well, we certainly have an idea. I think first and foremost, there's going to be a tremendous amount of focus on Iran. Iran's never been closer to having the ability to produce a nuclear weapon. It was the Trump administration that left the deal that would have forestalled Iran's production of nuclear capability. However, coming back to the table now, it appears that it is the intention of the administration to restore its maximum pressure campaign for the purposes of trying to barter a better deal. It is a changed region. Over the course of this conflict, we've seen basically the complete collapse of Hezbollah as a military force. That then precipitated the collapse of the Assad regime. And then when Iran attacked Israel directly on 2 occasions over the past year, Israel responded in ways that were controlled, but have left Iran exposed. Their air defenses are highly weakened. Their ability to produce ballistic missiles has been heavily attrited. So there's a great degree of exposure on their side. The administration will likely seek to capitalize on that to push them to a deal.
Jonathan, thanks for your perspectives today and your insight. Do appreciate them. Jonathan Lord, Senior Fellow and Director of the Middle East Security at the Center for New American Security. Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News. Live with BBC News. We can tell you about the improving weather conditions now in LA, where the lighter winds across Southern California are giving exhausted fire crews some respite as they continue to contain the devastating fires across Los Angeles. Now, the fires began more than a week ago and have killed at least 25 people. My correspondent Clive Murray takes a look back.
Oh no! This is the story of an American tragedy. Another sunny day in Southern California is about to turn very dark.
So I'm sitting at home on the couch with the dogs. Shell comes in the house and says, "Hey babe, I need you to come out here." What?
Cheryl Kuhn had spotted a fire in the canyon above the house she shares with husband Jeffrey in a suburb of Los Angeles. Oh no! High winds were threatening a catastrophe, and their doorbell camera captures what happened next.
We discussed things that we couldn't leave behind. Essentially, we needed to leave as quickly as we could.
By now, word was spreading very quickly that danger was approaching from the canyon. Neighbors went banging on doors, raising the alarm. David Stover was in the middle of dinner.
So we came out and we could see the fire, from here.
Do you think they saved your life?
They gave us a head start, about 5 minutes, so that makes a difference.
Please God, save us, save our house.
5 minutes, precious extra time to escape. Given that just a few minutes later, as Jeffrey and Cheryl fled their home, the fire had turned into a monster, becoming one of the largest that's now devastating the metropolitan Los Angeles area, the Eaton Fire. Eaton wasn't the only monster burning. There were multiple fire fronts, and the authorities were struggling to cope. Then, a stroke of luck. Hurricane force winds fanned the flames died down, which meant the cavalry could now fly in. An aerial armada was pressed into service to douse the flames, some dropping fire retardant colored pink to show where it's landing. It's a round-the-clock operation, flying low at night to beat the flames. While down below, thousands of men and women are standing their ground in the face of the enemy.
It's an IR map of all the heats around here.
But even when the flames are extinguished, danger still lurks.
So right down in this drainage, there's a few heats. It's all around us.
This team of firefighters are heat spotters. Their job to prevent the burning you can't see below ground, where the root systems of trees can smolder and die, leading to catastrophic landslides. This crew are from Oregon, part of a resolute national response to this crisis that has gripped the world. And it's the stories of loss and pain that resonate. Homes and livelihoods destroyed. Landscapes scarred. A people traumatized.
The house behind me was burning, the house on the right was burning, the house on the left was burning.
It's time for a cup of tea.
Michael Haynes is a writer, and when he ran out of water to save his own home, he improvised.
You don't think your logic turns up. I start peeing, that's one little thing to put out. You peed on the fire. Yeah, and I thought that few other people did the same thing.
The fires fizzled out on the edge of the spot. He was lucky. So many others were not. How does this community, Los Angeles, America, all of us, how can we better prepare for a similar catastrophe? That is a question we should all ponder.
This is the most beautiful place in the world to me. And now it's just gone. It's gone. The little bit you dies with it.
With that report there. Now, the UK Prime Minister has visited Ukraine for the first time since the general election. So Keir Starmer was greeted warmly by President Volodymyr Zelensky as he restated the UK's continuing commitment to the country in its war against Russia. And Sarah Rainsford reports.
This was a show of solidarity for a country that's paid a huge price for defending itself. On his first visit to Kyiv as Prime Minister, Keir Starmer paused to remember the Ukrainians who died fighting since Russia's invasion. He came too to pledge more support from Britain than ever before. Moments later came a message from Moscow, a Russian drone. Then we heard Ukraine's air defences, a reminder of the daily danger here. By then, Volodymyr Zelensky was hosting talks at the presidential palace, signing a treaty pledging a 100-year partnership. The timing is important. In eastern Ukraine, more territory looks like this every day. Slowly and at great cost, Russian forces are advancing. And next week, the United States has a new president.
I wondered how concerned you are that as Donald Trump returns to the White House, US support for Ukraine is going to stop.
We will continue to work with the US on this. We're working today, we'll work tomorrow, we'll work into the future. In the end, the steps that we need to take must be robust enough to guarantee Ukraine's security.
President Zelensky told me that still includes joining NATO. If not today, then when, he wants to know. Or will it happen at all? Both men say Ukraine can only talk peace with Russia from a position of strength. But will Donald Trump agree with that? Sarah Rainsford, BBC News, Kyiv.
I want to show you some live images coming out from Hawaii. This is a Kilauea volcano, which started erupting on Wednesday, sending lava fountains at 200 feet into the air. Rocks and debris can be seen falling. Geologists are collecting them in a closed area of Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. The lava doesn't pose a hazard to homes or infrastructure. We'll keep an eye on this as it develops. In the meantime, though, let's take a look at some other stories in the headlines. A looming TikTok ban in the US has connected Chinese and American citizens like never before. In what one user described as a historic moment, self-professed US TikTok refugees have been seeking a new home on the internet, and they flock to popular Chinese social media app RedNote, which does not have the usual internet firewall that separates China from the rest of the world. American actor and director Justin Baldoni has hit back at his co-star Blake Lively in the film It Ends With Us with a lawsuit against her and her husband Ryan Reynolds. It comes after Lively filed a legal complaint against Baldoni in December alleging sexual harassment. Baldoni is suing for $400 million in damages on claims of defamation. In a statement to The Hollywood Reporter, Lively's lawyers said this is an age-old story. A woman speaks up with concrete evidence of sexual harassment, and the abuser attempts to turn the tables. Now, also in entertainment news, the American filmmaker David Lynch has died at the age of 78. He was best known for surrealist television series Twin Peaks and for films including Mulholland Drive and The Elephant Man. Our arts correspondent David Silito looks back at his life.
Twin Peaks was a TV landmark, a murder mystery unlike anything that had gone before.
I carry a log. Yes. Is it funny to you?
Strange, surreal, disturbing, and very David Lynch. His first love was painting. He had a feel for surrealism, the hidden, and his childhood had many echoes of the white picket fence perfection of his film Blue Velvet.
She wore blue velvet.
But in his movies, there was always something lurking in the undergrowth. The Elephant Man. Eraserhead. You were left wondering what sort of mind created this. But in person, He had a folksy charm, all good cheer and passionate about meditation and positivity.
Negativity, the enemy, I say, of creativity. If you're super angry, you're poisoning yourself.
And while perhaps not everyone's taste, a poll of critics declared his Mulholland Drive the greatest movie of the 21st century, a surreal thriller that was very David Lynch.
Dark, fantastic dreams.
Filmmaker David Lynch dying at the age of 78. Now, thanks for your company here on a Newsday. Do stay with BBC News. There's plenty more to come, and also for the stories developing, especially that ceasefire deal in the Middle East. Bye.
Hello. There were winners and losers when it came to the weather story on Thursday. For parts of northwest England and Wales in particular, we had blue sky and sunshine, even some January warmth with a high of 14 degrees. But it was a different story across the Midlands. We had quite a lot of fog in the morning. That lifted to low grey cloud. The misty conditions lingered. And for parts of Hereford and Worcestershire, our temperatures only climbed just up to 4 Celsius. It was also quite windy, and there was a weak weather front bringing some outbreaks of showery rain to the northwest of Scotland. But most of us under this influence of high pressure, and with light winds, and that high pressure is going to stay with us for the next few days. Further areas of fog could be an issue as well. That could bring poor visibility, and if it lingers, it will also impact the temperatures once again. The fog shouldn't be too widespread though. On Friday, it lifts quite readily, and we're chasing cloud amounts around, particularly for England and Wales. Still quite a fresh wind up into the far north and west. Still outbreaks of drizzly rain from that weak weather front, but temperatures here 11 or 12 degrees. 7 or 8 perhaps maximum across England and Wales. Now, as we move out of Friday into Saturday, still under this area of high pressure, it's blocking this weather front from making that much of an impression, but still the isobars squeezed together for further north and west. So more wind, more cloud here, but for England and Wales, it could be quite a cold start to Saturday morning. Temperatures dipping below freezing, and there will be some fog around, and some of that fog has the potential to linger all day across central and eastern parts of England and northern parts of Wales. If that happens, you have quite an impact on the temperature. The wind out to the west breaking the cloud up, there will be some sunny spells, and again those temperatures are 10 or 11 degrees, but where the fog lingers, we once again could see a maximum of just 4 or 5. Moving out of Saturday into Sunday, wind direction changes again, and it's a cooler source, dragging in some cooler air from the near continent. So that means a colder day for all of us. This weather front still being kept out into the west. It is going to arrive on Monday, but before that, potentially, Sunday could be a cold, cloudy, murky day for me. Until then, take care.
Ukraine is just about holding the front here, while the Russians have launched this fresh assault.
Everywhere you look, there are uprooted trees, there are bits of buildings, and the destruction is just in every direction.
Somebody is going to vote to move us to the military junta because the Rangers don't have that kind of work.
When you could hear the tear gas, how you start saying lots of the paquetas.
There, when the story breaks, BBC News, follow on the app.
Discovering the World's Table, we travel the globe, unearthing the history behind our most celebrated dishes. This is like a work of art, meeting the people preserving local ingredients and those adapting traditions for modern taste.
They call people from here potatoes.
Potato people?
Yeah.
Each recipe tells its own unique story, bringing a fresh perspective on our changing world. Join me next week for Discovering the World's Table. Watch on iPlayer.
Morning. Come and have a seat. Now, of course, I'm not going to go easy on you. There are some really big questions we've got to try and get answers to this morning. But I'll be fair, and we just want to hear what you've got to say. So, shall we get on with it? Join me to hear from the biggest names inside and outside politics.
Sunday with Laura Koonsberg. Sundays at 9 on BBC.
Good
Hitting the target, China says its economy grew by 5% last year. Plus, bracing for the TikTok ban, US influencers tell us how it will hurt them financially. Hello and welcome to Business Today. I'm Steve Lai. Now let's begin in China, where official figures show the economy grew by 5% last year, hitting the target set by the government. It is an achievement the head of China's Statistics Bureau says was hard-won, but that's one of the slowest annual growth rates in decades and comes as the world's second largest economy faces a number of challenges. Economist Julia Lee helps us to break down the numbers.
If we have a look at what's happened in China, really we saw a pivot in September to support growth policies, and that included things like cutting interest rates, cash injections, as well as policies aimed at helping local governments in their hidden debt. And it looks like some of those stimulus measures have taken into account and helped grow the growth in China. We have a look at some of the numbers coming out today. That fourth quarter growth rate of 5.4%, that was ahead of expectations. The market had been expecting 5%, and that is, of course, ahead of the third quarter growth numbers, which was at a pace of 4.6%. In fact, if we have a look at that pace of growth in that fourth quarter of last year, that's the quickest pace of growth that we've seen since the second quarter of 2023. So nice to see some signs of life there, that some of the stimulus that China has undertaken has been helping the growth and helped to support growth. And not only that, if we have a look at the quarterly number for Q4 at 1.6%, we've seen the third quarter numbers also revised upwards to 1.3%. So nice to see some numbers ahead of expectations, and of course for 2024 hitting that growth target of 5%.
So what do you predict then going forward for 2025? We have to bear in mind that Donald Trump will be in the White House come Monday, and he has quite strong views about China when it comes to tariffs.
And that's a key concern of investors, the trade tensions that we are seeing in tariffs, the way they might impact on the China economy. We did see some renewed forecasts coming out from the World Bank around Chinese growth, and expecting to see Chinese growth fall down to 4.5% this year before falling down to 4%. But of course, just watching stimulus to see whether that takes hold. And of course, the key for the Chinese economy is going to be that property market, which still remains relatively weak. At the moment, what we are seeing is the Chinese currency at 16-month lows. And that's, of course, helping the export environment at the moment. But of course, whether or not that continues into 2025, the key question will be around tariffs and how hard President Trump goes in terms of some of those trade policies towards China.
My colleague Suranjana Tiwari has written an article looking at the challenges faced by the Chinese economy in 2025. It's available at our website, bbc.com/news, or wherever you happen to be if you have our mobile app as well. And Donald Trump's America First jobs policy has stirred debate over the role of foreign workers in the economy. At the center of this is H-1B visas, a program that allows U.S. businesses to hire highly skilled professionals from overseas. The program has divided Trump supporters and raised concerns in India. BBC's Archana Shukla explains why.
The H-1B visa is one of the hottest debates in US now, pitching Donald Trump supporters from the tech industry against his far-right loyalists. Silicon Valley, which depends on H-1B visas to hire specialized foreign workers to run its companies, says it fills a big skills gap in the US workforce. Tech billionaire Elon Musk, now a key voice in Trump's policy circle, has defended these visas, saying so many critical people who built SpaceX, Tesla, and hundreds of other companies that made America strong is because of H-1B. But the Republican hardliners call it a scam that undercuts jobs and wages for Americans.
The H-1B visa program is a total and complete scam concocted by the lords of easy money on Wall Street.
These visas are a go-to tool for big tech like Amazon, Google, Tesla to hire specialized foreign talent like programmers, engineers, scientists, whose salaries are often lower than their American peers. Only 85,000 H-1B visas are issued annually, with engineers from India receiving more than 70% of them. Indian IT firms have been serving the US market for over 3 decades. They say these visas are needed to offer on-site services to their US clients.
It is really not about immigration, it is about the availability of global talent, access to that global talent.
And as you know, there is no better place or the largest talent pool which is available in India. 30% of the startups are being done by Indians in US.
Donald Trump's first term saw a crackdown on H-1B visas, with denial rates spiking to 24%. Indian IT services firms, however, say they are ready if these visas are harder to come by in his second term too. And moreover, their big tech clients may wield more influence now. While Trump has vowed to restrict immigration and deport all illegal immigrants, lately he seems more receptive to reforming legal routes like the H-1B.
We need confident people. We need smart people coming into our country. We need a lot of people coming in. We're going to have jobs like we've never had before.
The US tech sector argues the country needs more skilled foreigners to remain globally competitive. For the incoming president, though, it is now going to be a test to balance economic and political interests of his diverse support base.
US influencers are readying for a TikTok ban, which is due to take effect this weekend, unless its Chinese-owned ByteDance sells it by the 19th of January. The Supreme Court is set to rule on whether the law should be upheld. President-elect Donald Trump could find a way to save the platform, according to his incoming national security advisor. BBC caught up with 2 TikTok users who are worried about the ban.
I don't think creators' voices are being heard. I don't think these businesses are being heard that can be affected by this. I think these decisions are being made again at such a high level where you just feel left out. You kind of feel powerless, even though something that's so important. I mean, it's truly a lifeline for a lot of people, and I don't think that's being taken into consideration as much as you would think it would be.
It's why I'm where I am today, and it's why I'm here pursuing art and entertainment in New York to this day. Brands and companies, when they wanted you to do advertisements, they would want it to be on TikTok. So indirectly, TikTok was the majority of my income, because all brands want their stuff to be promoted on the app.
I've been someone who's been on Instagram primarily and TikTok, and the audiences don't transfer as much as you think they would. I know people who have hundreds of thousands of TikTok followers and maybe only 10,000 Instagram followers, which I know is still a decent chunk, but it's not a survivable amount as like a creator if that's your only source of income.
Influencing, modeling, it's women-dominated fields. So TikTok is putting a lot of money into women's pockets. And so I would hate to see that go. People are finding community, people who've never really had a voice are sharing their stories. So I would hate to see all of that go.
The shares of Nintendo have fallen by around 5% in Japan following the announcement of its latest video game console, the Switch 2. The new console will have a bigger screen compared to its predecessor. Now, some gamers are underwhelmed by the product and the lack of details around its price or release date. Nintendo has said it will share more information in April. Now, is this the year when automated vehicles like robo-taxis start to go mainstream? That's the question we're asking here on this weekend's Talking Business. The biggest player in the United States is Waymo, which is owned by Google parent company Alphabet. It's already operating robo-taxis in several cities, but it's not all going smoothly. Los Angeles technology entrepreneur Mike Johns ordered a Waymo to take him to the airport a few weeks ago. He told us about what happened next.
The car comes up, the door automatically opens. I actually ordered that. So the door automatically opens. You're feeling good. People are looking around. Wow, that's the future. He's in there. Get in the car, shut the door, the car takes off. Those same people are looking. That's the funny part. Those same people are looking. Now the car is going in a circle. Okay, why is this happening to me on a Monday? And at this point, this is probably lap 4 or 5, where you end up hearing the voice coming over the system.
I don't mind this is scared. I've gone from Waymo support.
I actually had it scheduled and planned to do this ride with my son because it's going to be a normal thing for him. So I might as well start at an early age. He's only 12, so it would have been a lot different had he been in the car.
Why is this thing going in a circle? I'm getting dizzy. Look at what it's doing.
I understand. I'm really, really sorry, Mike. We're currently working with the situation of the vehicle.
We went from this humanless experience that here's a recognized voice. Oh, there's a voice. It's instructing me, it's telling me something. It's a little bit soothing, but is this a person?
I got my seatbelt on. I can't get out the car. Has this been hacked? What's going on? I feel like I'm in the movie. Is somebody playing a joke on me? And I got a flight to catch.
If you have your app pulled up, I need you to tap My Trip in the lower left corner of your app.
Why is my phone a part of this discussion? At any rate, by lap 6 or whatever, I had to do the edit to the ride, and they were able to kind of auto-correct their mistake. We're a part of an experiment, and you're paying to be a part of this experiment. And any mistake that happens, we just auto-correct as we go along. When it comes to autonomous vehicles that are on the road, we're still in this half-baked phase.
Now, according to Waymo, the issue was resolved after a few minutes, and he did ultimately catch his flight from Arizona to Southern California, which he said was fortunately delayed. Anyway, thanks for your company here on Business Today. Thanks for watching.
Michael Palin, Boy George, Juliette Binoche, welcome to This Cultural Life. Some of the world's leading artistic figures revealed to me their influences. Suddenly there was a little glimpse that perhaps there was a future doing comedy and the experiences that have inspired their own work.
Art is so important because it really can transform you inside.
I'm very different to the person I was 10 years ago. For a fascinating insight into what fires the creative imagination, join me, John Wilson, for This Cultural Life. Watch on iPlayer.
Hey, I'm Dylan with The Catch-Up. The US says it's confident a ceasefire in Gaza will come into effect on Sunday in the first step towards a permanent truce in the conflict between Israel and Hamas. Reports say the final negotiations between the two sides have now wrapped up, but we're still waiting for Israel's Security Cabinet to vote to approve the deal. On the ground in Gaza, officials say more than 80 people have been killed in Israeli strikes ahead of the ceasefire coming into force. Our correspondent sent this update on who might take control of Gaza if the deal holds.
If this ceasefire deal goes ahead as planned on Sunday, there's no real plan in place. Israel has not prepared any plan as to what will happen, who will be in charge during that immediate period. So it is very possible that we will see the previous government, which is effectively Hamas, coming out of the woodwork and again trying to exert influence and positions of power.
Next, a teenager has been found guilty of murdering 15-year-old Eliane Andam in an argument about a teddy bear. Hassan Sentamu repeatedly stabbed Eliane outside a shopping centre in Croydon in September 2023. He's admitted manslaughter but claimed he was not in control of his actions due to his autism. And time now to leave you with these incredible pictures from Florida. Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin space company sent this rocket, the New Glenn, into orbit for the first time. The launch was a huge success and puts the company one step closer to competing with its rival, SpaceX. That's it from me. You're all caught up.
Hello there and welcome to Sports Day. I'm Tolson Tollett. A comeback victory sealed with a kiss as Amad Diallo's hat-trick sees Manchester United beat Southampton. Matoma on target as Brighton beat Ipswich and move up to 9th. And Sione Tuipulotu named as Scotland captain ahead of the Six Nations getting underway next month. Hello there and thanks for joining us. In the Premier League, Manchester United's Amad Diallo scored a 12-minute hat-trick as his side came from a goal down to beat Southampton 3-1 at Old Trafford. The Saints benefited from an own goal to lead until late on, and Diallo stole the show and secured all 3 points, which take the Red Devils up to 12th in the table. The Ivorians heroics come after he agreed a new contract with the club this week and also eases the pressure on manager Ruben Amorim.
If you train well, good things going to happen. So he has the same responsibility of every player that play for Manchester United. But he's in a great moment. He's doing a very good season. But like I said, we see this in the past with a lot of players, young players in our squad. So he has to continue to work and to play like that.
I'm so happy to score my first hat-trick, especially in Old Trafford. But for me, the most important thing was to win this game. This is give us confidence for the next match. Now we have to keep going like this. We have to play like this, and I believe in the team we can win every match. So we have to keep going like this, and we show at the end we were very good, and we have to keep going like this.
This is our chicken and vegetable.
I'm angry, but from tomorrow we have to think about Nottingham Forest. I think the players have to be conscious that they can compete, they can play well, and our idea is improvement every game and doing well. We did really good for 75-80 minutes. We miss mentality to win the game. There's a moment you have to be much clever, much more malicious in some things, and we were like innocent kids in some moments, and we lose the game that we control for the 75 minutes.
Now, Brighton made their first Premier League win since November after a 2-0 win at Ipswich. Fabian Hurstler's side will travel to Manchester United on Sunday revitalised after Karim Matoma was first on the score sheet just before the hour mark. Jorginho Rutter came on as a sub and used some nifty footwork to land a second for the South Coast side that takes them up to 9th, while Ipswich moved back into the bottom 3 on goal difference.
I think we forced it in the first half too much. We were not patient enough. We were not good in our positioning, and we changed 2-3 small things. And then in the second half, I think overall they played with more intensity. They pressed better. We were more dominant. We created more chances, and that's why I think we deserved it.
I think we started the second half even better, to be honest. I thought we were the better team until their goal. So I think the goal is just an incident, a moment. We don't defend well enough and stop the goal. And really, that was the turning point in the game. Now, from our point of view, we won't accept that. We have to find a better response, but we didn't manage to do it today.
Rugby Union Six Nations begins at the end of the month. All the squads have been announced this week. Sione Tuipulotu was yesterday confirmed as Scotland's captain when they kick off their campaign against Italy. He's been speaking to Paul Barnes.
I kind of, I suppose, take more responsibility, and I feel like it fuels my game a little bit when I wear the captain's armband. It feels special to me, if you know what I mean. And I like to think maybe the added responsibility, the added pressure fuels my game and my mindset to want to perform at the highest level. And I love it. I love rocking up the game day knowing that your team's going to be looking at you to lead the way. And yeah, I suppose you just put, I do anyways, try and put a little bit more pressure on myself and a little bit more responsibility to try and perform for your teammates.
It's been a long, long time since Scotland have won the championship, the Five Nations as it was back then. What can we expect from Scotland this year?
I just want the public to know that we're really focused on this first game against Italy. You know, this is a game that we got wrong last year in the championship, and it ended up hurting, where we finished. We know Italy are a really class outfit, and they gave us a lot of trouble last year. It's something that we want to fix, and we want to show how much we've grown since that tournament. So there's no promises for me or anything. It's just I'm excited to show the public how much we've grown.
Tell me about your passion for Scotland, because that's evident when we see you play. It means a lot to you. But for certain parts of your life, Australia might have been the dream.
You know, I've never shied away from that at all. That I grew up in Australia wanting to be a Wallaby. That's my dream. That I played junior Wallabies, but my career didn't turn out how I thought it would when I was a kid. And Scotland gave me an opportunity to, you know, represent some of my parts of my heritage. And I suppose when I got here, I kind of made the decision that I wasn't going to do anything halfway. You know, like if I was going to play for Scotland, I was going to try and play for Scotland properly. I didn't want to finish up at 10 caps or 15 caps, and I wanted to go all in and try and, you know, become a player that will be remembered in this country. And I think that all got kind of tied together during the autumn when my grand could come get to watch. And I suppose what was really nice for me was people got to put the face to the stories of my heritage, and I think people were quite surprised how really Scottish my grandma is. And it was nice for me to, you know, for people to finally see my story rather than just hear about it. And yeah, now I just kind of feel I've almost been here 4 years now, and it's my home, and it's where my son's born, and I'm fully attached to the country, to my club here in Glasgow. And I suppose the one way that I can show that is not by getting up and telling everyone how, you know, passionate I am. It's really about showing them. And that's always been the way that I thought about it. Is I feel like anyone can get up here and say how passionate they are about something, but I want people to see how passionate I am when I play. So I just want to continue on that journey of just showing people.
Now to the Women's Six Nations, and it's all changed for England in preparation for a huge year ahead and a World Cup on home soil. Zoe Alcroft was named as the new captain last week, taking over from Marley Packer, who's now a vice-captain alongside Meg Jones. Alcroft's been speaking to us for the first time in her new role and says she wants to lead by example.
Obviously, it has a back inside, like, can I do this? Like, am I going to be the right person for the job? But then I think within, like, I am so motivated to kind of drive this team to where we want to go. And I think I'm surrounded by so many great leaders in the leadership team, and also just the girls in general. We've got so many great individuals. And I think just being able to be supported by the likes of Marley, the likes of Meg, is incredible. And I think we can really drive this team to something phenomenal.
Now to golf, Rory McIlroy is 5 shots off the pace after the opening round of the Dubai Desert Classic as he bids to win the title for the 3rd successive time. The Northern Irishman chipped in on the par 3 7th hole as he finished the round on 2 under, with a group of 3 players out in front on 5 under par, including US amateur David Ford. The 22-year-old is the number 6 ranked amateur in the world, and shots like this have him very well placed. Voting is now open for the BBC Indian Sportswoman of the Year award. And shortly, I'll give you details of how you can help choose this year's winner. 2024 was another positive year for women's sport in India, and choosing just 5 nominees for the BBC award was again a tough call. So, who is on the list?
From being the youngest Olympian to India's best ever finish in golf, Aditi Ashok. From heartbreak in Tokyo to glory in Paris, she is a shooting star with 2 Olympic bronzes. Manu Bhaker. Turning a summer hobby into Paralympic gold, Avni Lekhara. Breaking records, scoring centuries, and leading with style. The face of Indian women's cricket, Smriti Mandhana. The grappler who fights on and off the mat. A trailblazer for Indian wrestling, Vinesh Fogart.
You can read more about the 5 nominees on the BBC Sport website and app, where you can also place your vote. Head to bbc.com/sport. BBC Indian Sportswoman of the Year online. You have until the 31st of January at 1800 GMT to vote. In snooker, Shaun Murphy is through to the semi-finals of the Masters with a 6-2 win over Australia's Neil Robertson. And Murphy, the 2015 winner, had already secured the frame and the match, and was on target for a maximum 147 break against Australia's Neil Robertson. Neither of them knew what had happened. He snookered himself on the yellow, did Murphy, much to the surprise of Robertson, as we saw, especially with all the balls on the next one. And more on that, of course, and everything else, you can head to the BBC Sport website or download the BBC Sport app. Till next Sunday. Bye-bye.
Hello. There were winners and losers when it came to the weather story on Thursday. For parts of northwest England and Wales in particular, we had blue sky and sunshine, even some January warmth with a high of 14 degrees. But it was a different story across the Midlands. We had quite a lot of fog in the morning. That lifted to low grey cloud. The misty conditions lingered. And for parts of Hereford and Worcestershire, our temperatures only climbed just up to 4 Celsius. It was also quite windy, and there was a weak weather front bringing some outbreaks of showery rain to the northwest of Scotland. But most of us under high pressure, and with light winds, and that high pressure is going to stay with us for the next few days. Further areas of fog could be an issue as well. That could bring poor visibility, and if it lingers, it will also impact the temperatures once again. The fog shouldn't be too widespread, though. On Friday, it lifts quite readily, and we're chasing cloud amounts around, particularly for England and Wales. Still quite a fresh wind up into the far north and west. Still outbreaks of drizzly rain from that weak weather front, but temperatures here 11 or 12 degrees, 7 or 8 perhaps the maximum across England and Wales. Now, as we move out of Friday into Saturday, still under this area of high pressure, it was blocking this weather front from making that much of an impression, but still the isobars squeezed together the further north and west. So more wind, more cloud here, but for England and Wales, it could be quite a cold start to Saturday morning. Temperatures dipping below freezing, and there will be some fog around. And some of that fog has the potential to linger all day across central and eastern parts of England and also parts of Wales. If that happens, it'll have quite an impact on the temperature. The wind out to the west, breaking the cloud up. There will be some sunny spells. And again, those temperatures are 10 or 11 degrees. But where the fog lingers, we once again could see a maximum of just 4 or 5. Moving out of Saturday into Sunday, the wind direction changes again, and it's a cooler source, dragging in some cooler air from the near continent. So that means a colder day for all of us. This weather front still being kept out into the west. It is going to arrive on Monday, but before that, potentially, Sunday could be a cold, cloudy, murky day for many. Until then, take care.
Witness the magic when experience meets raw talent.
There has to be a moment where I can say, wow, this is beautiful.
I love that. Renowned icons with emerging artists on a unique learning journey.
If you do it with conviction. So take that further.
From mentor to protege.
Everything what I tell her is doing right away. You get my have some fun.
Watch a legacy unfold.
They really are here to help us.
Bravo! Arts in Motion. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
I define populism as exploiting a grievance rather than solving it, as riding the anger rather than providing the answer.
Whatever time of night, day, couldn't sleep at night, you'd go in the studio and you'd just create music, put something down if you had an idea.
I think every athlete goes through their end of their career in a very different way.
When big names talk, they talk to us.
Live from London, this is BBC News. Israel and Hamas have officially signed a ceasefire and hostage release deal. After overcoming last-minute disputes, Israel's Security Cabinet is due to meet later today to ratify the agreement. New data suggests the concentrations of carbon dioxide has risen more quickly than ever on record last year. SpaceX's upgraded Starship rocket has exploded minutes into its latest test flight. And the American filmmaker David Lynch, who made the cult classic Twin Peaks, has died at the age of 78. We're also looking ahead to Donald Trump's transition team, which has shared official portraits of him ahead of their inauguration on Monday. Hello there and welcome. This is BBC News with me, Lucrezia Bureau. Now, Israel and Hamas have officially signed a ceasefire and hostage release deal after overcoming last-minute disputes. The Israeli Prime Minister's office said that the Security Cabinet would meet on Friday to ratify the agreement. The far-right Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, has said that he will resign if it's approved, calling it a reward for Hamas. The Civil Defense Agency Gaza says more than 80 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli strikes since the deal was first announced on Wednesday. We're going to discuss this further because joining me now is Mohammed Taha from the BBC Corporate Service. Mohammed, happy to have you with us this morning. Okay, where are we in these discussions?
I think the ball today is in the Israeli side because we are expecting the cabinet to be called for a meeting today. It was already called for a meeting today to ratify the agreement with Hamas or the deal with Hamas. There is a kind of a political crisis in Israel because of this deal. As we saw last night, Itamar Ben-Gvir, the right-wing minister, announced that once it will be ratified, he will be resigning from the government as this deal is against his political party core ideas. And he actually said in the press conference it is a defeat for Israel to accept to withdraw from strategic parts from Gaza and to allow the people to return back to northern Gaza and to release some of the Palestinian prisoners that has life sentence in the Israeli prisons. And all of these things, he considered them a defeat for Israel. And however, he said he will not work to make the government fall because this is a right-wing government. So it's not possible that a right-wing ally would make the government fall, but he will not be part of this government that will strike this deal or already struck this deal. So there is a kind of a massive political crisis of Israel as they are considering this deal is a defeat for Israel.
Okay, so that's Israel's side of things. What about Gaza and Hamas?
Yeah, Gaza is still under fire. So both parties at the moment are still stretching their muscles in these last hours before Saturday midnight, when this deal should come into effect, and we should be starting by seeing a ceasefire, withdrawal of Israeli forces from the residential areas, and start of free movement in Gaza, and start of allowing more aid to enter Gaza. All of these things should be starting by Saturday midnight. 80 people died since this deal was struck, and 9 people this morning by Israeli strikes as well. Hamas as well is still firing rockets into Israeli areas or territories. It looks like the war as it's in its early days, and this is what the Israeli right-wing ministers are saying. Hamas is not defeated. The hostages didn't come back with a military action as Israeli wanted, and still Hamas firing rockets into Israeli territories.
Okay, Mohammed, Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's speak now to Dr. Mustafa Barghouti, who is a Palestinian politician in the West Bank and also leader of the Palestinian National Initiative. Doctor, hello, welcome to the program. Thank you for joining us here. First off, let's just get your reaction to this ceasefire deal. Let's start there.
Well, it's a relief that finally we have an agreement. It's a big relief for especially the population of Gaza. We're talking about 2.2 million people who are taken hostages practically by Israel. They are suffering from starvation. They've suffered huge losses. We're talking about maybe at least 70,000 people killed, according to the Lancet, and more than 109,000 people injured. It's almost 10% of the population of Gaza. That's a huge number. If it happened in the United States, you would be talking about 32 million people killed in 15 months. So the people of Gaza are feeling relief, hoping that there will be a true ceasefire that could last. And of course, there will be release of Israeli captives and Palestinian prisoners, which is also very, very useful. But I also feel very sad because all of this could have happened exactly 6 months ago. On the 3rd of July, this agreement was there. Hamas had accepted it. Palestinian side had accepted it. But it was Israel and Netanyahu in particular who blocked the agreement and did not allow it to take place. In the process, we lost 10,000 more people and lots of destruction. And Netanyahu caused the death of many Israeli prisoners because of his bombardment. It is clear that if it wasn't for the big pressure that was exercised by President Trump, Netanyahu would not have signed this deal at this time.
Dr. Mustafa, do you have confidence, and this is a point you raised fairly early on in your response, you questioned yourself whether it can last?
Well, it depends mainly on the Israeli side, on Netanyahu in particular, and his government. You know, this man has been so selfish all the time. He preferred his own position and his own coalition to the interest not only of the Palestinian people, but also to the interest of Israeli people and Israeli prisoners. So it depends on him. We have a deal that will last for 42 days. Then in the process, during this time, there should be negotiations about the next stages and about complete and final ceasefire. That's where the risk is, because if Israel is not cooperating, and if it doesn't proceed with total withdrawal of Israeli army from Gaza Strip, which is a very little small area, and if the ceasefire does not become a complete stop of the war, we face lots of risks and lots of the possibilities that more atrocities will happen. Palestinians have been subjected to 3 war crimes here. The war crime of genocide, collective punishment, and ethnic cleansing.
Dr. Mustafa, yes, okay, so I've got your view on, as you said, this depends on Israel, this depends specifically, as you said, on Mr. Netanyahu, but obviously there are several parties involved here. What is dependent on Hamas? Yes, it's the Palestinian people who have suffered, but what of Hamas in order to make this successful?
Well, in our interaction with all political parties, including Hamas, they are absolutely ready to respect the ceasefire. They don't want this war to continue. One important issue here is the internal Palestinian issue. And here what we need is really cooperation of all Palestinian parties to form some sort of coalition, national consensus government to guarantee 2 things. First of all, that Palestinians will be running the life of the people in Gaza by themselves and not by any external force. And second, that we will maintain the unity of West Bank and Gaza against the Israeli efforts, which is trying to separate Gaza from West Bank as a way of preventing the establishment of a Palestinian independent state and what they call 2-state solution. So that is the risk. And I think internally, Palestinians need to be unified now. And we hope that a coalition government will open the road for something we are missing since 20 years, which is free democratic elections so that Palestinians will have the right to choose their leaders freely and democratically, and make choices that the world has to respect, as it does to any other democratic process in the world.
Okay, Dr. Mustafa Baghuti, thank you very much. And just to reiterate, of course, that Israel would deny that they are responsible, or they deny any accusations of genocide. All right, let's move on and get some of the day's other news now. And firefighters battling 2 fires that have wreaked destruction across Los Angeles for 9 days now have had some respite from the weather. The near hurricane strength winds that initially fanned the flames and hampered rescue efforts have weakened into much lighter gusts. The former governor of the Bank of England, Mark Carney, is running to replace Justin Trudeau as leader of Canada's governing Liberal Party. Mr. Carney launched his bid from an ice rink in his hometown of Alberta. Mr. Trudeau announced his intention to resign as Prime Minister earlier this month. The incoming White House National Security Advisor says that Donald Trump will try to save TikTok before a ban comes into place. The Supreme Court is due to rule on a law that gave the app's owner until Sunday to sell its US operations or face a ban. And Apple has suspended a new artificial intelligence feature that drew complaints, including from the BBC and the New York Times, for making repeated mistakes in its new summaries. Apple had previously promised only a software update that would clarify the role of AI in summary creation. Now, last year saw the fastest annual rise in the concentration of carbon dioxide in the Earth's atmosphere. That's according to data collected and analysis from a research station in Hawaii. The study from the UK's Met Office has warned that CO2 at current levels are incompatible with the target of keeping global temperatures below 1.5 degrees. Concentrations of CO2 are now 50% higher than before humans started burning large amounts of fossil fuels. Last year was the hottest on record, with global temperatures 1.6 degrees above pre-industrial levels. Let's speak now to Professor of Earth System Science at Stanford University and also Chair of the Global Carbon Project, Rob Jackson. Mr. Jackson, hello, welcome to the program. How worried should we be? How worried should we be? What do those figures mean?
Well, we should be very worried. This is a much larger increase in atmospheric carbon dioxide than we're used to. We're breaching safe temperature levels well past them. And the most troubling thing about the increase this year is that it's not caused primarily by a surge in fossil fuel emissions. We estimate fossil fuel emissions are up about 1% last year in 2024. But normally the Earth's lands take up about 1/3 of fossil carbon pollution through tree growth and other things. And the Earth is starting to fight back. The El Nino last year meant thousands of additional fires in the Amazon, record droughts in the Amazon and elsewhere. Plants are not growing as fast, and we're seeing forest inflation. So the Earth is starting to rebel, if you will, and that's deeply troubling.
You say the Earth is fighting back. I mean, the Earth's just going to get on with things, isn't it? It's us that's going to suffer. It's going to correct itself somehow. This figure of 1.6 degrees, I think it's accepted now, isn't it, that we're going to be heading above 2.5. That is the most realistic figure of a temperature rise that we'll be able to attain. Is that the agreed level?
Well, I hope not. Certainly we are heading towards that now. We're not slowing down at 1.5. A couple decades ago, it would have been inconceivable that we would have so casually and cavalierly blown by the 1.5 C threshold where we are now, but we did, and we may do the same for 2.0 and head above 2.5, which is a deeply troubling world with sea level rise, ice melt, and extreme weather. We do not want to go there, but we just seem to be sort of whistling down the street, ignoring what's happening around us.
Okay, so in terms of what is happening, why are we seeing this fastest rate of carbon dioxide entering the Earth's atmosphere? I mean, we've got the COPs, we've got the statements, we've got the increase in renewable energy. why are we still burning more fossil fuels, and where is this concentrated?
We're burning more fossil fuels in almost all regions of the Earth. Europe is the primary region, really the only region where fossil fuel emissions have actually decreased. So thank you for all of your efforts. But elsewhere, we're burning more. One thing we're doing around the world is producing more and more energy. So we're building wind turbines and solar panels. But because there's so much extra demand for energy, that renewable infrastructure does not mean that we're taking fossil plants like natural gas, in some places coal, offline. And you need to take fossil plants offline and replace them with clean energy.
Are we going to do that? Do you think it's attainable? Because it looks as if man's development and what needs to be done to protect the earth, they don't correspond at all. I mean, one of the latest concerns is that the growth of AI and the energy needed, of course, to cool those huge sources and the power that's needed to generate and all the processing, the energy that's needed there, where is this energy going to come from? Fossil fuel, isn't it?
To some extent, there's a discussion here in the United States about extending the lifetimes of coal plants that were scheduled to be taken offline in the next few years because of so much extra demand for energy, partly coming from data centers and AI and things like that. We have an insatiable appetite for energy, and that appetite means we need renewables and nuclear, and we're still burning fossil fuels instead of reducing emissions.
Okay. Professor Rob Jackson, I was about to go into nuclear there, but I've run out of time. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Always my problem. Anyway, around the world and across the UK, you're watching BBC News. Welcome back. This is, of course, BBC News. Now, the latest test of SpaceX's giant Starship rocket has failed.
2, 1.
And standing at over 400 feet, the Starship rocket separated from the booster 4 minutes into the flight, but the test turned out to be unsuccessful, with SpaceX's communications manager saying that he'd lost contact with the ship just minutes after that. The booster, however, did return to the launch pad as planned. The mission came hours after the first flight of the Blue Origin New Glenn rocket system backed by the Amazon boss, Jeff Bezos. The two tech billionaires both want to dominate the space vehicle market. And take a look at this. These are pictures of the debris from SpaceX's Starship rocket hurtling through the night sky. They were taken by a family on holiday in the Turks and Caicos Islands. Okay, let's speak to the former NASA astronaut, Leo Chow. Hello, welcome to the program, Mr. Chow. So let's start off first with the SpaceX failure. How much of a dent will this be for Elon Musk?
Well, this was the 7th flight test of the Starship system, and so it was not entirely successful. The booster did come back and get captured, which was a big deal. Unfortunately, the ship itself seems to have failed just a few minutes after separation. I will have to wait to see exactly what happened, but unfortunately, it did not survive. But the booster part did succeed.
I mean, this isn't all bad news, is it? I mean, this is where developments are made and things are learned. This is par for the course, isn't it?
Well, that's right. This was the 7th flight test of the Starship system. The previous ones, the ship did survive and re-entered the atmosphere. They had certain improvements to the heat shield. They were going to develop and deploy, test the deployment mechanism for, deploying some dummy Starlink satellites, dummies. But unfortunately, that didn't work out. So we'll just have to wait and see what happened to the vehicle. It seems to probably have exploded. I know that some of the engines were, they received some telemetry that they failed and then lost contact with the vehicle altogether. But the good news is that the booster did come back. This is the biggest booster ever launched. This is something more powerful than Saturn V moon rockets, more powerful than the current Space Launch System rocket. It did come back and get captured by the mechanical arms, so it was at least a partial success.
There are, or rather, there is a lot that's going to be going on in space this year. First off, quite a few missions to the moon. What's so significant about what is hoping to be achieved through 2025?
Right. So the moon has been the focus recently, and just a day ago or so, Falcon 9 SpaceX vehicle on their way to the moon. They're going to characterize the regolith, do some important measurements, and then of course we had the Blue Origin New Glenn successfully launched into orbit for the first time just yesterday. So it's been a big week for space exploration. This was number 7 for the flight test, and flight tests, of course, you're going to learn from them. Unfortunately, the ship did not survive, but they're going to learn a lot from this experience. The good news, again, is that they captured the booster. This is a huge deal. This is the second time out of 3 that they did capture the booster, proving that they are able to do it, and they're going to be able to reuse it, refurbish it, reuse it. And that's a big piece of progress, even though the ship was lost.
That actually doesn't look real. I'll be honest. It just doesn't look real. Yeah, hugely significant, as you said. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chow. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Now, tributes are being paid to the Twin Peaks creator David Lynch, who has died at the age of 78. He directed the films Blue Velvet and The Elephant Man, and also was a 1990 Palme d'Or winner, Wild at Heart as well. Our arts correspondent, David Silito, has been looking back on his life.
Twin Peaks was a TV landmark, a murder mystery unlike anything that had gone before.
I carry a log. Yes. Is it funny to you?
Strange, surreal, disturbing, and very David Lynch. His first love was painting. He had a feel for surrealism, the hidden, and his childhood had many echoes of the white picket fence perfection of his film Blue Velvet. She wore blue velvet. But in his movies, there was always something lurking in the undergrowth. The Elephant Man. Eraserhead. You were left wondering what sort of mind created this. But in person, he had a folksy charm, all good cheer and passionate about meditation and positivity.
Negativity is the enemy, I say, of creativity. If you're super angry, you're poisoning yourself.
And while perhaps not everyone's taste, a poll of critics declared his Mulholland Drive the greatest movie of the 21st century, a surreal thriller that was very David Lynch.
Dark, fantastic dreams.
David Lynch, who's died at the age of 78. Now, President-elect Donald Trump's transition team has shared official portraits of Mr. Trump and the Vice President-elect J.D. Vance ahead of their inauguration on Monday. So this is J.D. Vance here. This is a first for the former senator from Ohio, smiling, hands folded across his chest, and a very different approach, of course, from the president-elect, a more serious expression. And if you feel this image appears similar, well, you might not be alone, because a number of people online have pointed out the striking similarities with Mr. Trump's infamous 2023 Fulton County mugshot. This is BBC News.
Hello. There were winners and losers when it came to the weather story on Thursday. For parts of northwest England and Wales in particular, we had blue sky and sunshine, even some January warmth with a high of 14 degrees. But it was a different story across the Midlands. We had quite a lot of fog in the morning. That lifted to low grey cloud. The misty conditions lingered. And for parts of Hereford and Worcestershire, our temperatures only climbed just up to 4 Celsius. It was also quite windy, and there was a weak weather front bringing some outbreaks of showery rain to the northwest of Scotland. But most of us under this influence of high pressure, and with light winds and that high pressure is going to stay with us for the next few days, further areas of fog could be an issue as well. That could bring poor visibility, and if it lingers, it will also impact the temperatures once again. The fog shouldn't be too widespread, though. On Friday, it lifts.
Listen to the silence. Feel it. Listen to the trouble. Heal it. Listen to the music. Conceal it. Feel the love. Why don't you feel the joy? You're the girl, and I'm the boy. Da-da, 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 da-da. Oh. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Well, I've got to find my Sony Walkman. Where the fuck is it? Summer of Love is the one for me. Phew, ah. Yeah.
Space, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Its 5-year mission to explore strange new worlds.
Oh yeah. 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 Come on, come fancy. Yeah. Oh.
And identified care issues which may have made a difference to the outcomes for mum and baby. We've spoken to almost 20 families who received maternity care at Leeds between 2019 and 2024. They say inadequate care has led to avoidable harm.
I was 24 years old, having to birth a dead child, and it comes down to the care that people are receiving is way below standard.
Saw her beautiful little face and I held her hand, and I just wanted to warm her up because it's what any mother wants to do.
We've all been made to feel like it's a one-off. You're the first person who I've met who has been into hospital multiple times previous to then lose the child who hasn't been listened to, because that's what happened to me.
Data we obtained from the Trust through a Freedom of Information inquiry shows 56 potentially preventable deaths of babies from two mothers between 2019 to mid-2024 at Leeds. The Trust told us it cares for the most poorly babies as a specialist centre. It said the vast majority of births are safe and potentially avoidable deaths are very small. The CQC rates the two maternity units run by Leeds as good, but a clinical staff member there who wants to stay anonymous says it's unsafe. Their concerns are echoed by this former maternity support worker who carried out shifts in 2023.
Maternity services at Leeds, I think, are truly disgusting. How chaotic it is, the lack of listening to patients. That's when disasters happen, unfortunately.
Fiona and Dan say the CQC hasn't held Leeds accountable. They sent an email to the regulator in November 2020 raising concerns. They don't think any future CQC investigation into Leeds could be independent, with Sir Julian Hartley as its chief executive. He was previously chief executive of Leeds for 10 years, and in his post when their daughter Aliona died after gross care failings.
There's a huge conflict of interest. If the CQC was to say, no, that's not really the case, we're going to be fair and transparent and accountable about this, you wouldn't have anyone believe it.
The CQC told us it had policies to manage conflict of interest. It said Leeds maternity services were inspected last month in response to concerns raised by families and risks identified through ongoing monitoring. Leeds told us it apologises to these families and says it's committed to providing safe care. This group wants an independent review of Leeds maternity services, so lessons are learnt and no others experience their grief. Divya Tower, BBC News.
We're going to talk more about maternity care. Clea Harmer will be with us. She's from the Stillbirth and Neonatal Death Charity, that's SANS. A little later in the programme, she'll be with us at 8:10 this morning.
Right, let's talk sport now. And what a night for Amad Diallo. In fact, you were there last night.
What a
weren't you?
turnaround, because until 82 minutes, The atmosphere was pretty unhappy and toxic. It is. Southampton fans singing, Manchester United fans just shaking their heads because United were headed for their 4th home league defeat in a row for the first time since the 1930s. That's an unwanted stat.
And it was just beginning to feel like Amorim was beginning to turn things round, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
2 good results against Arsenal and Liverpool. And then the 22-year-old, they signed him 5 years ago, but under the previous manager, almost became a bit forgotten. Last night, in 12 minutes, getting a hat-trick to completely change the mood and stage the most dramatic of rescue acts. Good morning, Amad Diallo. Indeed said it's one of the best weeks of his life after scoring for Manchester United last night. Their 3-1 win over bottom club Southampton looked unlikely for most of the game, as United really struggled against Saints, who had looked set for a first away win and deserved win, first away win of the season. But then everything changed with Jane Dooley.
Scoring 3 goals in the dying moments their side was losing definitely elevates you to saviour status, particularly at the Theatre of Dreams. Southampton are rooted to the bottom of the Premier League table, but you wouldn't have known it. They were sharper and hungrier, pushing the Manchester United keeper to an early superb double save. United head coach Ruben Amorim couldn't bear to look as the visitors took control. They hadn't scored from corner all season. Well, this one came off a red back. An own goal against a struggling team prompted boos at half-time. Owner Jim Ratcliffe's face a mask of thunder. Not everyone has witnessed United's history, though, and tells you they played to the end. With the clock ticking, Ahmad skipped through the Southampton defence and equalised. Now they had hope, and a 1-2 with Christian Eriksen gave Ahmad and United a crucial second to take the lead. But Ahmad fancied keeping the match ball, and in 12 minutes scored a hat-trick, rescuing his club from what would have been a humiliating defeat. Jane Dougal, BBC News.
Now, elsewhere, Brighton have claimed their first Premier League win stand up with a 2-0 victory at Ipswich. Jorginho Rutta's audacious little flick, making sure of the win, which leaves Ipswich in the relegation zone behind Wolves and goal difference. It doesn't get any easier for them as well, with Manchester City visiting on Sunday. Now on to cricket. We're not even a full week into the Women's Ashes, but already England are in a last chance saloon and have to win now all of their remaining matches to regain the Ashes after falling for a 3rd defeat in a row in the series. Australia won their latest one-day match this morning by 86 runs, Ash Gardner with a maiden one-day century for the hosts, but England lost their last 6 wickets for just 22 runs and were all out for 222 runs in their chase of 309 to win. So their hopes of regaining the Ashes now hanging by a thread. Staying down under, and British men's number 1, Jack Draper, is in action at the Australian Open later this morning. He'll face Aussie Alexander Vukic, so will certainly be up against the home crowd as well in Melbourne. Meanwhile, it's all over for his good mate, fellow Brit Jacob Fernley, who was beaten in straight sets by second seed Alexander Zverev in the 3rd round. It still marks a remarkable rise by Fernley, who a year ago was still a student in America. But now Scott has risen inside the world's top 100. Carlos Alcaraz is also into the last 16 after beating Portugal's Nuno Borges, who did drop a set though, got through 3-1, and should Jack Draper win later this morning, he will then meet the Spaniard Alcaraz next. The women's squad number 1, Aryna Sabalenka's dream of winning a hat-trick of the Australian Open titles is still alive, but it certainly wasn't straightforward. She wasn't happy. She eventually beats Denmark's Clara Coulson, but moaned about heavy balls and a slow court as she dropped 4 serve games in a row. Sabalenka said she really pushed herself to the limit in what was a great battle. Now, he hadn't picked up a dart for a couple of weeks. Again, a bit of a break, but that didn't stop World Champion Luke from winning his first match back. So reaching the quarterfinals of the Ballet Masters, when they face Gerwyn Price later today. So Nicola safely made it through to the last stage with a 6-3 win over Lawrence Bladen last night. Got this win that comes just 2 weeks indeed, and becoming the sport's youngest world champion. Elsewhere, there was a big shock with former world champion Rob Cross losing to the world 94 Paolo Nebreda. And they're also into the thick of the quarterfinals at the Masters Snooker at Alexandra Palace, with the last one to come later. Sean Murphy's already through to their last 4 after a 6-2 victory over Neil Robertson, the 2015 champion, putting a near faultless performance, but was near kicking himself in the final frame after missing out on a maximum 147 break. So after locking in 15 reds and 15 blacks with only the colours remaining, he ended up smoothly himself. Yeah, he slipped himself behind the blue. What an idiot! He's already got you. Anywhere but there.
You were so close. Would you like to
Yeah,
play that one again?
I would love to have another go at that one. Goodness me. I wouldn't mind, but I did that before once, years ago, when Michael Chopin against Mark Williams. Exactly the same shot. You'd think I would have run.
And Murphy will play Mark Allen next after 2018 champion beat Mark 760. Coverage of the remaining quarterfinal starts from 1 o'clock on BBC Two. There we go. Sometimes we can be our own harshest critics.
Thank you, Mike. We've all had days like that in the office, haven't we?
Oh, yeah.
Now, just to give you a heads up, in a couple of minutes' time, we're going to be talking about pests coming into this country on plants being imported, and these are invasive pests, potentially, that can cause real damage to our environment. We'll get into that in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, also, of course, next week, big week, the inauguration of a new or a returning president in the United States. And, of course, Donald Trump made trade and the economy a huge part of this campaign. So what will it mean when he gets to the White House on Monday?
Well, Ben has been looking at this for us. What have you got, Ben?
Yeah, I mean, it can feel very distant, can't it? US economic policy, but it does have a real and direct impact on us and businesses here in the UK. Let me explain for you. Yes, good morning. We'll get confirmation of Donald Trump's economic plans after he's sworn in as president for a second time next week. But he has consistently pledged to introduce a tax on all imports into the US of anywhere between 10 and 20%. Some countries will face even higher tariffs. He has threatened 60% on Chinese imports, for example. Mexico and Canada have been warned to expect a 25% charge. Now, the idea behind it is to encourage American businesses to produce their goods in the United States. So the question is, how will that impact the UK? Well, the US is our biggest individual trading partner. In the year up to last June, more than 22% of all our exports went there. Indeed, the Business Secretary, Jonathan Reynolds, warned high tariffs could be a big problem for the UK, but he said we're well prepared for it. The uncertainty, however, means some British businesses are feeling rather apprehensive, as I've been finding out. It was a consistent theme of the President-elect's campaign.
We're going to have a manufacturing, and a lot of it's just taxation policy, tariff policy. They're going to come wrong.
Just days before Donald Trump takes office, UK businesses are waiting to find out how much they will be affected. For businesses which export, like this one in Liverpool, any increase will have a big impact.
If COP come in and impose obviously emergency and other levies on our products, and we're hearing that could be up to 20%, we're really worried about that. It could certainly make our products quite unviable. If the retailers pass that directly on to consumers, it would make them really expensive, and the retailers may even be unlikely to purchase them off us. To get compliant with the US is very expensive, to ship and work with US retailers and export over there is expensive. And if we have to follow those sort of levies ourselves and use that stability, it will potentially make the whole thing viable.
And Sanjay isn't the only one who's concerned. Experts say any more tariffs on British businesses could make this year even more uncertain, coming on top of increased employer national insurance contributions and the rising minimum and living wage. There is uncertainty and concern across a whole range of businesses who trade with the US about the impact of tariffs. Tariffs mean higher prices, fewer orders, and potentially reduced growth in the global economy. But we're confident that arrangements can be made, a deal can be done to make sure that tariffs remain as low as possible and that UK-US trade remains strong in the years ahead. So what reaction could there be to such a move?
The rise in import prices would affect inflation directly via imported final goods, but it would also affect inflation indirectly because it would raise the cost of imported intermediates that go into production. So by raising production costs, we would expect to see higher prices there as well.
So much uncertainty for the global economy, but one thing's for sure, the coming months and years will be anything but dull. Ben Boulos, BBC News.
Ben, thank you very much. We'll talk much more, of course, that inauguration, full coverage on the BBC on Monday. At the time, they're now 40 minutes to 7. Let's talk to Matt, who's going to look at the weather for us. Matt, good morning.
Good morning, Bob.
Beautiful looking picture.
Asked earlier about
Yeah.
these spectacular night skies. I have found something for you as well. Look at this. This is a lenticular cloud. Layers of cloud formed by the wind bouncing over the hills, and those clouds forming pancake shapes. And you could actually see some more of those today in parts of Scotland, especially in the north. Very good morning today. Doesn't it look spectacular? Yes, you could get that again today as the wind picks up across northern Scotland once again. But certainly through the next few days, emphasis away from western Scotland. We've got a little bit of wet weather this morning. We'll see mostly dry conditions. However, through the weekend, it is going to start chillier with the risk of some dense fog once again. And that's because we've actually got a southerly wind. Now, you don't often assume cold weather with southerly wind, but let me just show you what is happening. If we look across Europe, the blue colours this morning indicating a widespread frost. It's colder across Europe than it is for us to begin with. We've got a big area of high pressure in charge, but with high pressure, the winds flow around clockwise, and that will eventually start to bring this little area of colder weather towards our shores as we go into the weekend. So that's why we'll actually see temperatures drop. Even out there this morning, though, is a frost around for some parts of the England-Wales borders, northern England, especially temperatures at if not below freezing. We've had some clear skies through the night, 1 or 2 fog patches forming. Some sunny conditions for the northeast of Scotland, but western Scotland got outbreaks of rain this morning, which will continue on and off into the afternoon. This morning around the Glasgow area, probably a bit further north into the afternoon, most of you will be dry, most of you actually fairly cloudy once again. Temperatures staying in single figures for England and Wales, but notice 12 to 14 in northern Scotland. We've got the strong winds which could form the lenticular cloud. Into tonight, stays breezy across Scotland, Northern Ireland, some cloud breaks here and there. Probably a few more than last night, so temperatures dropping a bit more widely close to freezing across England and Wales into start of Saturday morning. So for Saturday morning, start of the weekend, there will be a bit of chance of frost, but a bit of brightness across the central, southern, eastern areas of England. A bit more sunshine in Northern Ireland and western Scotland too. Still large areas of cloud around, but notice how temperatures are starting to drop. Lower single figures for some in England and Wales, and starting to drop back into single figures in northern Scotland. But it's here where we'll have the strongest of the winds. Notice light winds further south, and with that area of high pressure in place on Saturday night into Sunday morning, it's when we start to see fog forming. Got a weather front trying to push its way in as we go through into Sunday, so that will actually thicken the cloud at times across the western half of the UK for Sunday. Certainly start off dry and bright, but could see a little bit of wet weather arrive in Northern Ireland on Sunday, maybe into far west of Scotland. Most will be dry, some lingering fog across parts of central and eastern England. But a little bit of sunshine here and there. Wales, northern, eastern Scotland, best favoured at the moment. Notice the temperatures though, lower single figures for some on Sunday. And a quick look into next week. We start off rather cool, murky in places. A bit more sunshine at times later, but rain will return as we see some windier conditions too. That's how it's looking. Back to you both.
Matt, thanks very much. We'll see you a little later. Thank you.
And in fact, with the weather being a bit milder, you might be thinking about getting out in the garden. We're going to be speaking to Alan Titchmarsh here on Breakfast just before 8 o'clock this morning. But we're thinking about plants of a different kind now.
Yeah, and this is one that you may not really give much thought to, but if you're buying flowers or maybe a pot plant, you might actually end up with more than you bargained for if you dig down into the soil.
Yeah, and that's because experts say that invasive species, and that can include, at the extreme end, snakes and lizards, are hitchhiking into the UK on various types of imported plants. Well, Max Barkley from the Natural History Museum is here with us. Max, thank you for being here with us. I mean, people will immediately start freaking out about the idea of snakes coming in their pot plants. That would be very unusual, wouldn't it? What are you more likely to see?
Well, I've never seen a snake, but going into parks and gardens in London, you find literally hundreds of different species that were not here 20 or 25 years ago that are coming in with horticulture and coming in with plants. What is the danger? Is there a danger when we have these species in this country? Well, there probably is a risk to agriculture and horticulture because some of these insects are pests, and some of them, which are pests, might be transmitting plant diseases. There's a disease called Xylella that they're very anxious to keep up. It's a disease of South American origin, but it can kill a lot of different species of tree. Right. Well, we've had plant before, like elm disease. We have the phylloxera, grapevines all over Europe, and wine buffs are very aware of 1860s, a lot of grape varieties became extinct.
Now, some of these can look very innocuous, including these little creatures that you've actually brought in from your own garden. So what are we looking at here?
Well, that's the rosemary beetle, also called the lavender beetle. And that's a species that's been here since the very early 2000s. And now it's all over any rosemary or lavender that you get in the southern half of Britain.
I mean, I don't know if you can see it there, because they are weeny, but they look like little black ladybirds, don't they?
It's a sort of metallic, they've
Yeah.
got some stripes on them.
Luminous.
With purple and some
But
green.
you say these aren't particularly harmful, these ones?
Not really. I mean, they'll take a bite out of your lavender or your rosemary. But,
Yeah.
I mean, councils are planting a lot of lavender and rosemary in the streets, and these things will often be on it. But what's interesting about that is it's gone from being a rarity to being absolutely everywhere. I mean,
And are they adapted to survive in our climate? Because I suppose there was an assumption that if something is grown in the southern Mediterranean, be it an olive tree or on lavender or rosemary, that if it comes here, the weather would just clear it out in the winter. But is that not the case?
well, there are some species which in the 1960s scientists said just can't survive in Britain, and now it can. So you've got a factor of climate change. You've also got the fact that cities are usually warmer than the surrounding countryside. So the thing comes into your garden in the city, and it acclimatizes, and then it can escape into the wider country after a few generations. Slightly colder temperatures.
One thing that might prick up people's ears is the Mediterranean spiny wolf spider. Now, I think we've got a picture of this, so be warned if you're an arachnophobe. It's a beautiful looking creature, but I don't fancy coming across one of those in my toilet late at night. Tell us about this.
And we found these in our house in London for the first time in 2024.
Give us an idea of the size of that.
Also, in the
How big
Natural
would that
History Museum, they showed up in the building.
be? Right,
They're about the length of your thumb.
yeah.
It's a big spider. It's not quite as big as the biggest house spiders, but it's much chunkier.
Yeah.
And they're very fast moving.
Oh,
And
not easy to catch and get rid of.
people
then.
don't like them very much.
No.
But they don't have a very venomous bite. And,
But they will bite.
well, spiders will always try to bite if you handle them too
Right.
much. But I mean, I've managed to carefully put these outside.
Yeah.
They do come into houses though.
Yeah.
They sort of stand on the wall and they look quite conspicuous. So people are
Maybe naively as well, I thought that there would be sort of more, checks and balances in place. But is it because of the sheer volume of stuff we're importing that means it's harder and harder? I mean, you were saying a tree that was imported from Italy, you found what in the base?
Oh yeah, I found a 200 lira Italian coin in the soil at the base of the tree.
So it had literally just been dug up.
Yeah, they've been dug up, and they've had the euro since 2002. So this has been lying in the Italian soil for a number of years, and then I found it in the London soil. Because when they bring the tree, obviously in order for it to survive, it has to be in soil. So they're bringing hundreds of tons of soil from Southern Europe and dumping it into British cities and parks.
Now, the government says that they will never waver in their duty to support the UK's biosecurity, protecting farmers and food supplies, and that they have this border target operating model to protect crops, livestock, and so on. But clearly, this is partly driven by our appetite for more exotic plants. Should we then be thinking about, when it comes to plant life in our gardens and in our homes, enjoying more local, sort of seasonal plants, as we are told to do with food?
Well, in some ways it would make sense. I mean, the vast majority of the insects that are being brought in are as innocuous as the plants that they're coming in on, and they tend to stay in the parks and gardens like the plants do, and not escape into the wider environment. But you do get the occasional one. And the Harlequin ladybird from China and East Asia is an example that is spread all over, including the countryside. And obviously, it's not necessarily desirable from a biodiversity point of view to have a lot of these things
How
coming
should we
in.
be reporting these incidents then, if you come across these species?
There are lots of apps and web programs where you can upload pictures of insects that you find, and experts will monitor those and see anything that's of particular interest. You've got a kind of homogeneous fauna in different cities. So you go and visit a city in France or a city in Germany, you'll see the same insects that you'll see in the city in Britain. But also you wouldn't have seen 25 years ago. So you've got this city fauna that's forming because of artificial trade in horticulture and plants.
Well, I think Ben has become very attached to his little beetle.
No, I'm saying I'm feeling really itchy. Can I give it you back? I'll look after
Please
these.
look
I'll take
Max,
these back.
thank you so much. It's been really fascinating to hear from you. Max Barkley from the Natural History Museum.
Time is 4 minutes to 7. We'll get the news, travel, and the weather where you are. We'll see you very shortly.
Hello, I'm John Cuthill with the news in the South. The acting Chief Constable for Thames Valley says they'll continue to serve, protect and respond to their communities as normal, following the suspension of the Chief Constable. Jason Hogg was suspended from his job yesterday, pending an investigation into claims that, if proven, could amount to gross misconduct. The Forces Deputy Ben Snuggs will temporarily take the lead. The railway line between London and the South West is sorely in need of investment to offset the cancellation of major road projects, according to a new study. The government halted a planned tunnel for the A303 past Stonehenge within weeks of winning the general election. It also stopped other road improvements. The new study recommends using the saved money to upgrade the West of England diesel railway line through Salisbury.
Performance is appalling. There's just been one day in the last 4 months when trains have actually run on time. There's a target of 90% of trains to run on time, and that target's been hit once in 4 months. The average on-time performance is around 40 to 50% a day. So over half the trains run late on this line.
Hundreds of military vehicles have been loaded up at a Hampshire port ahead of a major NATO exercise. 730 vehicles have been put onto 3 ferries at the Sea Mountain Centre in Marchwood. More than 2,400 UK personnel will take part in exercise Steadfast Dart 25 in Romania. It's the first deployment by NATO's Allied Reaction Force. The 3-year project to connect 2 of the South's national parks with a hedgerow has reached its halfway point. The charity CPRE says the Hampshire Hedge will link woodland meadows and nature reserves between the New Forest and the South Downs. It should allow more wildlife to live, eat and move between the protected sites. And South Sea Seafront has been given a bit of a refresh thanks to conservation teams. The iconic shelters along the front have been given a fresh lick of paint and the corroded ironwork has been repaired by specialists. The project has been run by the South Sea Coastal Scheme to preserve the historic structures and extend their life. Time for the weather. Who's that?
Hello, good morning. Well, not a great deal of change in the weather across the south today, but a few mist and fog patches around this morning, but not to the extent of yesterday. Quite a lot of cloud though. We should see it breaking up tonight. Some bright, some sunny spells, but a generally cloudy start this morning. That cloud just moving around, some bright, some sunny spells getting through later, though the wind's mainly light and moderate still from a southerly direction generally, and temperatures closer to the same on yesterday. 7, maybe 8 Celsius. Tonight, continuing much the same, still quite a bit of cloud around, a few clear spells, allowing temperatures to drop perhaps to a low of 0 or 1 Celsius. A bit of frost possible into tomorrow morning, along with some mist and fog patches once again. And the air feeling a little bit cooler tomorrow, temperatures a degree or 2 down on today's numbers. Have a good day.
And that's all from us for now. We'll be back with more headlines from the South in half an hour's time. See you then. Bye-bye.
Brand new series of Gladiators starts tomorrow at 5:50 on BBC One and iPlayer.
A new decade has changed to Poplar.
I'm a midwife. The more you tell me, the more I can help you.
It was everything this job is meant to be. The new series of Call the Midwife continues Sunday at 8 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Breakfast with Rachel Burden and Ben Thompson.
Our headlines today. Israel says a hostage deal has been agreed with Hamas ahead of an Israeli cabinet meeting to approve the agreement.
a national embarrassment that is putting people at risk. A new report describes the state of potholes in England.
I'm here in Pompeii, where in just a few moments I'm going to be taking you through that door to show you what's been described as a once-in-a-century discovery.
Good morning in sport. A mad finale for Amad Diallo. The Manchester United youngster scores a late hat-trick to help his team rest against the bottom club Southampton.
And a little bit of rain around in Western Scotland this morning, but for us dry as we go into the weekend. But fog could become an issue for some of you, and it is going to turn chillier. I have all the details here on breakfast.
Good morning, it's Friday, the 17th of January. Our main story then, Israel and Hamas have officially signed a ceasefire and hostage release deal after overcoming last-minute disputes.
The Israeli Prime Minister's office said the Security Cabinet would meet today to approve the agreement. Well, the ceasefire, if ratified, is due to begin on Sunday. And Simon Jones now reports.
We want an end to the war. We're broken. That was a message from some of the families of the Israeli hostages still being held in Gaza as they took to the streets in Tel Aviv. The first phase of the ceasefire would see 33 hostages, including women, children, and elderly people, exchanged for Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails.
We really hope and pray that this effort will be fruitful and we can get all our hostages back as soon as possible. This has been a tremendously amount of pressure on the families, and we just hope this period will be over.
But opponents of the deal have also been making their feelings clear. In Jerusalem, Israeli protesters blocked the road. The ceasefire agreement can't be implemented until it is approved by the Israeli cabinet. That is now expected to happen today after last-minute disputes with Hamas were overcome. But the far-right security minister is in no mood to compromise.
If this reckless deal is approved and implemented, the Jewish Power Party will give the resignation letter to the Prime Minister. The Jewish Power Party will not be part of the government and will withdraw from it.
The deal would allow displaced Palestinians to return to their homes. Hamas insists it's committed to the ceasefire. Despite the agreement, huge blasts have been seen over the Gaza skyline from southern Israel. The international community is calling for calm on all sides.
On the ceasefire, yes, I am confident, and I fully expect that implementation will begin, as we said, on Sunday. Look, it's not exactly surprising that in a process, negotiation that has been this challenging, this fraught, they get a loose end.
The ceasefire would see hundreds of aid lorries allowed into Gaza each day. But if the deal comes in this weekend as planned and holds, the reconstruction of the territory will still take years. Simon Jones, BBC News.
Let's turn now to our correspondent, John Donison, who is in Jerusalem. And John, morning to you. Just how significant is this official signing?
Well, it is significant because it means finally the two negotiating teams have agreed on the terms of the deal. So what needs to happen now is the Israeli Security Cabinet and then the Israeli full government needs to vote to approve to put this deal through. And we do expect that to happen today. Now, you've got a sense from Simon's report there how divisive this issue has been. So one of the ministers you saw there, Itamar Ben-Gvir, has said he will resign from the government in protest at this deal. There's another minister who said they'll do the same, but they've kind of fudged things a bit because they've said they won't vote with the opposition, even though they're resigning as ministers, to bring the government down yet, on condition that the war resumes in 6 weeks' time when the first phase of this ceasefire deal is over. So we do expect it to start on Sunday with the release of 3 Israeli hostages, Palestinian prisoners, and then that first 6-week phase will get underway. But we've got difficult negotiations ahead to get to the second phase of the deal. And I should say, all the while, people are continuing to be killed in Gaza. I saw reports that 9 people have been killed in Israeli strikes just this morning, and that brings the number in total who's been killed since this deal was first announced on Wednesday night to close to 100, with many more people injured. And I expect the fighting to continue right up till Sunday when this ceasefire comes into place.
Okay, John, for now, thank you. John Donaldson there live in Jerusalem for us. At the time, just turned 6 minutes past 7. Let's get the very latest other main stories. Rachel has it. Come on.
Thank you, Ben. Yes, the development in a story that's been big UK news recently. The Home Secretary-elect Cooper has announced a review of gang-based child sexual exploitation across the UK and 5 government-backed local inquiries into the issue. Our political correspondent Hannah Miller joins us now. Hannah, what more details do we have about this review?
Well, Rachel, the government's stopped short of a national inquiry, but it has announced this national review into grooming. That essentially will mean that it won't be taking new evidence, but it will be looking at and analysing the existing data and coming up with recommendations. That data will include information around race and ethnicity, which has been one of the big issues in this debate. There is also going to be 5 locally led inquiries. Oldham will be one of them. We don't know what the other 4 towns will be at the moment. The biggest concern around that is that we understand those local inquiries won't have the power to compel witnesses to come forward, and that's been an issue raised by the Conservatives, by Reform, and by the Labour MP for Rotherham, Sarah Champion, who has a long history of campaigning around this issue and said that she remains concerned about that. One of the most notable things, though, about this whole situation has been the influence of Elon Musk. After Yvette Cooper made her announcement yesterday, senior people within government were pointing to his reaction. He said that the announcement was a step in the right direction, but then said that the results will speak for themselves. The government were pretty pleased with that. And Chris Bryant, the Labour MP, admitted last night that things have moved faster as a result of Elon Musk's influence.
I think we've had more of a debate because of what he's been engaged in, but because of what he said. That is certainly true. And I welcome the fact that we're having a debate about it, because this is one of the most despicable things that has happened in British society. It's happened for years.
But do you think Yvette Cooper would have been standing up in the House of Commons making the announcement she's making today, and also made last week if it wasn't?
Because undoubtedly all of this has been expedited because of the debate that we've had over the last fortnight. Undoubtedly, I'm quite happy to say that.
Of course, the point of all these reviews and inquiries is to get justice for survivors and victims and to stop this from happening to more people. The government has committed to implementing the recommendations of previous inquiries around this and said that it will set out a timetable for doing that by Easter. There will now, you can imagine, be a whole range of more recommendations for them to be looking at. And I think there is an element now of kind of wait and see as the government hopes that it's taken the political heat out of this issue, but whether they can actually implement and do the things that these inquiries say they need to.
Hannah, thank you very much. Now, Apple has suspended a new AI feature which drew complaints for making repeated mistakes in its news summaries. The tech giant had been under mounting pressure to withdraw the service, which sent notifications that appeared to come from within news organisations' apps. Media outlets said the errors were adding to misinformation. Last year saw the fastest annual rise in the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere ever recorded, according to new data. Levels of the gas increased to more than twice pre-industrial amounts. The Met Office says it's now almost impossible to meet the key target of limiting global warming to 1.5 Celsius. But England's local roads have been branded a national embarrassment by the head of an influential select committee. Conservative MP Sir Geoffrey Clifton Brown has warned that road users are being put at risk by highways riddled with potholes. Charlotte Gallagher reports.
They're despised by drivers and a danger to cyclists and pedestrians. But potholes continue to plague our roads. A damning report says highways in England are a national embarrassment that are putting people at risk. It says the Department for Transport hasn't taken responsibility for its role in how roads have deteriorated. Fiona Jack is one driver who's become used to a bumpy ride.
The whole road down here is horrific.
She even burst her tyre on one of them.
That one there is the one that did my car. And then you've got all these extra ones.
And for cyclist Becky Hamilton, The cost of hitting a pothole was more than financial.
It's just like the equivalent of hitting a curb smack, and I just thought, this is it. This is my time. I was heading towards the oncoming car on my helmet, just towards this oncoming car, which managed to swerve to avoid me. So I was very lucky.
The RAC says there are at least 1 million potholes on UK roads, with 6 potholes per mile on council-maintained roads in England and Wales. Pothole-related breakdowns also jumped by 17% in the final 3 months of 2024, with more than 4,700 drivers needing help. And if your car gets damaged by one, it'll cost an average of £460 to get it fixed. The politician behind this new report says we don't even know the sheer scale of the pothole problem.
This is part of what we're asking for, is the government to really get a handle on this problem through proper data, through proper scanning of our roads. There's modern machines that you can drive along roads and scan, which will give you a precise readout of what the condition is of every road. So once they've got on top of the data, they then can make up their minds with a proper policy of how much they're going to fund the whole problem to get on top of it in the timescale that really the shortest possible timescale.
The Department for Transport says it's investing a record £1.6 billion for the coming year to help local authorities fix up to 7 million more potholes, adding that it's committed to multi-year funding settlements to enable councils to better maintain their roadworks and avoid potholes forming in the first place. For drivers like Fiona, that can't happen soon enough. Charlotte Gallagher, BBC News.
Tributes have been paid to the American filmmaker David Lynch, who has died at the age of 78. He was best known for the surrealist TV series Twin Peaks and films Mulholland Drive and The Elephant Man. Our arts correspondent David Sillitoe looks back at his life.
Twin Peaks was a TV landmark, a murder mystery unlike anything that had gone before.
I carry a lot. Yes. Is it funny?
Strange, surreal, disturbing, and very David Lynch. His first love was painting. He had a feel for surrealism, the hidden, and his childhood had many echoes of the white picket fence perfection of his film Blue Velvet.
She wore blue velvet.
But in his movies, there was always something lurking in the undergrowth. The Elephant Man. Eraserhead. You were left wondering what sort of mind created this. But in person, he had a folksy charm, all good cheer and passionate about meditation and positivity.
Negativity, the enemy, I say, of creativity. If you're super angry, you're poisoning yourself.
And while perhaps not everyone's taste, a poll of critics declared his Mulholland Drive the greatest movie of the 21st century, a surreal thriller that was very David Lynch.
Dark, fantastic dreams.
David Lynch, who died yesterday, at the time approaching 7:15. I want to show you these incredible pictures. This is SpaceX's new Starship rocket. The launch there all went according to plan, but then exploded just a few minutes into its test flight.
Officials said at Elon Musk's firm said the upper stage of the craft was lost. That's the aftermath of that, after engine problems developed. So that's the debris coming back down. But the giant reusable booster stage was retrieved successfully by the launch pad's robotic arm with amazing chopstick arms.
Yeah, they managed to grab the bit that they wanted to use again, but this is the bit that aircraft around the area will want to stay away from for quite clear reasons to avoid that falling debris. That actually filmed by someone on holiday on the beautiful island of Turks and Caicos, and then they got that show in the sky.
Yeah, so a kind of partial success, I think, to that one.
It's the way that they can grab it at the end, that's the bit that makes it really useful and therefore much
Impressive
cheaper.
as
and
well,
all that
isn't
sort of
it?
stuff.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, quite dramatic pictures in the sky yesterday. Don't think we're going to quite meet that with the weather today, Matt, are we?
Nothing dramatic this morning. Will be a bit of sunshine for some, but not everybody.
We'll take that.
I'd take that.
Yeah.
But only if you'll get it. Not as many as yesterday. Very good morning to yes. There won't be quite as much sunshine around today. General story though for the next few days away from Western Scotland. We've got some rain here today, but for most of you, it is going to stay dry. But as we head into the weekend, going to start to turn a little bit chillier again, and by Sunday there's a wider risk of some dense fog, especially for England and Wales. Let's get back to here and now though, because we've got some big temperature contrasts across the country this morning, where skies were clear through the night, particularly borders of England and Wales, below freezing, only just above across much of northern England. Contrast that though in northern Scotland, cloudy. It means temperatures very mild for a January morning, 12 or 13 degrees. There will be a bit of an east-west split across Scotland though today, with some sunshine in the east, but cloud and outbreaks of rain continue. It's a bit wet around the Glasgow area at the moment. That rain will be there across the Highlands on and off throughout the day. Elsewhere though, it stays dry. A few glimpses of sunshine in Northern Ireland, best of which though northeast England, and again around the borders of England and Wales. Much cloudier for many of you. Single-figure temperatures for England and Wales, but as you can see, it was much milder in Scotland still. But that east-west split, so into the evening, still some rain at times across western areas, clearer skies towards the east. Into tonight, the breeze keeps going across the west. That will keep any frost at bay. Optimistic with a few more cloud breaks, but that does mean greater chance of a bit of frost for England, Wales, South East Scotland as we go into tomorrow morning. For Saturday itself, though, we'll see some sunshine at times, especially across some parts of eastern Scotland and across the borders of England and Wales again. Maybe western Wales seeing a bit more sunshine through tomorrow. Still some sunshine in the northeast of Scotland, a bit hazier than today. Most of you, though, will have a dry day, but temperatures starting to drop down a little bit. Single-figure temperatures for the vast majority, exception being Northern Ireland. But for Sunday, they'll turn colder still. Back to you both.
Yeah, quite a change from the frost and freezing temperatures we've had recently, but probably not a bad thing. Thank you, Matt.
Now, 18 minutes past 7 is the time that we're talking about this impressive place. The buried city of Pompeii has given archaeologists astonishing snapshots of life in ancient Rome, but it still, even now, holds some secrets.
And our science editor, Rebecca Morell, is in Pompeii this morning and can tell us about a new discovery, Rebecca.
Yes, that's right. We have something very special to show you. It's a major discovery that for the last 2,000 years has been lying buried beneath volcanic rock and ash, and you are going to be the first people to see this. It lies just beyond this door here, and who better to show us around than the director of Pompeii. Hi, Dr. Gabriel Zugtriegel. I mean, shall we go in?
Absolutely.
Come on, we'll take you with us. Wow, this is a spectacular room. Just. What is this? What kind of room
it's
is
something, if you see it normally in Pompeii, you would think this is a public bath complex. There were several in the city, but the special thing is we are in a private home here. So someone had really a lot of money and a lot of space, and in his private place, he had this bath complex. This is only part of it. It's the frigidarium, so the cold bath, you have cold fresh water from the aqueduct here, and then you have the warm room and a hot room. So it's a bit like a hammam. You go through various spaces. We're in a courtyard here, so it's partly open air, and this is really what made us think how to explain the fact that in a private home you have such a huge bath.
Yeah, I mean, this is an unusual discovery here, isn't it? I mean, normally to go into a bath, you go to sort of the public baths. So the person who owned this must have been very wealthy.
Yeah, and they probably had parties going on with banquets and also bathing. We know that this was often linked in the Roman world. And why? Because they wanted to have fun, but also because they needed support maybe for elections and, political activities and business affairs and so on. So it had also a social function in this society.
Yeah, I mean, you can almost imagine it, can't you? Sitting around the ledge on this pool, chatting to your friends, taking a dip in the hot weather. I'm just going to show you
and
some.
Maybe if you want to make a deal right? It's working better here with a glass of wine than maybe in your
in a formal
office,
setting.
right?
Yes, exactly. And I'm just going to show you some of the features here. I mean, we've got these steps, a pipe here, which would have let the cold water come out into the pool. And just on the corner here, it's one of my favourite things, a little pot that was found exactly
here since almost 2,000 years. It's exactly in the position where it was in 79 AD when Pompeii was buried and destroyed.
Teetering on the edge. Now, we're just going to move around a little bit to show you another part of the bathhouse. I mean, there's lots of scaffolding here because of these exquisite columns around the place. So we're going to head over to here. And these, I mean, they're lovely, the pots here. I mean, would you normally find pots like this in the middle of a bathhouse?
Because what we have in mind when you think of the Roman world are often these drawings and based on texts essentially and excavations of destroyed houses. Here in Pompeii, we find everything as it was in 79, and probably it might have been normal that the Roman world was a bit more stuffed and disorderly than we think, but it might also be linked to reconstruction and renovation work going on in the house. You see there's a pipe. This is also maybe not so normal because it was not covered. So maybe they were rebuilding some of the water system and the bath complex.
I mean, I love the plumbing here. Roman plumbing is really, I mean, it's really neat. It's the kind of stuff you don't normally think about, but water would have been piped off into the streets.
Yeah, and they had actually hot water and cold water. So there's a room without any decorations, painting, because there were slaves working there. This is the dark side of Roman history. They had many enslaved workers in this society, and they would make a fire under a huge water boiler, and then you had hot and cold water for the bath.
Yeah, so you've got the luxury, and then the poor people having to supply the luxury.
Winter too, so
yeah. A bit of both. And just up here, just very quickly, I'm just going to give us a little glimpse of the lovely fresco.
It's athletes in various poses, and it has something to do with religious rituals also. So it's meant to create an atmosphere of Greekness. So the Greek culture was kind of the model for all this.
Well, Gabriel, I mean, it's absolutely fantastic. And it just shows you kind of how luxurious this spa-like complex is. I mean, you can almost imagine the Romans here, just now bathing, chatting to their friends. I mean, it's an astonishing space. It's lovely.
Rebecca, thank you so much. What a way to see that stuff. It's not been touched for 2,000 years.
Yeah. So, and I think probably when you're there, you get a real sense of the history coming to life as well. But you can see more on the excavation in Pompeii, the new dig House of Treasures, on BBC 2 at 9 o'clock on Monday. And of course, you can catch it on iPlayer as well.
Now, at this time of year, a lot of people are trying to eat a bit more healthily. But here's a question. Do you pay any attention to those labels on food labels or even the calorie things on menus? Does it make a difference to what you buy or order?
They're quite controversial, this decision to put calories on menus. And experts have now found that putting this information on things like that and other products you get in cafes has a small, but they say potentially meaningful effect on what people eat. Our health correspondent Dominic Hughes reports.
Larger restaurant chains have had to print calorie information on menus since 2022. The idea is that it gives customers a better understanding of what they're ordering and could influence their choices towards lower calorie options. But in practice, the experience of people like Millie and Amara has been very different. For years, Millie struggled with an eating disorder, so having calorie content so prominent on menus has been tricky.
Looking at food as a metric and nothing else. It's just, again, reinforcing a very black and white way of thinking about food, which for so long I've tried to come out of that and try and see food as way more than a calorie, because essentially calorie counting was what fed my eating disorder from the start. So I just really think it's really detrimental for a lot of the population.
But for Amara, it's been a big help as she's tried to lose weight.
Yeah, for me, absolutely. It's meant that my weight loss journey has been sustainable. I can still enjoy all the foods that I like to enjoy. to still go out with friends and socialize and not sort of have that worry of I'm going to be out of track. And that's not to say that sometimes I will just have a meal and not think about how many calories are in it, but it has definitely helped me on my weight loss journey so far.
Now, a new study has pulled together the results of research into what impact calorie labelling may be having. In restaurants, supermarkets, and other food outlets, calorie labelling led to an average reduction in the calories that people selected and purchased of just under 2%. That amounts to just 11 calories in a 600-calorie meal, and is the equivalent of around 2 almonds. That doesn't sound like much, but experts say that over time, small changes can have a big impact on weight gain.
No, it's not a quick fix. We think the effect's real, but it's modest. It's not a silver bullet. The kinds of small daily changes in the amount people select and consume can have meaningful effects if sustained in the long term. That's the key thing. This isn't a one-off intervention. Its effects will be seen over time, over many products, over large populations, and that's the way we should view it.
This study only went as far as 2021, so before the changes in the UK were introduced. Researchers say more work is needed to gauge the true impact of calorie information, but that even small reductions in the number of calories we consume can have a significant effect. Dominic Hughes, BBC News.
Good idea or not? Let us know. Does it change what you order? Or are you just sort of a bit more informed and then you can make better choices about other stuff? So if you're having a big meal, you maybe plan around.
And if you're going out for a night out, maybe you're just there to have a good time, so you try and block out all that information. And the other thing, as was pointed out, is that a lot of people have raised concerns about how damaging this can be if you have an eating disorder or know someone who does. So we'd really like your thoughts on this, please, and you can get in touch.
Yeah, all the ways there on the screen. Send us a message on WhatsApp. Just scan the QR code. That's the easiest way to do it. Send us a message, or you can type in a number 033 123 0440, or you can get, as I said, the QR code there. Get in touch, email, Twitter, all the usual ways, and we will talk about that some more.
Right, time to get the news, travel, and weather where you are.
Hello, I'm John Cuthill with the news in the South. The acting Chief Constable for Thames Valley Police says they will continue to serve, protect and respond to their communities as normal, following the suspension of the Chief Constable. Jason Hogg was suspended from his job yesterday, pending an investigation into claims that, if proven, could amount to gross misconduct. Forces Deputy Ben Snuggs will take the lead role temporarily. The railway line between London and the southwest is sorely in need of investment to offset the cancellation of major road projects, according to a new study. The government halted a planned tunnel for the A380 past Stonehenge within weeks of winning the general election. It also stopped other road improvements. The new study recommends using the saved money to upgrade the West of England diesel railway line through Salisbury.
It deserves and warrants a proportion of that funding coming back into the region to help improve the economy, improve opportunity, and also make it a better place for people to live.
Hundreds of military vehicles have been loaded up at a Hampshire port ahead of a major NATO exercise. 730 vehicles have been put onto 3 ferries at the Sea Mounting Centre in Marchwood. More than 2,400 UK personnel will take part in exercise Steadfast Dark 25 in Romania. It's the first deployment by NATO's Allied Reaction Force. South Sea Seafront has been given a bit of a refresh thanks to conservation teams. The iconic shelters along the front have been given a fresh lick of paint, and the corroded ironwork has been repaired by specialists. The project has been run by the South Sea Coastal Scheme to preserve the historic structures and extend their lifespan. And staying by the water, a picture of a cheeky seal has won a photography competition in Hampshire. Basking in the sunshine, this cute creature stole the show in the Beaulieu River photo competition. The scene captured by Oliver Crockett will feature in an information guide about local river tides. Time for a look at the weather.
Hello, good morning. A lot of change in the weather across the south today, but a few bits and fog patches around this morning, but not to the extent of yesterday. Quite a lot of cloud though. We should see it breaking up tonight. Some bright, some sunny spells, but a generally cloudy start this morning. That cloud just moving around, some bright, some sunny spells getting through it later though. The wind's mainly light and moderate still from a southerly direction generally, and temperatures goes a little bit down on yesterday, 7, maybe 8 Celsius. Tonight, continuing much the same, still quite a bit of cloud around, a few clear spells. allowing temperatures to drop perhaps to a low of 0 or 1 Celsius. So no frost possible into tomorrow morning, along with some mist and fog patches once again. And the air getting a little bit cooler tomorrow. Temperatures a degree or 2 down on today's numbers. Have a good day.
One piece of travel news to tell you about: the M40 southbound Oxfordshire Buckinghamshire border. Slow traffic due to an earlier obstruction on the road. That's between junction 9 and Vista and junction 8A. That's the A418 Oxford services turn off. That's all from us for now. We'll be back in half an hour with more headlines from the south. We'll see you then. Bye bye.
Hello to you, good morning. The time is just after 7:30. This is Breakfast with Rachel Burton and Ben Thompson.
Good morning, everyone. Right, the Culture Secretary, Lisa Nandy, is set to announce £60 million of funding for the creative industries today in an attempt to boost economic growth.
Yeah, this is a plan that includes all sorts of things. Projects, maybe support for projects, things like new video game studios, grassroots music venues, all that sort of thing. But already lots of questions, of course, about the difference that it will make. This coming after that budget, when the Chancellor announced additional costs for businesses, all sorts of costs when it comes to things like national insurance, things like higher minimum wage. So even though this is a £60 million announcement, lots of questions about the difference it will make. This, of course, also coming as well, that there was a lot of speculation about the future of funding for the BBC Two, about the BBC licence fee, about whether the licence fee is the appropriate way to fund the BBC. Lots of debate. Of course, the charter runs until 2027, and then debates about how long that will go on. And of course, the challenge is what now? It currently costs £169, £169.50. That's due to rise by another £5 in the this year. So lots of questions about whether the Culture Secretary will come up with a different plan. So we can talk to her about that shortly. So let's speak to Lisa Nandy, who is with us this morning. Lisa Nandy, good to have you on the programme. And I want to talk first of all, if we can, about that announcement that you have this morning, this £60 million boost for creative industries. Talk to me about that announcement. What are you hoping to get out of that?
Well, the creative industries are amongst the fastest growing industries in the UK. For far too long, they've been seen as nice to have stardust rather than serious economic policy, and that changes with this government. They account for £124 billion worth of value for the UK economy, and they're one of the best sources of jobs outside of London and the South East. That's why I'm here in the North East today. We're announcing a huge investment into 6 areas of the country, including the North East, in things like video games, film, fashion, music. But we're also doing 2 more things. We're announcing a package of investment so the British Business Bank will help our brilliant startups to scale up. Too many creative businesses find that they have to go overseas when they reach a certain level. We want to keep the creative pound here in Britain. And we're also announcing more support for innovation. The creative industries contribute a huge amount to the British economy, but they don't get the same amount in return invested in research and development. That's why we're announcing that UKRI will make this a priority and help those brilliant businesses to grow, so that young people in places like Newcastle, Gateshead and right across the country can get those good jobs, can see raised living standards and help to write the next chapter of our national story.
You say it's a big package of investment, but I wonder what difference £60 million really makes to those businesses, because right now they're facing a big increase in their costs, be that national insurance. The IFS says that costs someone on an average worker paying about £900 more for that worker in a business. A rise in the minimum wage and a rise in business rates. So giving them £60 million on one hand, but taking a lot more away, aren't you?
Well, we're not just announcing £60 million, but you've pointed to the fact that we've had to make difficult economic choices, and every penny of people's money that we spend, we have to weigh up very carefully at the moment. So this is a big investment from the government, and it's a big vote of confidence in our creative industry.
Pounds just from that rise in national insurance alone. You're giving back 60 million. It doesn't even compare, does it?
But that money is that we're raising is being spent on things that benefit businesses, whether it's roads and transport infrastructure, whether it's broadband access. These are the things that businesses need to succeed and to thrive. Alongside that announcement of 60 million today, we're also announcing proper access to finance so that businesses can scale up. We're announcing more investment in innovation, and we've also already taken action to take the brakes off the creative industries in areas like skills, where there are enormous skills shortages. We've revamped the curriculum. We've got an inquiry, a review of the curriculum going on under the Education Secretary to make sure that creative subjects are back at the heart of the curriculum. After years of the Tory government denigrating them, saying that they were Mickey Mouse subjects, we're now taking that seriously again. And today we're announcing too that we're introducing more flexibility in apprenticeships to help the creative industries. It takes on average 6 months to make a film, but the only way that you can access the apprenticeship levy is if you offer a 12-month placement. That means many of our great creative industries just can't take up those opportunities and offer those opportunities to young people. And today that's going to change.
We know the government says it's focused on growing the economy, that's the way out of these current financial problems the country faces. The figures this week show the economy grew by a pretty anemic 0.1%. A lot of people will be asking this morning when they will start to feel the benefits. When will people start to feel better off? When will we see the economy growing?
Well, we've already taken immediate steps to make sure that people feel better off, both financially in terms of the settlement that we reached to raise public sector pay, which also has the benefit of putting money in working people's pockets that they go out and spend in local shops and businesses and on the high street, which has a positive impact on local economies. But also in terms of the investment that we've made in the National Health Service, for example, which means that people are spending less time on waiting lists, they can get back to work more quickly. All of these things have major economic benefits. But we've always said that it would take time. We inherited the worst economic situation since the Second World War, huge amounts of economic instability. It's no wonder that people lost confidence in being able to go out and spend in the economy because they didn't know if there was going to be another Liz Truss episode where the economy was crashed and people found suddenly that they were paying hundreds of pounds more on their mortgages every single month. I think people are starting to feel that confidence in the economy again, and the proof is in the fact that here we are in the northeast of England, and investors have flown in from all over the world to signal that they have confidence in Britain. They're investing in our creative industries, they're partnering with government, and that will create good jobs and raise living standards in every part of the country. We're moving in the right direction. It will take some time, but we are not going to waste a moment in terms of delivering on that promise to people in Britain.
While you're with us this morning, I want to talk about our other main story that we're looking into as well, that Labour announcing plans for that new review into the grooming gang evidence announced by the Home Secretary yesterday. A shift in the government stance. Why this approach? Why no full-scale national review?
Because as someone who's worked with those brave young girls all the way back to Keighley, when the Labour MP Anne Cryer was a lone voice warning about the looming grooming scandal in towns across Britain, I can tell you that it has been absolutely harrowing for victims to have to go through that process. Not only have they taken part in local inquiries, but they also went through 7 years of a national inquiry led by Professor Alexis Jay. Over 1,500 young women gave evidence to that inquiry, and many of them told me at the time that they were losing faith in the willingness of any government to actually take action. Not a single one of the recommendations from that inquiry was implemented by the last government. We're determined that that's going to change, and we want to show those victims that we are taking action. We started a couple of weeks ago in the Children and Wellbeing Bill, and we've got more measures coming forward in spring. But we will not put victims through that ordeal again. What we will do is look at the existing evidence base and make sure that we're filling the gaps. We want, for example, more evidence on ethnicity. We want to properly understand what is driving this disgraceful phenomenon in towns across Britain so that we can take action and waste no time in going after the perpetrators and making sure that they're held to account and brought to justice.
Has this review come about because of pressure from Elon Musk? He's been very vocal about this. Your colleague Chris Bryant speaking on Question Time last night. So there's been much more of a debate because of Elon Musk. This has expedited this inquiry. Elon Musk has a lot of pressure and a lot of influence on British politics right now, doesn't he?
Look, I utterly reject that. We brought forward measures in the Children and Wellbeing Bill that would potentially have prevented the horrendous murder
of a little girl recently in Britain at the hands of her family. Those measures take time to work up and to implement. They were things that we announced well before there was all this noise on social media. We're not a government that governs by social media. We govern for the real world. And victims have been warning over and over again, telling the same story about the systems that were supposed to protect them, protecting themselves, and young women who weren't believed because they were young, they were female, and they were working class. We know what needs to be done, and as a government, we're wasting no time in getting on and making sure that we deliver for those young women.
So do you disagree with those comments from Chris Bryant last night? Is your ministerial colleague?
I don't agree for a moment that there is that this government is being driven by what happens on social media. There is far too much heat on social media, not enough light. Where the light has been cast in this is through those brave young women speaking up through successive inquiries over many, many years. And we've made a commitment to them that they don't have to keep talking about what's happened, because we are going to act and we're going to make good on that promise.
Something that's in your remit, of course, is the future of the BBC. A lot of speculation this week that you are looking at what the future of the BBC will look like and how it will be funded. Is the licence fee still fit for purpose?
Well, we've known for a long time that the licence fee isn't sufficient. We can't keep papering over the cracks and patching up a broken system. It was over a decade ago that the Culture, Media and Sports Select Committee first warned about this, but nothing has been done in the meantime. So every year the BBC has to come to government and ask for additional funding on things like the BBC World Service, which we as a government have of course provided because of the important role that it plays in the world and in keeping Britain safe. But we've got to grip this, and the Prime Minister was very clear when we were elected that we're not going to just put sticking plasters over problems. We're going to grip those problems. I've already started initial discussions with the BBC leadership about the charter review. We are determined that when we review the BBC's charter, we're not just looking at the next 5 or 10 years, we're looking at how we future-proof our national broadcaster until well into the latter half of this century.
So what are the alternatives? What do you think is a better way of funding the BBC?
Well, there's a whole range of alternatives, and we haven't committed to any of them. I think the one that has been speculated about is general taxation. That's not something that we're considering, not least because we want to make sure that we protect the BBC from the sort of political interference that we saw under the last government. It's important that we have free and fair broadcasting in this country that is able to hold the government to account. And so general taxation is not something that we're considering. But there is no question in my mind that the licence fee is not only insufficient, it's raising insufficient money to support the BBC, but it also is deeply regressive. We've seen far too many women prosecuted over recent years for being unable to pay it, and it's a flat fee that means that poorer people pay proportionately more than anybody else. I think that doesn't help the BBC, it doesn't help the government, and it doesn't help people in this country. And so we make no apology for saying that we're considering all options and we're thinking quite radically and creatively about how we future-proof our national broadcaster for many years to come.
So just to be really clear, ruling out general taxation, commercials, advertisements would not go down well with commercial rivals. That only really leaves subscription. Is that where you want to go?
Well, it leaves subscription, but it also leaves a whole range of options which the Culture, Media and Sports Select Committee has been exploring over recent years. In other countries in Europe, you have they find different ways of raising money. In France, they have a levy on cinemas. I'm not committing to any of these things at this stage. I don't think government by social media is helpful. I'm not sure government by breakfast TV is helpful either.
No, I'm just trying to establish what the options might be, because you don't have that many options. That's what I'm trying to get at. It's very difficult, and the reason maybe it's taken so long to come to some sort of consensus is there aren't that many other options.
There are a number of options that have been laid out by Parliament over recent years, but the reason that I'm not being very specific about which of those we are going to pursue is because we are genuinely open-minded about this. As part of the Charter review process, we're going to invite the public in to have a national conversation about how we fund and support the BBC and all of our public service broadcasters. I think they're incredibly important to public life. We've got to get this right, and we've got to take the public with us on this. But I do want your viewers to know that we are determined to grip this, and I think there is a genuine sense out there in the public that the licence fee was built for a different era. It's and it's long time for reform, and this government is determined that we're going to do that.
Lisa and Andy, really good to talk to you this morning. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Wow, well, lots to get into there, perhaps at another stage. Let's turn to sport now, and it was a bit of a reprieve for Manchester United last night.
It was, yeah,
all down to one young man.
What a stage to score your first senior hat-trick at the age of 22, Amad Diallo, because it's only 82 minutes gone. They were losing at home to bottom club Southampton. The Saints fans in great voice, Old Trafford, very, very concerned, very nervous, but then it all changed. Good morning. It's no wonder, actually, that Amad Diallo says it's one of the best weeks of his life. He seems transformed, doesn't he, under his new boss, Ruben Amorim. And after the club's impressive displays at Liverpool and Manchester United, he did score a late hat-trick, a stunning one as well, to transform their fortunes against the bottom side. Saints, who deservedly led at half-time and looked on course for a first away win of the season until 8 minutes to go, this happens. Diallo turns dynamo, hat-trick in the last 12 minutes. His second in the 90th minute before a Southampton error gifted in his first senior hat-trick. And it lifts his club to 12th. The United boss, though, just wants to see more of the same from the man.
If you train well, good things going to happen. So he has the same responsibility of every player that play for Manchester United. But he's in a great moment. He's doing a very good season. But like I said, we see this in the past with a lot of players, young players in our squad. So he has to continue to work and to play like that.
Elsewhere, Brighton claimed their first Premier League win since November with a 2-0 victory at Ipswich. Lovely little bit of cheekiness from Jorginho Ruta, making sure of the win, which leaves Ipswich in the relegation zone, behind Wolves on goals scored, that's all. Doesn't get any easier, though, with Manchester City visiting Portland Road on Sunday. On to cricket, we're not even a full week into the Women's Ashes. Already, England are on the brink of a serious defeat. They now have to win all of their remaining matches to regain the Ashes after falling to a third loss in a row in Hobart, this was. Australia won their latest one-day match this morning by 86 runs. Ash Gardner with a maiden one-day century for the hosts. But England lost their last 6 wickets with just 22 runs and were all out for 222 in their chase of 309 to win. So their hopes of regaining the Ashes for the first time in a decade are now hanging by a thread. A few hundred miles north across the Bass Strait, and Britain's number one tennis player, Jack Draper, is in action at the Australian Open later this morning. He'll face the Aussie Alexander Vucic, so he'll be up against the home crowd as well in Melbourne. Meanwhile, it's all over for his good friend and fellow Brit, Jacob Thurley, who was beaten in straight sets by second seed Alexander Zverev in the third round. It still marks a remarkable rise in the last year by Thurley. 12 months ago, was still a student in America. Now the Scot is ranked inside the top 100. Now, sometimes in sport, we can be the masters of our own downfall. Okay, so they're in the thick of it. The quarterfinals at the Masters Snooker at Alexandra Palace, the last one to come today. Sean Murphy is already, though, through to the last four after a 60 victory over Neil Robertson. So this is what I was talking about. The 2015 champion put in a near faultless performance, but was kicking himself in the final frame because after missing out on a maximum 147 break, so he knocked in 15 reds, 15 blacks. There he is, all set up for the 147. Only the colours remaining. He snookers himself behind the blue. So there we are. Rachel and I know what it's like when you trip yourself up at walking football. You foul yourself up. You tackle yourself. A bit like that, really. Missing the
I mean,
147 with the snooker.
Thank you very much, Mike. No, but Mike was referring to the fact that we have both injured ourselves playing walking football, which isn't great.
No, when it's walking football.
Well, it's walking football.
There's a reason it's walking football.
But I turn very quickly. That's the thing. Right, don't forget, lots of sport going on at the moment. You can follow the tennis on 5 Live. You can also follow the Women's Ashes on 5 Live Sports Extra as well. So plenty going on there.
Just approaching 10 minutes to 8. Matt is here with the all-important weather that we need to know today. And now, Matt, I'm glad it says last weekend.
Yeah, that's not today.
Yeah, we've been chatting about how it's been chopping and changing, haven't we? And 2 satellite pictures to show you exactly the impact that's had. This was last weekend, the extent of snowfall right across much of Northern England. This is Northern England, so then we've got the Vale of York, the Pennines, we've got the Lake District as well. Bit of snow from Fylde all the way through towards Manchester. Let's fast forward to yesterday now, just to see the difference, and it's quite a marked difference as well. Same sort of clear skies, but the snow has all gone, except for just on the very tops of the Lake District. So that's the big impact the temperatures have had. It is going to get colder this weekend again, but no snowfall compared to what we saw last weekend. Now, the reason it's going to get colder is if you look across Europe this morning, you see the blue colours, a widespread frost to start the day. Now, under an area of high pressure, it's not moving a great deal. It's shifted a little bit further east, and because the winds go clockwise around areas of high pressure, the cold air that's sitting across central parts of Europe will start to nudge its way towards us. This area of blue you can see here just started to push its way up as we go into the weekend. So expect to see temperatures drop, more widespread nighttime frosts, and by day some will struggle to get above freezing. So that's what's happening over the next few days. Out there today, bit of frost around parts of East Wales, West Midlands, Northern England. Here we'll see some sunshine this morning. Sunshine as well to the northeast of Scotland. Pretty mild start here with some rain in western Scotland, which will go on and off throughout the day. Nothing too significant. Most of you will have a dry day. Some brighter breaks in Northern Ireland, northeast Wales, northeast England, and northeast Scotland. Best favoured for the sunnier weather, and look at the temperatures, 14 degrees around the Moray Firth, compared to single figures across much of England and Wales. Now into this evening and overnight, stays largely dry. A breeze enough to keep any fog at bay for the vast majority. Maybe some patches in the east, and with a few breaks in the cloud, probably greater chance of a little bit of frost more widely across England and Wales into the start of the weekend. But Saturday, a dry day again. Optimistic compared with today. A few more of you will see the sunshine. Brighter day in West Wales. A few more breaks potentially across parts of England and Wales, and a bit more sunshine in Northern Ireland too. But notice the temperature starting to drop away a little bit. More widely single figures, mid if not lower single figures for much of England and Wales. The winds here though will be light compared to still a bit of a breeze in western Scotland, with a light wind and clear skies to take us through Saturday night and into Sunday. We are going to see that fog form across parts of England and Wales Sunday. So more widespread, some lingering fog around, some rain into western parts of Northern Ireland through the day, but many of it will be dry. But as I said, it will feel much, much colder. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Matt. And it's almost impossible to go from that into a story about gardening without making some reference to the weather being a little bit better for us at the moment.
Yeah, we might get some top tips from our next guest in a minute about the kind of pretty wild weather, but things looking a little bit brighter in future. But let's talk festival, because the Royal Horticultural Society has said it's losing out millions of pounds as a result of major roadworks near its flagship garden at Wisley.
Yeah, you probably know about these roadworks if you're anywhere near the area. The charity says 350,000 fewer people have visited the Surrey attraction than expected, and it's calling on the government for compensation. Alan Titchmarsh, Vice President of the Royal Horticultural Society, has called the situation catastrophic, and he joins us now. Good morning, Alan. By the way, congratulations on being awarded a CB in the New Year's Honours List as well. Wonderful stuff. We'll come to that perhaps in a moment. But tell us about the issues that Wisley has been experiencing. Just how damaging have those roadworks been to the RHS site there?
Enormously damaging, Rachel. The thing about us as a nation is we are world leaders in terms of horticulture, conservation, future-proofing the planet, in terms of our knowledge and our expertise. Wisley, the RHS site here, is at the epicentre of that. Research carries on here to make sure that we know where we're going in terms of climate. Not that any of us knows, but we know we need to take action. And we need the research here. We need apprenticeships. We need all kinds of things to make sure that we retain our horticultural expertise. And for that to be sort of pushed to one side, and at the behest of obviously important traffic management. We all want to travel safely, we all want to travel effectively, but we can't just shunt aside our horticultural heritage in the interest of just getting from A to B quicker. Both are vitally important, and I think successive governments have proved that really they talk a lot about climate change, about global warming and about the environment, but when push comes to shove, and a place which does an awful lot of research on that sort of thing is sidelined, the proof of the pudding is in how much you support it. To lose 6 million, and by the time things are sorted out in 2026, that's going to be nearer to 11 million. It's catastrophic for this country, not just for the RHS and Wisley.
Alan, did we know how disruptive these roadworks would be and how long they were going to go on for?
Apparently we did, but that date has been pushed back and back and back and back. So no, we didn't is the answer. We're given dates, and we now know, we're told 2026, but we don't know when in 2026 or even if that will happen. As ever, it's a bit like watching Grand Designs. Things are always over budget and late. But the effect that has on somewhere like Wisley and on the RHS, We can't allow that to happen. This is a charity, the world's most important and largest horticultural charity. And horticulture is the sharp end of conservation and environmental care. We need to show governments, successive governments, need to show that they do value that and know how important it is to future generations. You know, we chuck it aside at our peril.
Yeah, but well, I mean, to be brutal about this, we know this particular area of the M25, the intersection with the A3, has the worst record for collisions on the motorway. And you mentioned road safety a bit earlier on, so this is necessary work. And the other thing is, of course, there will be many businesses impacted by this who would be desperate for compensation. It's just impractical to say that the government has to compensate for everyone who's financially lost out.
But the RHS, the Royal Horticultural Society, should be a special case. This is a charity. This isn't a business. It's in the business of making money, but it does need to survive. It does need money to continue its research. But that's in all our interests. It's just not just one, you know, small or even large business company. This is our charity. Our country is at the forefront of research, of horticulture, of environmental care. We shouldn't have to choose between the one or the other. Of course, road safety is vitally important. A good transport network is important. But it should not shut this aside and say it's more important than the next 500 years of our natural environment, and gardens are at the forefront of that.
And I think we hear you loud and clear, and you certainly made your case to the government this morning, Alan, on a much more sort of local level, people's own back gardens. We were talking about those extreme weathers that we've experienced over the last week or so. Just how difficult, and what advice do you have for people trying to kind of manage this time of the year? How difficult is it to manage from the cold, the frost, to this mild weather we're beginning to experience?
Plants are great at recovering. Don't panic is the bottom line. When the cold snap comes, the daffodils and the snowdrops, they might go down a bit. They'll come back up. They pause. They go into suspended animation. We worry about it. It's very inconvenient from a gardener's point of view to have one warm week and then a freezing week. It's very irritating. The vast majority of things, though, will recover. When cold weather comes at this time of year, plants expect it. The real danger of frost is when they come in April, when the blossom is coming out, and then fruit crops are affected if blossom gets frosted. So right now, don't worry too much. All will come good.
And Alan, the other risk we were talking about this morning is that, given our love of foreign-grown plants that we import into this country, we're also seemingly importing bugs with it as well, be it sort of new types of beetles, in some cases snakes and geckos and lizards. How much of a worry is that about the safety or the biosecurity of particularly our food crops, but also the rest of our plants?
Biosecurity is a real and present danger. We have a department in the government at DEFRA which is monitoring, you know, the passage of plants between Europe, between the rest of the world and this country, trying to make sure that we retain plant health in terms of both pests and diseases. It is an ongoing problem. And a lot of work is being done in that area to try and ensure that safeguards are in place and that we don't import things. It's vitally important when people go on holiday that they don't chuck a cutting in their sponge bag. Don't do it. You know, buy your plants in this country from reputable suppliers, plants that have been quarantined for a good year to make sure they're free of pests and diseases. Then you know that not only are you buying something for your garden that won't be infected, but you're not bringing something into this country which hitherto we've managed to keep out. It's important that all of us take care of plant safety, plant biosecurity.
Well, Alan, thank you so much for talking to us, and congratulations once again on your CBE.
Thank you very much.
Don't have to go on anything. We've got loads of stuff.
I was actually genuinely worried about the little snowdrops in my garden that are desperately trying to poke their heads out, but all will be fine.
They're pretty resilient. We'll be fine, whatever the weather throws at us. Time now to get the news to travel, and importantly, the weather where you are. See you shortly.
Hello, I'm John Cuthill with the news in the South. The acting Chief Constable for Thames Valley Police says they will continue to serve, protect and respond to their communities as normal, following the suspension of the Chief Constable. Jason Hogg was suspended from his job yesterday, pending an investigation into claims that, if proven, could amount to gross misconduct. The Forces Deputy Ben Snuggs will take the lead role. The railway line between London and the southwest is sorely in need of investment to offset the cancellation of major road projects. According to a new study, the government halted a planned tunnel for the A303 past Stonehenge within weeks of winning the general election. It also stopped other road improvements. The new study recommends using the saved money to upgrade the West of England diesel railway line through Salisbury. And hundreds of military vehicles have been loaded up at a Hampshire port ahead of a major NATO exercise. 730 vehicles have been put onto 3 ferries at the Sea Mounting Centre in Marchwood. More than 2,400 UK personnel will take part in exercise Steadfast Dart 25 in Romania. It's the first deployment by NATO's allied action force. A quick look at the weather forecast. Today we'll see any fog clear early on, but cloudy skies will remain again with only a few bright breaks. Another dry, mild and settled day. Top temperature today, 7 Celsius. That's all from us for now. We'll be back with more headlines from the south in half an hour's time. See you then. Bye-bye.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Breakfast with Rachel Burden and Ben Thompson.
Our headlines today. Israel says a hostage deal has been agreed with Hamas ahead of an Israeli cabinet meeting to approve the agreement.
A national embarrassment that is putting people at risk. A new report describes the state of potholes in England.
Parents campaigning for action as the BBC investigation finds the deaths of 56 babies and 2 mothers at services run by Leeds teaching hospitals may have been preventable.
Good morning. Donald Trump returns to the White House next week, but with threats of high tariffs on all goods entering the United States, I'm looking at what it could mean for British businesses.
And whilst we've got a little bit of rain in Western Scotland at the moment, most of you have a dry weekend in store, but it's going to turn chillier, especially in England and Wales, where you can also see some mist and fog. I have all the details here on Breakfast.
Here we are. Good morning. It is Friday. It's the 17th of January. Our main story for you. Israel and Hamas have officially signed a ceasefire and hostage release deal for overcoming last-minute.
The Israeli Prime Minister's office said the Security Cabinet will meet today to approve the agreement. The ceasefire, if ratified, is due to begin on Sunday. Simon Jones reports.
We want an end to the war. We're broken. That was a message from some of the families of the Israeli hostages still being held in Gaza as they took to the streets in Tel Aviv. The first phase of the ceasefire would see 33 hostages, including women, children and elderly people, exchanged for Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails.
We really hope and pray that this effort will be fruitful and we can get all our hostages back as soon as possible. This has been a tremendously amount of pressure on the families and we just hope this period will be over.
But opponents of the deal have also been making their feelings clear. In Jerusalem, Israeli protesters blocked the road. The ceasefire agreement can't be implemented until it is approved by the Israeli cabinet. That is now expected to happen today after last-minute disputes with Hamas were overcome. But the far-right security minister is in no mood to compromise.
If this reckless deal is approved and implemented, the Jewish Power Party will give the resignation letter to the Prime Minister. The Jewish Power Party will not be part of the government and will withdraw from it.
The deal would allow displaced Palestinians to return to their homes. Hamas insists it's committed to the ceasefire. Despite the agreement, huge blasts have been seen over the Gaza skyline from southern Israel. The international community is calling for calm on all sides.
On the ceasefire, yes, I am confident and I fully expect that implementation will begin, as we said, on Sunday. Look, it's not exactly surprising that in a process, in a negotiation that has been this challenging, this fraught, they get a loose end.
The ceasefire would see hundreds of aid lorries allowed into Gaza each day. But if the deal comes in this weekend as planned and holds, the reconstruction of the territory will still take years. Simon Jones, BBC News.
Well, our correspondent John Donaldson is in Jerusalem. Earlier, he told us just how significant this deal being signed actually is.
Well, it's significant because it means finally the two negotiating teams have agreed on the terms of the deal. So what needs to happen now is the Israeli Security Cabinet and then the Israeli full government needs to vote to approve to put this deal through. And we do expect that to happen today. Now, you've got a sense from Simon's report there how divisive this issue has been. So one of the ministers you saw there, Itamar Ben-Gvir, has said he will resign from the government in protest at this deal. There's another minister who said they'll do the same, but they've kind of fudged things a bit because they've said they won't vote with the opposition, even though they're resigning as ministers, to bring the government down yet, on condition that the war resumes in 6 weeks' time when the first phase of this ceasefire deal is over. So we do expect it to start on Sunday with the release of 3 Israeli hostages in exchange for Palestinian prisoners, and then that first 6-week phase will get underway, but we've got difficult negotiations ahead to get to the second phase of the deal. And I should say, all the while, people are continuing to be killed in Gaza. I saw reports that 9 people have been killed in Israeli strikes just this morning, and that brings the number in total who've been killed since this deal was first announced on Wednesday night to close to 100, with many more people injured. And I expect the fighting to continue right up till Sunday when this ceasefire comes into place.
Our correspondent there, John Donaldson in Jerusalem. Let's get the rest of today's main stories. Rachel has those.
Thank you, Glenys. The Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, has announced a review of gang-based child sexual exploitation across the UK and 5 government-backed local inquiries into the issue. Our political correspondent, Hannah Miller, joins us now. So, Hannah, give us some idea of the reaction to the announcement of this review.
Morning, Rachel. Yes, well, the government has stopped short of the national inquiry that some had been hoping for, but this national review, while it won't take new evidence, it will look at the existing data, analyse that, look at issues including in relation to race and ethnicity and grooming gangs. The 5 locally led inquiries, we know that one of them will happen in Oldham. We don't know which the other 4 towns will be at this stage. The biggest concern that's been raised about those is that they won't necessarily have the power to compel witnesses to come forward, and that has led some to question, including Conservatives, Reform, including some Labour MPs, to question whether they will really have the force and the teeth that they need to in order to get the answers that survivors and victims want. I think one of the most notable things about all of this yesterday was the way that some people within government were pointing to the reaction of Elon Musk. He described the announcement as a step in the right direction, but said that the results will speak for themselves. Now, the government were pretty pleased with that. It says something there about the power and influence he has had over this whole debate. And the Labour MP, Chris Bryant, who is a junior minister, admitted last night that he thought Elon Musk's interventions had sped up the action that the government is taking.
I think we've had more of a debate because of what he's been engaged in, but because of what he said, that is certainly true. And I welcome the fact that we're having a debate about it, because this is one of the most despicable things that has happened in British society. It's happened for years.
But do you think Yvette would have been standing up in the House of Commons making the announcement she's making today, and also made last week if it wasn't?
Because no, undoubtedly, all of this has been expedited because of the debate that we've had over the last fortnight. Undoubtedly, I'm quite happy to say that.
Well, the Culture Secretary, Lisa Nandy, responded that she utterly rejects the idea that the government has moved quicker as a result of Elon Musk. She said that social media had shed heat rather than light on this whole issue. That debate is significant because it relates to who has power and influence over the government. But ultimately, on this issue, what many survivors and victims want is to see action as a result of all the talking that there has been.
Hannah, thank you very much. Hannah mentioned the Culture, Media and Sports Secretary Lisa Nandy. Also on this programme, she has ruled out using general taxation to pay for the BBC. She said the current funding system is not working and other options are being explored.
There's a whole range of alternatives and we haven't committed to any of them. I think the one that has been speculated about is general taxation. That's not something that we're considering, not least because we want to make sure that we protect the BBC from the sort of political interference that we saw under the last government. It's important that we have free and fair broadcasting in this country that is able to hold the government to account.
Apple has suspended a new AI feature which drew complaints for making repeated mistakes in its news summaries. The tech giant had been under mounting pressure to withdraw the service, which sent notifications that appeared to come from within news organisations' apps, including BBC News. Last year saw the fastest annual rise in the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere ever recorded, according to new data. Levels of the gas increased to more than twice pre-industrial amounts. The Met Office says it's now almost impossible to meet the key target of limiting global warming to 1.5 Celsius. So Rod Stewart and Sting are among the artists who will perform at a charity concert to raise money for the victims of the Los Angeles wildfires. The event, called Fire Aid, will take place at the end of this month. These new images show the damage to the Pacific Palisades area. England's local roads have been branded a national embarrassment by the head of an influential select committee. Conservative MP Sir Geoffrey Clifton Brown has warned that road users are being put at risk by highways riddled with potholes. Charlotte Gallagher reports.
They're despised by drivers and a danger to cyclists and pedestrians, but potholes continue to plague our roads. A damning report says highways in England are a national embarrassment, putting people at risk. It says the Department for Transport hasn't taken responsibility for its role in how roads have deteriorated. Fiona Jack is one driver who's become used to a bumpy ride.
The whole road down here is horrific.
She even burst her tyre on one of them.
That one there was the one that did my car. And then you've got all these extra ones.
And for cyclist Becky Hamilton, the cost of hitting a pothole was more than financial.
It's just like the equivalent of hitting a curb, smack. And I just thought, this is it. This is my time. I was heading towards the oncoming car on my helmet, just towards this oncoming car, which managed to swerve to avoid me. So I was very lucky.
The RAC says there are at least 1 million potholes on UK roads, with 6 potholes per mile on council-maintained roads in England and Wales. Pothole-related breakdowns also jumped by 17% in the final 3 months of 2024, with more than 4,700 drivers needing help. And if your car gets damaged by one, it'll cost an average of £460 to get it fixed. The politician behind this new report says we don't even know the sheer scale of the pothole problem.
This is part of what we're asking for, is the government to really get a handle on this problem through proper data, through proper scanning of our roads. There's modern machines that you can drive along roads with scans, which will give you a precise readout of what the condition is of every road. So once they've got on top of the data, they then can make up their minds with a proper policy of how much they're going to fund the whole problem to get on top of it in the timescale that really the shortest possible timescale.
The Department for Transport says it's investing a record £1.6 billion for the coming year to help local authorities fix up to 7 million more potholes, adding that it's committed to multi-year funding settlements to enable councils to better maintain their roadworks and avoid potholes forming in the first place. For drivers like Fiona, that can't happen soon enough. Charlotte Gallagher, BBC News.
Yeah, I love you getting in touch with us about that this morning. So keep your comments coming. We'll talk some more about that a little later. But just approaching
This is one way to avoid potholes. Go into space. SpaceX's upgraded Starship rocket has, exploded minutes into its latest test flight. Though it is taking off, everything looked like it was going well.
But then that happened. And then this is the important bit, though. Even though it did explode, it was the bit going back to the base that's the really important bit, because it can grab hold of that bit of the rocket that they can use again, and that's all about making it cheaper and easier to get into space. This, though, is what happened afterwards, and this is some of that space debris coming back down to Earth. So it meant that planes in the area, this is the Gulf of Mexico, had to be diverted away out of the path of all that debris. that were burning up in the atmosphere as it came back down.
It's dramatic looking, isn't it? But presumably they know that there's a chance that things will go wrong. So you'd think that airspace would be kind of generally avoided.
Well, yeah, for a rocket going up like that.
I'm not sure. Anyway, it did look like a beautiful, clear day there. And I think some of us are going to get some decent weather today. Is that right, Matt?
Yes.
Rocket lights.
Some will see the sun. We're talking about space, and I've
Yeah.
got something otherworldly for you behind me. Lenticular clouds, they are called. Almost look like spaceships, pancake clouds. This one was captured in County Durham. Got another one as well from County Durham. This one even more spectacular, really capturing that rising sun. It does look really strange when you see them, but there could be more around today in parts of northern England. Winds bouncing over the hills when you've got certain stability in the air as well. So very close by, and that's what is going to happen. It has meant though with that. And when you have had clear skies tonight, it's been a cold night. Temperatures below freezing still in just one or two areas around the borders of England and Wales. Much milder with those stronger winds, which helping those lenticular clouds across the north. 12 to 13 degrees to start with, well above what it should be during the afternoon, never mind first thing in the morning. But we have got some strong winds around the Hebrides, touching gale force right now. Those winds, though, will ease a little bit as we go through the day. Lots of cloud over western Scotland. It's here where we start off with some damp weather. We've seen some rain close to Glasgow so far this morning. Continuing across the Southern Highlands, especially some rain and drizzle. Most of the dry day, few glimpses of sunshine Northern Ireland, best of which so North East England and around North East Wales. Cloudy elsewhere, single figure temperatures England and Wales, staying mild at further north. But again, as we finish the day, still some rain around at times in western Scotland, those clearer skies towards the east. Into tonight though, with a few more breaks possible here and there, we could see more of it start tomorrow morning, going to the weekend with a touch of frost around. But as we go through into the weekend, it is going to turn cooler for all. Temperatures dropping, but most will stay dry. Watch out Sunday though, England, Wales. It could be quite foggy for 1 or 2. That's how it's looking. Rachel, Ben.
We'll keep an eye out for that. Thanks very much, Matt.
The time now is 17 minutes past 8. The deaths of at least 56 babies and 2 mothers at an NHS trust over the past 5 years may have been preventable, according to ABC investigation.
The maternity services run by the Leeds Teaching Hospitals NHS Trust are rated good by England's healthcare regulator, but 2 whistleblowers say they believe they're unsafe. Leeds said the vast majority of births were safe and mother and baby deaths were very rare. Divya Talwar reports.
My world just exploded in that moment. I wasn't listened to. We deserved good care. I nearly died.
This nursery was decorated for Amarjeet's first baby. The cot has never been slept in. The baby clothes still had tags on.
So this was the blanket she was in. We're probably never going to wash it.
When Amarjeet was 32 weeks pregnant, she went to Leeds General Infirmary's maternity unit with severe abdominal pain twice within 24 hours. Both times, she says she was told she had ligament pain. Days later, Amarjeet needed emergency surgery. A massive internal bleed was found. She survived, but her daughter Assis was stillborn last January.
We see families with newborn babies, and it's like, we're missing out on this.
I don't want to be here. And I say it to him a lot.
Yeah.
Because, and my own whole family said, it'd be painful for us not to have you, but for me it's like more painful not to be with her.
Amarjeet believes she was treated differently because of her ethnicity.
There was a white woman in the bed opposite, and I heard the midwife say, well, you're not in active labour, but you're in pain, but you can stay as long as you want. And the only difference between me and her was the colour of my skin. But I was in so much pain I couldn't move.
A review of Amarjeet's care by Leeds found her pain wasn't managed according to guidelines and identified care issues which may have made a difference to the outcome for mum and baby. We've spoken to almost 20 families who received maternity care at Leeds between 2019 and 2024. They say inadequate care has led to avoidable harm.
I was, 24 years old, having to birth a dead child, and it comes down to the care that people are receiving is way, way below standard.
saw her beautiful little face and I held her hand, and I just wanted to warm her up because it's what any mother wants to do.
We've all been made to feel like it's a one-off.
You're the first person who I've met who has been into hospital multiple times previous to then lose the child and who hasn't been listened to, because that's what happened to me.
Data we obtained from the Trust through a Freedom of Information inquiry shows 56 potentially preventable deaths of babies in two mothers between 2019 to mid-2024 at Leeds. The Trust told us it cares for the most poorly babies as a specialist centre. It said the vast majority of births are safe and potentially avoidable deaths are very small. The CQC rates the two maternity units run by Leeds as good, but a clinical staff member there who wants to stay anonymous says it's unsafe. Their concerns are echoed by this former maternity support worker who carried out shifts in 2023.
Maternity services at Leeds, I think, are truly disgusting. How chaotic it is, the lack of listening to patients. That's when disasters happen, unfortunately.
Fiona and Dan say the CQC hasn't held Leeds accountable. They sent an email to the regulator in November 2020 raising concerns. They don't think any future CQC investigation into Leeds could be independent, with Sir Julian Hartley as its chief executive. He was previously chief executive of Leeds for 10 years, and in his post when their daughter Aliona died after gross care failings.
There's a huge conflict of interest. If the CQC was to say, no, that's not really the case, we're going to be fair and transparent and accountable about this, you wouldn't have anyone believe it.
The CQC told us it had policies to manage conflict of interest. It said Leeds maternity services were inspected last month in response to concerns raised by families and risks identified through ongoing monitoring. Leeds told us it apologises to these families and says it's committed to providing safe care. This group wants an independent review of Leeds maternity services, so lessons are learnt and no others experience their grief. Divya Tawa, BBC News.
Well, we're joined now by Claire Harmer, from the Stillbirth and Neonatal Death Charity Stand. Morning. Thank you very much for being with us. I know that you can't talk specifically about what happened at Leeds. However, when we hear cases like that come up, very often there are themes that recur wherever it is in the country. And one of those is around culture and the ability to speak out, and the other is around parents not being listened to. Is that what you hear of?
It is. And I just want to start by acknowledging how tragic it is to have another story of babies dying, mothers dying avoidably, and just acknowledge how difficult it is for bereaved parents around the country to hear this story, how triggering it can be. And as you say, the themes that come out are the same around parents not being listened to, and that's not being listened to during birth, during pregnancy and birth, but also afterwards. And when tragically a baby does die, if parents aren't listened to in those reviews and investigations that happened afterwards, again, that opportunity to learn and not repeat mistakes is being missed all the time.
The thing that really stood out to me was that parents felt their care had been delivered without compassion.
Yes.
And that word compassion is so important here, because what is care if it's not compassion?
Yes, absolutely. And I think there are so many elements to the compassion. It's compassionate, obviously, during the pregnancy and labour, but particularly important after your baby has died, and making sure that healthcare professionals feel able to deliver compassionate care to bereaved parents is crucial, and having that training, that ability to say and do the right things, help parents make memories, all of those really, really important.
What is going on to create an environment there where that happens? Because I'm pretty sure nobody goes into that profession with the intention of not providing the best possible care for the women they look after.
I think that's such a good point. I think individual healthcare professionals, as you say, want to give the best care possible. I think there is a system problem. It is very, very difficult to provide the care that they want to in the current system. And I think what needs to happen is that maternity and neonatal care needs to be a priority. And for the government, for the NHS, a priority that means that focus on getting things right. And I think one way of doing that is to make sure that we have a national ambition, targets to reduce the number of babies dying, to reduce the inequalities in babies' death. And current national ambitions end this year, but the new 10-year plan is a wonderful opportunity to actually have a new national ambition up to 2035 so that everybody prioritises making care safe.
And we do need to also acknowledge the change in context as well. Maternal care is becoming more complex. Women individually are presenting with more complex conditions, whether that's health conditions, obesity is an additional factor, English as a second language, for example. All of that add layers. And please, that is not in any way sort of placing responsibility on the parents, but it's just acknowledging that that environment is much more difficult to navigate. There's more pressure on health staff now than there was.
There is, and I think the focus on personalised care, not one size fits all. And again, it makes it easier for healthcare professionals, but looking at the person in front of you and giving the care that they need allows you to be compassionate, but also safe, and increases the quality of care that you can give. So, structuring personalised, safe care is an absolute priority.
One of the clear accusations in that report was about ethnicity and skin colour. How much of a factor is that?
Well, we know that Black and South Asian babies and mothers tragically are more at risk and more likely to die, which is obviously totally unacceptable, that your baby should be more at risk of dying because of the colour of your skin. And we know that part of this is to do with the systemic racism that is found within NHS, within hospitals, and tackling that has to be a priority. And I think putting some sort of target to eliminate those inequalities in the next 10 years should absolutely be there. We shouldn't be in a society where these sort of inequalities exist.
When Streeting, the Health Secretary, is saying improving maternity services is a top priority. If you were going to go in to one of these units, now I'm not specifically talking about these, but anywhere in the country, there's the one thing that you could do to encourage safer practice, what would it be? Are there any easy wins out?
I think that it's really important, I'm going to put two things in here, that you make sure that care is being delivered in line with guidelines, and that when something does go wrong, you then make sure that it's fully investigated, that parents are included in that. And I think that would help enormously.
Clea, so good to talk to you this morning.
Thank
you
you
for being with us. That's Clea Harman, the Chief Executive, still there, and Nina Necky. Thank you.
Right, Morning Live follows breakfast on BBC One this morning, so let's find out what they have in store with Kim and Ralph. Morning, both.
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Well, coming up today, if you are about to head off to work this morning, imagine being met with this when you get there.
Been pushed, spat at, may have had baskets thrown at me. We had an incident with a machete. I sat in the car outside work and I thought, am I going to go home with a mark on me? Am I going to go home with stitches?
That is Michelle, and while it might sound like she works in a dangerous job, she actually works in a shop. As cases of retail abuse rise by 50%, we hear what's being done to keep staff safe.
Plus, fresh warnings about fraudsters hacking into our holiday booking accounts to pose as hotel staff and demand more money. Detective Sergeant Mark Cannoner has the latest.
This is a really sophisticated scam. On average, it's costing victims over £700 each. I'll talk through how to spot the telltale signs, what to do if you think you've been caught out.
Also, it's estimated that 4.5 million tenants are now falling behind on rent due to soaring costs. Sharing his advice on where to turn if that's you is our consumer champ, Matt Allwright.
Yeah, loads of you have reached out to us, so it's important to say you aren't alone. I'll talk you through your rights and why drafting up a repayment plan could be the answer for both you and your landlord.
And spoiler warning, another traitor has been uncloaked. After her own eviction from the castle show, icon Linda will be here telling us all about her tales of treachery. Love it. Looking forward to that. Join us at 9:30.
I am loving it this season. I've never watched it before, but Rachel right here made me watch it, and I'm a convert. It's so good.
Well done, Rachel.
Thanks, guys. See you later.
Linda has become an unlikely icon. She's absolutely brilliant. So yeah, do make sure you watch Morning Live if you want to see what she has to say after her time on The Traitors. Right, time to get the news, travel, and weather where you are.
Hello, I'm John Cuthill with the news in the south. The acting chief constable for Thames Valley Police says they will continue to serve, protect and respond to their communities as normal following the suspension of the chief constable. Jason Hogg was suspended from his job yesterday, pending an investigation into claims that, if proven, could amount to gross misconduct. The force's deputy, Ben Snuggs, will take a lead role temporarily. The railway line between London and the southwest is sorely in need of investment to offset the cancellation of major road projects, according to a new study. The government halted a planned tunnel for the A303 past Stonehenge within weeks of winning the general election. It also stopped other road improvements. The new study recommends using the saved money to upgrade the West of England diesel railway line through Salisbury.
Performance is appalling. There's just been one day in the last 4 months when trains have actually run on time. There's a target of 90% of trains to run on time, and that target's been hit once in 4 months. The average on-time performance is around 40 to 50% a day. So over half the trains run late on this line.
Hundreds of military vehicles have been loaded up at a Hampshire port ahead of a major NATO exercise. 730 vehicles have been put onto 3 ferries at the Sea Mounting Centre in Marchwood. More than 2,400 UK personnel will take part in exercise Steadfast Dark 25 in Romania. It's the first deployment by NATO's Allied Reaction Force. A 3-year project to connect 2 of the South's national parks with a hedgerow has reached its halfway point. The charity CPRE says the Hampshire Hedge will link woodlands, meadows and nature reserves between the New Forest and the South Downs. It should allow more wildlife to live, eat and move between the protected sites. School children in Winchester being among those getting involved in planting.
The reason we have to plant more hedges is to for animals, habitats.
Hedgerows are really good because they also provide food for birds, animals, and lots of other small creatures.
Another good work there. Right, time for the weather. Here's Dan Downs.
Hello, good morning. We're not a great deal of change in the weather across the south today, but a few mist and fog patches around this morning, but not to the extent of yesterday. Quite a lot of cloud though. We should see it breaking up tonight. Some bright, some sunny spells, but a generally cloudy start this morning. That had just moving around, some bright, some sunny spells getting through later though. The wind's mainly light and moderate still from a southerly direction generally, and temperatures perhaps a little bit down on yesterday, 7, maybe 8 Celsius. Tonight, continuing much the same, still quite a bit of cloud around, a few clear spells, allowing temperatures to drop perhaps to a low of 0 or 1 Celsius. A bit of frost possible into tomorrow morning, along with some mist and fog patches once again. And the air feeling a little bit cooler tomorrow. Temperatures a degree or 2 down on today's numbers.
That's all for now. We'll be back with more headlines at around 9:10.
Hello, good morning. This is Breakfast with Rachel Burden and Ben Thompson.
Now, the Liberal Democrat leader, Sir Ed Davey, has called on the government to negotiate a new customs union with the EU to help boost Britain's economy and its ability to deal with the incoming Donald Trump presidency. And Sir Ed Davey joins us now. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
On this idea of getting closer to the EU again, what makes you think that there is any overwhelming public support for the UK to renegotiate some kind of customs union with the EU?
Well, I think people are really worried about the economy, and they're worried that it was left a mess by the Conservatives, and Labour really aren't putting it right. And people want to make sure that we have policies that will help that. If you listen to our manufacturing businesses, they say that the poor trade deal with the EU negotiated by the Conservatives is costing business. It means that there are less exports, less jobs. And what we're proposing is a way of getting rid of some of the red tape. It's not going back into the EU, but it's negotiating a customs union with our nearest neighbours, and that will boost our economy, boost trade, and get rid of some really unnecessary administration and cost.
But it would, of course, limit the UK's ability to strike trade deals with other countries. And we have to be realistic about the world we exist in at the moment. When Donald Trump is talking about putting up tariffs, isn't our independence absolutely key in maintaining positive trade relationships with the US?
No, I mean, let's remember President Trump last time put tariffs on our Scotch whisky and on British steel. So he's not sentimental about the UK.
But that's the point. We're in a much better position this time being out of the EU to negotiate our own relationship.
Well, if you look at what the Conservatives have done with that, they've really failed. For example, the vast majority of trade deals we've done have been rollovers, being exactly the same trade deals that we had before. And the two ones that they talk about, Australia and New Zealand, have actually been quite bad for us, particularly our farmers. So actually what you find is if you work with other countries, you can get better deals in trade negotiations. If you look at what Trump says himself, I've got this book actually, Trump, The Art of the Deal. And what he does and says in that is that if he thinks someone's weak, not strong enough, if he thinks they're desperate, then he walks all over them. And what I want us to do is to be as strong as possible, both in our economy and in how we deal with President Trump. He will respect a government, a country that actually says, yeah, we're going to look at alternatives if you don't work with us. And it's not just the EU, it's the Commonwealth too, Canada, India, other big economies. And it's not that I don't want to deal with Trump. I do. I want to deal with America. I know that in a way they are a good ally, have been in the past, and a big trading partner. But I want to deal with that from strength, not weakness, which I'm afraid is what the current government is doing, and I'm afraid the Conservatives and Reform opposition would do as well.
Well, it's interesting to get that insight into your bedtime reading. But you'll know also all too well that this is a man loves a deal and is quite good actually at deal making. And a lot of people have given him some credit for helping push this ceasefire deal over the line in the Middle East. Do you think that we should recognise that and perhaps the kind of positive impact he's already having even before he's come into office?
Well, I certainly welcome the ceasefire deal. It seems quite tentative and nervous, and just hope it succeeds so the killing stops, we can get the aid into those Palestinian civilians and get the hostages released and get a lasting peace. And whoever can take credit for that, fine. Although I have to say, I think all politicians, including in America in particular, can't take any credit after the appalling killings we've seen and the destruction over the last year or more. So, let's hope Donald Trump will make positive things for peace and for trade. I'm afraid the way he's gone about it, both in the past and what he says, I don't think would be good for our defence and security or our prosperity. And I hope I'm wrong, but if there is that risk, and there is that risk, we need to prepare for it. And the way you prepare for the risk, if you're a sensible government, is say, well, who else can we turn to and work with? What else can we do? And come up with new ideas. So an idea that I talked about yesterday, not just trying to get trade barriers down with our European neighbours. I talked about state visit. Now, we all know that Donald Trump likes pageantry. The idea of a state visit and a banquet with the king at Buckingham Palace, that's the sort of thing he craves for. So if he wants it, let's be transactional. That's what this deal maker likes and understands. Let's say you can have that. We want you to sit down with President Zelensky, with the UK and other European leaders, and talk about how we will use frozen Russian assets, turn them into cash, and pay for the weapons that Ukraine needs to defeat the appalling attack by Putin's Russia. If we did that, it would be good for our defence, good for the defence of Europe, and I think it would be the right thing to do. So let's be transactional when it comes to Donald Trump.
So I'm just curious to explore a little bit more about your position on Donald Trump. So you said you do want to work with him. You do think that the UK should try and get a positive relationship going. And yet, in the days after the American election, you called him dangerous, destructive, and a demagogue, and said it was a dark day for the world.
Well, I do think he is dangerous, and I said that yesterday again. But let's remember, he doesn't worry about that sort of thing. He's got as his vice president J.D. Vance, who likened him to Hitler. So he's not worried about that. What he is interested in is what he thinks he can get out of a deal. And he uses pretty fruity language himself about everybody, doesn't he? So he's not worried about that. What he wants to know is, what are you trying to do? What other options have you got? can you come to that deal from a position of strength or
Okay.
weakness? And that's what I'm saying.
Well-
He's a very different president from anyone we've seen before.
Yeah.
Had a bit of experience from the last time. Let's prepare for it in a proper grown-up way.
Talking about fruity language, Elon Musk called you a snivelling cretin when you criticised some of the posts that he made on X. But Chris Bryant from the government has now given him some credit for giving urgency to the whole debate around an investigation into child exploitation and grooming gangs in this country. So do you equally give Elon Musk some credit for igniting a debate around an issue that the Lib Dems weren't even touching on before he made it headline news?
Well, I'm afraid you're rewriting history there a little bit. Let's remember there was a 7-year inquiry into child sexual abuse. One of our big issues, and remains our big issue, is are the recommendations of that review going to be put in place? So we have action to tackle this and to stop it. I met Professor Jay, who chaired that inquiry. I listened to what she had to say to me about what she thinks, having talked to hundreds of victims of these appalling crimes, and she wants action. There is a case for more inquiries, and we've happy that. We certainly wouldn't rule anything out to try to get justice and accountability for the victims. But, and this is something that I'm afraid Musk hasn't focused on, is let's get those recommendations done. The Conservatives failed to do it after 2 years, quite shocking actually. The Conservatives didn't take any action whatsoever on those 20 recommendations. The government have done a tentative approach. I want to go further, faster. I want to see a timetable
just
for those recommendations.
in a word,
This is
do
action
you
to help them.
acknowledge that we wouldn't be having this conversation actually if it wasn't for Elon Musk? Do you accept that?
No, I think there are. I
as a reality?
don't think that's true. Actually,
Okay, all right.
he may have made a contribution, but there are others as well. And let's remember, this is a man who not only is the richest man in the world and squatting in the Oval Office now in the White House and has a big platform, but he called for the overthrow of the British government. He called for the votes of British voters to be overturned. Now, I don't think that's right. That's why I call him out.
Okay.
People who want to go against the British people. I don't agree with this government, by the way, on so many things, from social care to winter fuel payments and so on. But overthrowing the British government, I'm sorry, if you're a serious person to work in the administration of the next president of the United States, you should not be saying things like that. And
Sir
I
Ed
completely
Davey.
stand by that.
All right, thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Sir Ed Davey, leader of the Lib Dems.
So we talked there about what the next Donald Trump presidency could mean. That's exactly what Ben is looking at for us this morning, particularly when it comes to British business as well, what influence that might have. Morning.
Yes, you sort of touched on that there with Sir Ed Davey, didn't you? But it's something that a lot of businesses around the UK will be interested to see how it all unfolds. Let me explain why. Good morning. We will get confirmation of Donald Trump's economic plans after he's sworn in as president for a second time next week. But he has consistently pledged to introduce a tax on all imports into the US, anywhere between 10 to 20%. Some countries will face even higher tariffs than that, though. He's threatened 60% on Chinese imports, for example, while Mexico and Canada have been warned to expect a 25% charge. The idea behind it is to encourage American businesses to produce their goods in the United States. How will that impact the UK? Well, the US is our biggest individual trading partner. In the year leading up to last June, more than 22% of all our exports went there. Indeed, the Business Secretary, Jonathan Reynolds, warned high tariffs could be a big problem for the UK, but he said, we're well prepared for it. However, the uncertainty means some British businesses are feeling somewhat apprehensive, as I've been finding out.
Tariffs.
It was a consistent theme of the president-elect's campaign.
We're going to have a manufacturing boom, and a lot of it's just taxation policy, tariff policy. They're going to come roaring back.
Just days before Donald Trump takes office, UK businesses are waiting to find out how much they will be affected. For businesses which export, like this one in Liverpool, any increase will have a big impact.
If Trump was to come in and impose, obviously, emergency and other levies on our products,
We're hearing that could be up to 20%. We're really worried about that. It could certainly make our product quite unviable. If the retailers pass that directly on to consumers, it would make them really expensive, and the retailers may then be unlikely to purchase them off us. To get compliant with the US is very expensive. To ship and work with the US retailers and export over there is expensive. And if we have to swallow those sort of kind of levies ourselves and eat into our profitability, it would potentially make the whole thing unviable.
And Sanjay isn't the only one who's concerned. Experts say any more tariffs on British businesses could make this year even more uncertain, coming on top of increased employer national insurance contributions and the rising minimum and living wage.
There is uncertainty and concern across a whole range of businesses who trade with the US about the impact of tariffs. Tariffs mean higher prices, fewer orders, and potentially reduced growth in the global economy. But we're confident that arrangements can be made, a deal can be done to make sure that tariffs remain as low as possible and that UK-US trade remains strong in the years ahead.
So what reaction could there be to such a move?
The rise in import prices would affect inflation directly via imported final goods, but it would also affect inflation indirectly because it would raise the cost of imported intermediates that go into production. So by raising production costs, we would expect to see higher prices there as well.
So much uncertainty for the global economy, but one thing's for sure, the coming months and years will be anything but dull. Ben Boulos, BBC News.
Of course, inauguration on Monday, full coverage right across the BBC of President Trump's second term in office.
Yeah, busy day of news Monday. Right now, though, let's turn our attention to the weather here. And that looks pretty nice to wake up to this morning.
Beautiful, isn't it? Yes, across Wales, 14 degrees yesterday, but this morning, bit of a frost for some, but it has meant for a beautiful start. You can see here in Brecon, in the southeast of Wales, you'll see a little bit of sunshine here, but not as much sun around as some of you saw through yesterday. A lot more cloud, bit of rain too across the west of Scotland, but for most of going to the weekend, it stays dry. But what you will notice, temperatures dropping, it's going to turn gradually chillier as you go through the weekend, and by Sunday, fog could return more widely for England and Wales. What's happening? Well, out there at the moment across Europe, you can see the blue colours indicating a widespread frost to begin Friday. So colder air in place, slightly colder than we have at the moment. And with a big area of high pressure in place, it's not moving a great deal. It just shifts away a little bit further eastwards this weekend with winds flowing around it in this clockwise fashion. What we're going to do is pick up some of that cold air and bring it towards us on generally southerly or southeasterly winds. Not used to seeing the cold air arrive that way, but that is what is happening through this weekend. But as I said, for some of you, it is chilly this morning. A bit of frost around, particularly through the borders of England and Wales, northeastern parts of England. Here, though, some sunny spells. Sunny too to the northeast of Scotland. We've got temperatures already in the teens in the north of Scotland. It's going to be quite windy for the next few hours. And a bit of rain from Glasgow up into the central and southern Highlands, on and off through the day. But away from that, most will be dry, fair bit of cloud, some sunny breaks. Single thing of temperatures in England and Wales, but up to around 14, maybe 15 degrees around the Moray Firth this afternoon. Very mild for this stage in the year. Bit of rain tonight across the far north of Scotland for a time, but otherwise it's dry, some mist and fog patches, a few more breaks in the cloud across England and Wales, so there's a chance perhaps of a touch of frost for a few as we head into the start of the weekend. But for Saturday, dry day, so if you're out, you'll have to cater for that. There will be some one or two fog patches around. Should be a few more cloud breaks tomorrow, so brighter day in West Wales, Northern Ireland, west of Scotland, and parts of the Midlands, eastern and southern England. You may just get a better chance at some sunshine here, but notice the temperatures only in mid-single figures. Double figures again, the far northwest of Scotland, but here stronger winds. We've got a lighter winds towards the south. This is where the fog is likely to form if there are any clear skies to take us through Saturday night into Sunday. High pressure instead, just edging away a little bit, allowing this weather front to push in later in the day. So on Sunday, we will see the clouds thicken in the west across Ireland with some outbreaks of rain gradually pushing away, maybe in the far west of Scotland. Early and widespread fog for parts of England and Wales. That will lift into low cloud. Just a few bright breaks. Again, northeast Scotland best favoured, but for all Sunday will be a much chillier day, and for one or two, temperatures not getting above freezing. Ben Mitchell, back to you.
Matt, thanks very much. We'll see you a little later. Thank you.
Now, for hundreds of years, the very city of Pompeii has given archaeologists astonishing snapshots of life in ancient Rome, but it still holds some secrets.
even now. Our science editor, Rebecca Morel, is in Pompeii to find out about the biggest discovery for a generation in terms of bits.
It's been hidden for 2,000 years. Now, a once-in-a-century discovery emerges. The grandest of spaces, with a perfectly preserved plunge pool where up to 30 people could bathe. It's the centrepiece of a sumptuous bath complex in a private residence.
For a private house, it's actually enormous. It's, I think, the biggest pond here in Pompeii in a private home. I think in the hot summer, with your feet in the water and chatting with your friends, maybe a cup of wine, the bath complexes always have something very intimate. These spaces that really are part of the Pompeii effect. You go there and you can really imagine being there 5 minutes ago or 2,000 years ago.
Looming over the site, Mount Vesuvius. Its volcanic eruption buried the ancient city. This is Pompeii's biggest excavation in a generation. It's been followed over 2 years by a documentary team with discoveries helping us to imagine Roman life.
There's a set sequence of rooms in the bathhouse, and you'd start in here, the hot room. You'd take a dip first of all, and this floor is actually a suspended floor, allowing hot air to flow underneath. And you can see in the wall there's a cavity where warmth would circulate. Next up, you have the warm room where oil would be rubbed into your skin and then scraped off using a special instrument called a spridle. Then come with me through this narrow doorway and emerge into a changing room. You'd sit down on one of these benches where you have candles. Then you would cross this mosaic floor, which is dotted with marble from across the Roman Empire, before you emerge into the extraordinary cold room where you take a plunge.
An entire block has now been unearthed. At the front is a bakery and laundry. At the back, the grand residence, with a banqueting hall known as the Black Room, as well as the bath complex. Close by, in a smaller room, a stark discovery was made. The remains of a woman aged between 35 and 50 were found lying on the edge of a bed, and a younger man in his teens or early 20s was discovered close to a doorway.
I think they thought they were safe in this room. They'd evidently been here for about 18 hours already, and they'd barricaded themselves in. They'd closed the window, the doors. So the pyroclastic flow had come from Vesuvius along the street just outside this room and had caused this wall to collapse, and that had basically crushed him to death. So in fact, she was still alive while he was dying. And then this room filled with the rest of the pyroclastic flow, and that's how she died.
The young man spoke hair, suggesting he was of lower status, perhaps even a slave. The woman, though, is in good condition, and valuable items found with her suggest she was higher up in society.
Ah, and you've got the items here.
These are now kept in Pompeii's vault.
Wow, they are spectacular.
Gold coins still gleaming, and gold and natural pearl earrings, and intricately etched gemstones, one showing the god Mercury.
What emotion does it provoke when you find personal objects like this?
It's a great emotion because when we found this kind of object, the distance from ancient times and modern times disappears, and we can touch a small piece of the life of these people.
Also in the room with the skeletons, there was a marble table with an assortment of pots, jugs and bowls, and an unusual lamp.
The handle has the shape of a moon. The moon is something that ancient Roman were used to give to ladies to protect the fertility, to protect the feminine.
The excavation here is now coming to an end, but even in its final weeks, traces of these lost Roman lives continue to emerge from the volcanic ash. Rebecca Morel, BBC News, Pompeii.
And you can see more on that excavation in Pompeii. It's called Pompeii, the New Dig House of Treasures. It's on Monday, 9 o'clock, BBC Two, or also on the iPlayer.
Right, we're going to introduce you now to a new star of the screen. Matilda Firth began her acting career when she was just 3 years old, and last year at the age of 9 secured a role in a Hollywood film.
Yeah, she stars as Ginger in the new horror movie Wolfman, alongside the Golden Globe nominated actor Christopher Abbott and Emmy winner Julia Garner.
And Matilda is with us now. Morning, Matilda.
Morning.
So nice to see you. And one of the reasons we can't actually show a bit of this film is because it's too scary for us to show at this time of the morning. So I'm really fascinated to know what it's like for a girl, well, you're 10 now, aren't you? You were 9 at the time, working on a horror film that's really quite dark. What was that like for you?
Well, personally, I like kind of like dark horror shows, which is unusual for kids my age.
Yeah.
But it was really, really fun meeting Julia Garner and Christopher Abbott, and Lee Winnell is an amazing director.
Tell us about the character you play in this film.
Well, I play Ginger, the daughter of Blake and Charlotte, and I feel like Ginger is very determined and very brave, and she's also very bubbly and fun, and she has this really strong connection with her dad, so when he starts to change, it's sad for her.
Yeah, we have got a little bit of it actually that we're showing now, but not too much and no sound.
No, and he sort of tells you as well, it's quite dark even just to look at, isn't it? Never mind the scary stuff. You filmed this in the summer, and then it's obviously you had to audition before that. How was all that? Because you have to, what they call self-tape, don't you, where you audition yourself at home and send in a video, and then you have to go for a load of auditions.
Yeah, so we did the self-tape, and then Lee and the casting people really liked me, so we did like another audition, I think it was online, and then we did another one in London, so that was really fun. That was with Julia and Chris as well, and then we did like a reading through the script, and then I found out I got it, and I was really happy.
When did you find out? Did they ring you to tell you got it?
Yeah.
And what was your reaction?
I probably screamed the whole house down.
And you've done loads of films and loads of screen stuff. Actually, it's amazing your CV. Your first big break was a McDonald's Christmas advert. You've also been in a Disney film. You've played a character in a Christmas Carol for Sky Movies. You've done another role in a folk horror film. So horror is obviously a genre that you're obviously drawn to. But what is your life like as a child now? Because presumably you miss loads of school. You often have to travel away from your friends and your home. Is that quite disruptive for you?
Well, I do miss my friends, and I do miss being at school, because my school are really supportive, and they are one of the best schools in the world. Actually, no, they are the best school in the world. And actually, I just feel like I miss my friends a lot, but acting is my happy place.
Is it? Why is that? What does it do to you?
It just makes me feel like I am at home. Acting is actually my home, so I just feel like I really bond with.
It also says here you do your own stunts as well.
Yeah.
What do they involve?
Harnesses, where you get like clipped up and you get sent into the air, and like there was a truck scene, we had a harness, and we were actually on a deep drop, so that was really scary.
This sounds great fun.
Yeah.
Is it really fun? Or do
Yeah.
you, when you go on a big film set like that, is it quite scary? Is it quite daunting when you see all these Hollywood actors and the crew and the lights and the cameras and everything? Or do you think this is where I should be?
I feel like this is where I should be, but also it is kind of scary at the same time, because like, you know that like so you could mess up your lines or something could go wrong, but I do really think that acting is amazing.
Have you actually seen this new film all the way through yet?
Yes, I have.
Because I don't think you'd be allowed to see it in a cinema normally here, would you?
No.
And presumably, obviously, you know it inside out. You know all the nuts and bolts of what was going on behind the cameras. So did you find it scary?
No, not really.
What's the scariest film you've ever seen?
Like the first It with Jim Carrey. That was
That's hardcore.
Yeah.
Because you were supposed to, well, you did go to LA, didn't you? You were supposed to go to the big premiere in LA, but obviously given those awful fires and stuff like that didn't happen. But did you get any time to spend in LA?
We got a bit of time, and I was quite sad that the premiere was cancelled, but I really feel for the people who've lost their lives and homes, and I just feel so terrible for them.
Yeah. And what's coming next for you then? Any idea?
Well, after this, I'm travelling to Scotland to do a film, and then in the next couple of weeks, I'm doing another film.
That's incredible.
Crazy.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm glad that we managed to meet you at the start of your stellar career, so we can say we were there.
Yeah, come back and see us again soon. All right. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Thanks, Matilda. Nice to see
Matilda
you.
Firth. Wolfman is in cinemas from today.
Stay with us. Headlines coming up next.
Spanish village of Brooklyn, Alan and I are at it again. Hola! We're transforming a derelict townhouse into a fully functioning B&B. It's lovely and peaceful. It's our biggest and best project.
He's so positive or naive.
And Mandarin Alan's Spanish Job, next Friday at 8 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Breakfast with Rachel Burden and Ben Thompson.
And our headlines today. Israel says a hostage deal has been agreed with Hamas ahead of an Israeli cabinet meeting to approve the agreement.
Calorie counting on menus and products, but does it have an impact on what we eat?
A national embarrassment putting people at risk. A new report describes the state of potholes in England.
Uncovering the secrets of Pompeii, archaeologists in Italy say they've made a remarkable discovery.
And a little bit of rain this morning across western Scotland, but for many of you, dry into the weekend, but it's going to turn chillier. And for some of England and Wales, we'll see why fog become widespread once again. Have all the details very shortly.
Hello, good morning. It is Friday. It's the 17th of January. Our main story. Israel and Hamas have officially signed a ceasefire and hostage release deal after overcoming some last-minute disputes.
The Israeli Prime Minister's office said the Security Cabinet would meet today to approve the agreement. The ceasefire, if ratified, is due to begin on Sunday. Simon Jones reports.
We want an end to the war. We're broken. That was a message from some of the families of the Israeli hostages still being held in Gaza as they took to the streets in Tel Aviv. The first phase of the ceasefire would see 33 hostages, including women, children, and elderly people, exchanged for Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails.
We really hope and pray that this effort will be fruitful and we can get all our hostages back as soon as possible. This has been a tremendously amount of pressure on the families, and we just hope this period will be over.
But opponents of the deal have also been making their feelings clear. In Jerusalem, Israeli protesters blocked the road. The ceasefire agreement can't be implemented until it is approved by the Israeli cabinet. That is now expected to happen today after last-minute disputes with Hamas were overcome. But the far-right security minister is in no mood to compromise.
If this reckless deal is approved and implemented, the Jewish Power Party will give the resignation letter to the Prime Minister. The Jewish Power Party will not be part of the government and will withdraw from it.
The deal would allow displaced Palestinians to return to their homes. Hamas insists it's committed to the ceasefire. Despite the agreement, huge blasts have been seen over the Gaza skyline from southern Israel. The international community is calling for calm on all sides.
On the ceasefire, yes, I am confident, and I fully expect that implementation will begin, as we said, on Sunday. Look, it's not exactly surprising that in a process, in a negotiation that has been this challenging, this fraught, they get a loose end.
The ceasefire would see hundreds of aid lorries allowed into Gaza each day. But if the deal comes in this weekend as planned and holds, the reconstruction of the territory will still take years. Simon Jones, BBC News.
Well, our correspondent John Donaldson is in Jerusalem. Earlier, he told us just how significant this deal being signed actually is.
Well, it is significant because it means finally the two negotiating teams have agreed on the terms of the deal. So what needs to happen now is the Israeli Security Cabinet and then the Israeli full government needs to vote to approve to put this deal through. And we do expect that to happen today. Now, you've got a sense from Simon's report there how divisive this issue has been. So one of the ministers you saw there, Itamar Ben-Gvir, has said he will resign from the government in protest at this deal. There's another minister who said they'll do the same, but they've kind of fudged things a bit because they've said they won't vote with the opposition, even though they're resigning as ministers, to bring the government down yet, on condition that the war resumes in 6 weeks' time when the first phase of this ceasefire deal is over. So we do expect it to start on Sunday with the release of 3 Israeli hostages in exchange for Palestinian prisoners. And then that first 6-week phase will get underway. But we've got difficult negotiations ahead to get to the second phase of the deal. And I should say, all the while, people are continuing to be killed in Gaza. I saw reports that 9 people have been killed in Israeli strikes just this morning. And that brings the number in total who've been killed since this deal was first announced on Wednesday night, close to 100, with many more people injured. And I expect the fighting to continue right up till Sunday when this ceasefire comes into place.
John Thomas, let's get the rest of today's main story.
Ben, now Culture, Media and Sports Secretary Lisa Nandy has ruled out using general taxation to pay for the BBC. Speaking to this programme, she said the current funding system is not working and other options are being explored.
There's a whole range of alternatives and we haven't committed to any of them. I think the one that has been speculated about is general taxation. That's not something that we're considering, not least because we want to make sure that we protect the BBC from the sort of political interference that we saw under the last government. It's important that we have free and fair broadcasting in this country that is able to hold the government to account.
3 lawyers who represented one of President Vladimir Putin's most prominent critics, the late Alexei Navalny, have been found guilty this morning of belonging to an extremist organisation and sentenced to jail. Our Russia editor, Steve Rosenberg, was in court. Morning, Steve. So what happened?
Yeah, good morning. They were convicted on extremism charges. Their alleged crime that they used their status as lawyers and their access to Alexei Navalny when he was alive and when he was in prison to pass messages from Mr. Navalny to his associates. And for that, they were given prison sentences ranging between 3.5 and 5.5 years. And that sends a very strong message, I think, that in today's Russia, you can be put in jail not only for being a fierce critic of the Russian authorities, but actually for standing up in court and defending such critics of the Kremlin. It's not just lawyers of Mr. Navalny who are coming under pressure now, nearly a year after his death in a remote penal colony, but Russian journalists who covered his trial have also been coming under pressure, also found themselves in the dock, and his former political comrades too.
Steve, thank you very much. Now, the former cricketer turned politician Imran Khan has been sentenced to 14 years in prison by a court in Pakistan. Mr. Khan and his wife Bushra Bibi, who was also sentenced to 7 years, are said to have accepted millions of dollars and large amounts of land in bribes. He's been in jail since August 2023 and has called all the charges against him politically motivated. Retail sales fell slightly in December. New figures from the Office for National Statistics shows food sales were poor, but partly offset by a recovery in the clothing sector. It followed a small increase in sales in November. So Rod Stewart and Sting are among the artists who will perform at a charity concert to raise money for the victims of the Los Angeles wildfires. The event called Fire Aid will take place at the end of this month. These new images show England's local roads have been branded as a national embarrassment by the head of an influential select committee. Conservative MP Sir Geoffrey Clifton-Brown has warned that road users are being disgraced by highways riddled with potholes. Charlotte Gallagher reports.
They're despised by drivers and to cyclists and pedestrians, but potholes continue to plague our roads. A damning report says highways in England are a national embarrassment, putting people at risk. It says the Department for Transport hasn't taken responsibility for its role in how roads have deteriorated. Fiona Jack is one driver who's become used to a bumpy ride.
The whole road down here is horrific.
She even had her tyre on one of them.
That one there was the one that did my car. And then you've got all these extra ones.
And for cyclist Becky Hamilton, the cost of hitting a pothole was more than financial.
It's just like the equivalent of hitting a curb, smack, and I just thought, this is it. this is my sign. I was heading towards the oncoming car on my helmet, just towards this oncoming car, which managed to swerve to avoid me. So I was very lucky.
The RAC says there are at least 1 million potholes on UK roads, with 6 potholes per mile on council-maintained roads in England and Wales. Pothole-related breakdowns also jumped by 17% in the final 3 months of 2024, with more than 4,700 drivers needing help. And if your car gets damaged by one, it'll cost an average of £460 to get it fixed. The politician behind this new report says we don't even know the sheer scale of the pothole problem.
This is part of what we're asking for, is the government to really get a handle on this problem through proper data, through proper scanning of our roads. There's modern machines that you can drive along roads and scans, which will give you a precise readout of what the condition is of every road. So once they've got on top of the data, they then can make up their minds with a proper policy of how much they're going to fund the whole problem to get on top of it in the timescale that really the shortest possible timescale.
The Department for Transport says it's investing a record £1.6 billion for the coming year to help local authorities fix up to 7 million more potholes, adding that it's committed to multi-year funding settlements to enable councils to better maintain their roadworks and avoid potholes forming in the first place. For drivers like Fiona, that can't happen soon enough. Charlotte Gallagher, BBC News.
Loads of you have been getting in touch with us about that this morning, about just how frustrating, damaging, dangerous they are. Keep your comments coming in. We've got through a lot of this morning. Thank you.
Now, there are just 3 days until Donald Trump is sworn in as the new president of the United States, and his official portrait has been revealed.
Yeah, this is the official one, that one there on the left. Some people, though, noticing a pretty striking similarity between that one and another image that Mr. Trump may prefer to forget, this one. That one, you may remember, was the mugshot that was taken at Fulton County Jail in 2023. That was after he was charged with attempting to overturn his 2020 election loss to Joe Biden in Georgia.
What I can't work out there is that just his resting serious face? And so that's standard whenever he's being kind of, here I am, serious politician. Or has he deliberately said, I'm going to kind of subvert, the sort of bad memories of that one and carry it through to my presidency?
No, choices were made for this. I mean, it's beautifully lit for a start on the left.
Yeah. The lighting not so good on the right.
No. But it's the eyebrow, it's the stern, I mean, he said he means business. He's going to tackle, he says, some of the big problems in the world, and he's going to do it with force. So he'll have tough talking.
It is good eyebrow work, that, to be fair.
Yeah, how's it going? No, not like that.
I don't know.
I can't be stern enough. I can't be that serious. That's the problem. It's very serious.
Right, so plenty on the inauguration, by the way, on Monday when it's all taking place. So there'll be full coverage here on BBC Breakfast and right across the BBC, of course. Time for a bit of weather. Matt has been here throughout the morning. It's been quite a nice sunrise for some, I think, today.
It has, after a beautiful blue sky day across summer.
It's very cold now.
A bit more cloud around, a bit more cloud into the weekend. Quite a beautiful shot here from our weather watch in Birmingham. People notice as well is where you have the clear skies today. Coldest of the moments around the Hereford area compared to some very mild conditions in the northwest of Scotland, where we've got strong to gale force winds here. 13 degrees, well above what we should have on a January afternoon, never mind on a January morning. Those winds a little bit through the day, but bringing in some thicker cloud with outbreaks of rain from Glasgow into central southern Highlands, on and off through the day, nothing too significant. Elsewhere, it stays dry, best of sunshine, borders of England, Wales, northeast England, and the northeast of Scotland, where we could get to around 14 today. But it's only single-figure temperatures across England, Wales, close to where we should be for January. But into the afternoon, we're going to continue to see that rain falling across some parts of the Western Highlands, clearer skies towards the east as we continue through the night. Still a bit of a breeze in the west, no fog here, 1 or 2 fog patches, but with some breaks in the cloud, we could see a touch of frost first thing to take us into Saturday morning. So into the start of the weekend, dry day on Saturday, fair bit of cloud around, but there should hopefully be a few more sunny breaks. Parts of Northern Ireland, Wales, northwest England compared with today, and maybe a little bit more through parts of the Midlands and the south east. But rather cool feeling day, just 4 or 5 degrees here, and even across northern Scotland, chilly air. For all of us, temperatures will drop a bit further as we go through into Sunday. Widespread areas of fog across parts of England in particular, and for 1 or 2, temperatures won't get above freezing. But for many, it should stay dry. The big exception should be Northern Ireland. We could see a few spots of rain later.
Real difference in temperatures at the moment, isn't it?
Indeed.
It really is.
All evening out this weekend.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Matt. Right, time now to get the news, travel and weather radar.
Hello, I'm John Cuthill with the news in the South. The acting Chief Constable for Thames Valley Police says they will continue to serve, protect and respond to their communities as normal following the suspension of the Chief Constable. Jason Hogg was in his job yesterday pending an investigation into claims that, if proven, could amount to gross misconduct. The Force's Deputy Ben Snuggs will be in charge temporarily. The railway line between London and the southwest is in sore need of investment to offset the cancellation of major road projects, according to a new study. The government halted a planned tunnel for the A303 past Stonehenge within weeks of winning the general election. It also stopped other road improvements. The new study recommends using the saved money to upgrade the West of England diesel railway line through Salisbury. It says this should include adapting trains to run on battery power and parts of the route to Exeter.
It deserves and warrants a proportion of that funding coming back into the region to help improve the economy, improve opportunity, and also make it a better place for people to live.
A 3-year project to connect 2 of the South's national parks with a hedge road has reached its halfway point. The charity CPRE says the Hampshire Hedge will link woodlands, meadows and nature reserves between the New Forest and the South Downs. It should allow more wildlife to live and move between the protected sites. School children in Winchester have been among those getting involved in the park.
The reason we have to plant more hedges is to for animals, habitats.
Hedgerows are really good because they also provide food for birds, animals, and lots of other small creatures.
And a picture of a cheeky seal who won a photography competition in Hampshire. In the sunshine, the cute creature stole the show in the Beauty River photo competition. The scene captured by Oliver Crockett will feature in the information guide about local river type. Time for the weather, isn't it?
Hello, good morning. We've got a great deal of change in the weather across the south today. We've got a few distant fog patches around this morning, but not to the extent of yesterday. Quite a lot of cloud today, that you should see it breaking up tonight. Some bright, some spells, but a generally cloudy start this morning. That cloud just moving around, some bright, some spells getting through it later, though the wind's mainly light, still from the south. Temperatures a little bit down on yesterday, 7, maybe 8 Celsius. Tonight, continuing much the same, still quite a bit of cloud around, a few clear spells, allowing temperatures to drop perhaps to a low of 0 or 1 Celsius. A bit of frost possible into tomorrow morning, along with some mist and fog patches once again. And the air feeling a little bit cooler tomorrow. Temperatures will down on today's numbers. Have a good day. And that's your lot for now. We'll be back at 1:30 with your lunchtime news. In the meantime, have a great morning, won't you? Bye-bye.
Now, at this time of year, loads of people are trying to eat a bit more healthily, aren't they? But how much attention do you actually pay to maybe the labels on food or even sort of those notes on menus about how many calories?
Yeah, you'll probably be aware that that's happened in recent years, and it's not just restaurants and menus, but other products as well. But potentially, this is actually beginning to have a meaningful effect on what people are eating. Our health correspondent, Dominic Hughes.
Larger restaurant chains have had to print calorie information on menus since 2022. The idea is that it gives customers a better understanding of what they're ordering and could influence their choices towards lower calorie options. But in practice, the experience of people like Millie and Amara has been very different. For years, Millie struggled with an eating disorder, so having calorie content so prominent on menus has been tricky.
Looking at food as a metric and nothing else. It's just, again, reinforcing a very black and white way of thinking about food, which for so long I've tried to come out of that and try and see food as way more than a calorie, because essentially calorie counting was what fed my eating disorder from the start. So I just really think it's really detrimental for a lot of the population.
But for Amara, it's been a big help that she's tried to lose weight.
Yeah, for me, absolutely. It's meant that my weight loss journey has been sustainable. I can still enjoy all the foods that I like to enjoy, and can still go out with friends and socialise and not sort of have that worry of I'm going to be out of track. And that's not to say that sometimes I will just have a meal and not think about how many calories are in it, but it has definitely helped me on my weight loss.
Now a new study has pulled together the results of research into what impact calorie labelling may be having. In restaurants, supermarkets and other food outlets, calorie labelling led to an average reduction in the calories that people selected of just under 2%. That amounts to just 11 calories in a 600-calorie meal, and is the equivalent of around 2 almonds. That doesn't sound like much, but experts say that over time, small changes can have a big impact on weight gain.
No, it's not a quick fix. We think the effect's real, but it's modest. It's not a silver bullet. The kinds of small daily changes in the amount people select and consume can have meaningful effects if sustained long term. And that's the key thing. This isn't a one-off intervention. Its effects will be seen over time, over many products, over large populations. And that's the way we should deal with it.
This study only went as far as 2021, so before the changes in the UK were introduced. Researchers say more work is needed to gauge the true impact of calorie information, but that even small reductions in the number of calories we consume can have a significant effect. Dominic Hughes, BBC News.
As we said, a lot of you getting in touch with us about that this morning. Matt says he finds the calories on menus really useful, but it's an important point. I see we'd like them to be printed out a little bit bigger.
To avoid them. Now, Leslie says, looks at all the meals she fancies when she's eaten out, and then picks the one which has the lowest calories. So for her, it does make a difference around food choices.
Yeah, and we talked about this. It depends why you're going out, whether that's your treat of the week or you've kind of eaten differently.
Also, where you are in your relationship as well.
Yeah, Chris and Sharon, they both messaged to say they like the carbs content, the carbohydrate content added, so that would be really useful for people who've had diabetes.
And then this is the point actually we made earlier. Melanie, the daughter who's in recovery from anorexia, and she says having calories on menus is not helpful for people struggling with eating disorders and may cause more problems than it actually solves. And I think people are very aware of potential pitfalls.
Yeah, I notice now if you ever go to a restaurant, you can scan a QR code and it brings the menu up. You often have the choice with calories or without, which I think is really important. So I suppose if you've got a printable, you don't have much choice.
In terms of the overall impact, I think the decrease in the number of calories that people are eating, one of the papers today puts it as the equivalent of 2 almonds.
Is that all?
That's it.
This is a start. It's helping.
Maybe.
Keep your comments coming in all the usual ways. Now, 23 minutes past 9, and a pensioner being hailed as a hero today after he fought off a mugger using a pair of jeans as an improvised boxing glove.
He's incredibly brave. Ron Croker, man-bursting, demanded money. Now, Ron is 84 years old. He's having none of it, and he's been speaking to our reporter Simon Taylor.
This is the moment pensioner Ron Croker's early morning laundry was interrupted by a masked mugger.
He come at me, screaming and shouting, I want your money, give me your money now, give me your wallet, I want your wallet now. And he got very aggressive. He came up right close to me.
It seems, however, the man may have underestimated 84-year-old Ron.
The money in that wallet, which I told him I got some money in, and he wasn't having it. And I thought, that's my wallet, that's my money, and we've worked out for that. And he's not having it, so I would not have let him have it, no way. Came in here with the bag up rice washing,
In the heat of the moment, Ron needed something to defend himself with. He spotted his jeans.
And I got them round me on like that, and then I shoved it in, and I went down that close to him, I didn't invite you, somebody went straight through the door.
Although Ron says he has no regrets, there are battle scars.
I swung it to me that hand and when it glanced off, and then I looked down and I got a big bruise on the hand, and then the other one, that was from the Red Cross, which when the police come, they took photos of the damage to me. And when I'm looking at his clothes, I can see him dashing that with the mask on. All his face covered. You don't know what's behind it. So, you know, it was just that, but I still think about it at night when it's I can still picture when I put my mask on. It would have fully was.
Police have now confirmed a 42-year-old man has been charged with attempted robbery and will appear at Sheffield Crown Court next month. For now, though, Ron is adjusting to his new hero status.
They all say I'm famous. And I don't look at myself as like that. I'm still me. I'm Ron Croker. Yeah.
Good on Ron. That was some effect there with that report, but it's scary, isn't it?
Very brave. Now, for hundreds of years, the very city of Pompeii has given archaeologists astonishing snapshots of life in the ancient Roman Empire. But it still holds some secrets.
Yeah, our science editor Rebecca Ryle in Pompeii this morning can tell us about this incredible new discovery. Rebecca, good morning. Show us what it is.
Good morning. Yes, I am standing in an absolutely spectacular bathhouse complex that was buried under rock and ash for 2,000 years, and now it's being revealed, and it's absolutely lovely. Now I'm joined by Dr. Sophie Hay, who's an archaeologist, and he's going to explain what is this room. I mean, it's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's a magical space. So we're in one of the rooms of the bath complex, and this is the frigidarium, the cold room. So we have this colonnade all the way around, but the centerpiece is this plunge pool, which would have been filled with cold water. The Romans would have sat round drinking wine, but mainly getting clean.
I mean, it's absolutely lovely. I'm just going to point out a couple of features here. This lovely pipe and my favourite thing, this little pot's teetering on the side. Now, we're going to have a look around. Sophie, the thing that's unusual about this is that this isn't something any old person could use. We're in a private residence. This is a private bathhouse, and you can see a bit of the plumbing on display.
Yeah, no, well, it's very rare to find a bathhouse in a private residence. And here, yeah, we've got the lead pipe bringing water in from the street. It's been heated up in a boiler, and it's been taken through. Behind this wall is the very hot room of the bath complex.
And some lovely pots on the floor here too. Now, Sophie, we're going to head down this way, heading along past these lovely columns here. I mean, it's such a beautiful space. You can kind of really imagine what it must have been like through this very narrow doorway. And we're popping out into, well, what is this? You tell us.
So this is the changing room. And there's a little bench that goes all the way around the edge of the room. And this is where the Romans would have sat. Slaves would have helped them take their sandals off, get undressed at the beginning of the bathing experience.
And just one quick glance. Lovely mosaic floor with, is it marble?
Yeah, no, marble from all over the Roman Empire, so a real reach and display of wealth.
Well, I mean, what an absolutely spectacular place here. I mean, it's stunning to see it up close, and you can kind of imagine what it would have been like for the Romans here coming to have a bathe. I mean, it's almost, you can imagine them now. It's fantastic.
Rebecca, really good to see that. That's fascinating. I can't believe it's been there for 2,000 years, but thank you. Incredible to see. There's much more. It's called Pompeii, the New Dig House of Treasures. It's on Monday, 9 o'clock, ACC for Pompeii.
Well, that's all from us this morning. Thank you very much for being with us. Breakfast back tomorrow morning from 6.
Now on BBC One, time for Morning Live with Rab and Kim.
Coming up, fresh warnings of fraudsters hacking into holidaymakers' hotel bookings to demand more cash. We show you how to spot the scams.
Plus, 1,300 incidents of abuse against retail workers are reported every single day. Find out the latest measures being taken to keep staff safe.
And be warned, spoilers ahead, we have a traitor amongst us.
Welcome to Morning Live. She's got the traitor's turn, isn't she?
Amazing.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us. You're with me, Rab Wilding and Kim Marsh today.
And also, good morning to our chef, John Gregory Smith, crafting queen, Jackie Joseph, consumer champ, Matt Allwright, and detective sergeant, Mark Cannano. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. What a lineup. Anyway, coming up, you might remember that last week, Dr. Poonam promised she would give running a proper go and complete the Couch to 5K app. She's proving it this morning because at 9:45, there she is, we have our first Couch to 5K where she'll complete one of the sessions during the show. Hi, Poonam.
Plus, with reports that 4.5 million tenants are on the brink of falling behind with their rent. At 9:50, we're answering your questions in our viewer clinic with Matt. This is so important, isn't it, Matt?
Yeah, especially right now because we've come out of Christmas. Maybe people have stacked up a little bit of debt. It's a really terrible time of the year to find yourself without somewhere to live. So if you're in trouble, hopefully we'll have some answers.
Yeah, indeed. Also, most of our unloved clothes. At 10:05, find out how one jumper transformed in 3 different ways to help combat the cold. Jackie, what is this sorcery?
I nearly went for some of Rab's jumpers.
So many of my jumpers, I'm running out.
It's kind of easy to make lots of things, like winter warming things, out of one item of clothing. So I've got one jumper. We're going to make draft excluders, hot water bottle covers, and 10 warmers.
Yeah, as ever, no wastage with you, Jackie. Looking forward to in the colder weather, can make breathing difficult, especially for anyone with a lung condition. But new evidence has proven playing a musical instrument could help us breathe a little bit easier. At 10:10, BBC Radio 2's Tony Blackburn is joining a group of harmonica players to hear how they're already feeling the benefits. Such a lovely film.
It is brilliant, actually. And Gladiator starts tomorrow, everyone, tomorrow night. So it's been a week of Gladiator fitness. Reese Rocket Stevenson, who's with you today?
I'll take it. This Friday, we are joined by Athena, Queen of the Arena. Athena, it's so good to have you with us. How you doing?
I'm so good, so excited to be here today.
Well, we're excited to try one of your moves. It's from Gauntlet. You are quite a menace in Gauntlet. What is it that makes you so good at this game?
It's because I'm so powerful. I'm Commonwealth Powerlifting champion, Guinness World Record holder, so formidable force against the contenders.
Absolute formidable force. So it's going to be a full body workout. Just to give you guys a bit of an idea of what it is. We're going to be sidestepping whilst also getting the arms up. I think we're trying to block the contender. So we're going left, right, left, right. And then afterwards we bring out our Jackson 5 tribute act. But now it's just going to be that. So stay tuned and get warmed up.
I'm feeling good here.
That Athena, the goddess of war, wisdom, and craft. So there's some competition in the studio, Jackie. No messing. On in the studio.
Amazing.
So excited about Gladiators. And I'll tell you what, talking of iconic BBC shows, I am sure lots of people will remember Abigail's Party. Now, that's a 70s show about a group of neighbours getting together for drinks and nibbles. Well, exciting news, Kim.
Yeah.
Getting back to the boards.
I am.
Playing the part now.
I am indeed. I'm going to be playing Beverly at the Royal Exchange and Abigail's Party. So not only am I getting to play the wonderful theatre that is the Royal Exchange, but I'm getting to wear all that 70. Well, I'm hoping I get to wear all that 70.
Are you going to go Surrey or are you going to go Manchester? You nice cheesy pineapple.
Well, you see, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? A little northern accent going on. But why not? Cheese and pineapple sound. Yeah, so hopefully we'll get to do all the sense stuff.
Fantastic. Well done, Kim. And remember, you can watch all of our show with subtitles by selecting either the subtitles or closed captioning button on the TV remote. And if you're watching on iPlayer, just click on the speech bubble button. You can see that there just at the bottom of the screen and select subtitles. There it is.
Now then, if you're looking to beat the January blues by treating yourself to a holiday, there are fresh warnings about a scam that's also taking off again. Tell us more about this, Mark.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, if you're anything like me, you'll be after a holiday. I mean, it's freezing cold out there. The last fortnight it's been absolutely freezing. So people want to get to warmer climates. They want to book themselves a holiday, and the fraudsters know this. So it's a really prevalent time of year. In fact, it's something we covered in August last year. But if you think about it, Sunshine Saturday was known as last Saturday, in fact, the year before. And this is a time when everyone is booking their holidays. And the fraudsters, they know this, and they exploit that. When you book a holiday, you don't really get that tangible product a few months later. So people are spending money, not knowing they've been defrauded till months later, in fact. In fact, there is a warning actually that's come out. It says the police warning that hundreds of holidaymakers fall victim to a Booking.com scam. Now, holiday fraud is £15.8 million across the last 2 years, but specifically this Booking.com scam averages £740 per person. 500 reports, I mean, that's the tip of the iceberg, but £370,000 has been lost to this type of scam. So really important viewers to know today. So let's go through the details there. Just tell us how this particular scam works with this company. Sure. So people will make a legitimate booking with Booking.com. They'll go through the process, they'll place that order for a holiday. But the reality is they're then receiving these either in-app system messages, which look really authentic. This is a sophisticated scam. They'll receive emails, WhatsApp, text message, or even phone calls saying they need to act, they need to do something here and now because they run the risk of losing their holiday. So people are taking note of this because they know they've booked a holiday. In fact, we've got some examples here if I can show you. So the first one, attention valued guest. Well, straight away, headline, they don't know who you are. So then, it looks as if it's a bit of a red herring. But for your advantage, please ensure you peruse and adhere to the instructions. Discrepancies being detected in your information. It is imperative that you rectify it promptly to prevent the annulment of your booking as per the directives of the hotel management. Okay, so the language on that one, it appears it's a scam. You can often see that it's a scam from the way that one's written. But there is another example that you've got, which has actually stepped it up again. Yeah, if you look at this one, so Booking.com, you see at the top, the font's right, there's a confirmation number. It's even got a message from supposedly your hotel. And again, it gives you a message, hello, please see this link. Then you see there's a link there. And what they're doing is they're trying to encourage you because your booking has been rejected on verification, because you need to rebook your room. So they're almost saying there, do this or there's an automatic cancellation. It's quite confrontational. Holiday companies are generally quite upbeat, they're quite positive. So a message like this is really quite intimidating and runs the risk of you losing your money.
Just to be clear, if you were to follow that, they would then ask for money, that you pay extra money for the holiday.
Very much so, yeah, that's what they're trying to do.
But should people feel worried then about using Booking.com at the moment?
Well, my headline here is that people are booking legitimately through Booking.com, but what's happened is big companies that have this big cyber infrastructure in place to prevent fraud. However, some of the smaller hotels that can't afford this sort of luxury are susceptible. So the fraudsters are targeting these smaller hotels, these smaller apartment companies, by means of malware attacks, by sending maybe emails to the staff where they get to click on the link. And then they're armed with your information, your bank details, your personal information, and they're then targeting you with these messages like we've just seen in order to get as much money out of you as they can. So it's a horrible crime type because people are excited about booking a holiday. And so people may just think, oh, people lost a bit of money. But actually, the impact when you get to your holiday might not even exist. You get there and you haven't got that holiday. So it's horrible.
Well, Booking.com also issued this information in regard to this particular scam. It said, phishing attacks pose a risk to lots of businesses and it has made significant investments to limit their impact. It says while there is no universal remedy, it uses the latest technology and is able to block the overwhelmingly majority of such attacks on its platform. It also proactively helps its partners, whether small independents or large hotel chains, with cybersecurity advice to stay protected. So, Mark, if anyone is watching this and they're concerned and they're worried that they may have been caught up in this particular type of scam or nervous it could happen to them, what should they do?
You need to be on your guard is probably my message here. Be aware of unsolicited messages, phone calls, texts, anything where it suggests, like those one messages you saw on the screen, that you need to do something. So I don't want people to become paranoid, but just be on your guard. And we've shown you links which potentially show the signs to look out for. But ultimately, there's headline warnings from Booking.com which talk about the main advice is if you receive a message which suggests you have to go onto a link to
provide personal information, don't, because they will never ask you for that information. Because ultimately, if you click on one of these links, you're not through booking.com originally, you're going to be viewing.com when in fact you provide your information to these fraudsters. You're going to enjoy a lovely holiday on you. So just be mindful of it. And if you do receive emails such as that, there are specific email addresses you can forward it to, which are report@phishing.gov.uk, or if you receive a text message, forward that to 7726. It spells out spam on your phone. Make sure that we're aware of that sort of thing so we can react and target these sort of people accordingly.
Yeah, it's really worth doing that actually. It reduces the numbers of mail. I can see you nodding away there, but if we get an email or a text or anything out of the blue,
what not for you? With this one though, that's the danger with this. It's so sophisticated. It doesn't feel like it's out of the blue because it's coming through someone you booked with. So
yeah,
really powerful.
It's a very powerful one. It's always worth just checking with someone else. I find, you know, if you get anything and you're not sure, just asking someone else, a friend, a family member. It's so important, isn't it? Just say, does this look all right to you? Very often they will come back and say, no, absolutely.
Yeah, no, you've got it right, spot on.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Mark. And if you want to ask Mark a question or contact the show, you can email us morninglive@bbc.co.uk.
Or you can send us a WhatsApp to 0800 032 1100. You can also just scan the QR code that's on screen now. And a reminder, just message, please don't try and call, as it won't work.
Now, working on the high street shouldn't really be considered a dangerous thing to do, but incidents of verbal and physical abuse towards shop workers are on the rise.
Some are now dealing with this on a regular basis, and it's pushing people to breaking point. I went to speak to some of those victims and find out more about what's being done to keep them safe.
Despite signs like these, violence shop workers has increased by 85% compared to the previous year, and 1.2 million incidents of verbal abuse were reported.
Having been part of the police, I'm no stranger to threatening or abusive situations at work. It's part of the job I signed up for when I chose a career in law enforcement. But fearing for your safety at work isn't normal in most professions, and for retail staff, it is certainly becoming much more of an issue.
As Michelle Whitehead from Wolverhampton knows all too well. She's worked in retail for 20 years, but over the last 5, she's experienced a rise in abusive customers.
Been pushed, I suppose that's the simplest one. Spat at. I had a cabbage thrown at me. I've had baskets thrown at me. We had an incident with a machete as well.
That's absolutely horrific. Has it ever made you think, do you know what, I don't know if this is the career for me anymore?
I sat in the car outside work and I thought, do I go in today? What am I going to be faced with today? Am I going to go home with a mark on me? Am I going to go home with stitches? Am I going to sit in the back crying with a colleague? I don't deserve to feel like that. I love my job, and that's just, it's not nice.
This must be incredibly emotionally draining for you and your colleagues who go through this every day.
It is. I mean, we've got a good little team and we do support each other. But there's only so much talking you can do, and I can't see it getting better at the moment. I hope it does, and I hope things change for us. I often think that if I was in the street and someone came up to me with a machete or a garden shear, I could phone the police and something would be done. But I think because I'm in a shop and I've got a name badge on with the company on, that doesn't matter because I'm in the shop. I'm still a human being, and when I'm at work or in the street, I don't deserve any of that.
Michelle's not alone. Nearly 2/3 of shop workers say they feel stressed and anxious going into work, with 39% saying they've considered quitting their jobs or leaving the retail industry altogether. That's why last year, nearly 1/3 of all retail staff received training on how to deal with abuse at work. One supplier is the Retail Trust, and Andrea Woodside is the charity's training lead.
One of the things you'll be delivering as part of your training today is the DARE model. Can you explain what that is?
So DARE is essentially 4 steps, really simple. It starts with debriefing. The idea that it's better out than in. is absolutely true. The A is for activity. Just read for a couple of minutes, just even 2 or 3 minutes away from the eye of the storm can be massively helpful emotionally and psychologically.
Yeah, I can see that being really beneficial. What about the R?
The R is for recovery. You can't leave the shop floor for 2 hours and recover. So what we encourage everybody working in retail to do is to come up with a personal mantra. I know one woman who will just say to herself, that was done, this is now, I'm safe, and I have no reason to believe that it's going to happen again.
And finally, the E?
E is for engage. And I mean, work is incredibly vital for all of us, and people working in retail especially love what they do. But we're also really aware that there's something outside of work too, after a tough day at work, doing something with those you love to remind you that life is actually pretty good.
Today, Andrea is providing training for the staff at this supermarket.
I'm going to introduce you to something called DARE. And DARE is a model that's really simple, 4 steps, and you can use it when you're on shift.
After the session, I caught up with some of the attendees to see how they found it.
Say the DARE method was a great one I learned today. We got taught how to de-escalate a situation or to take a breather anytime you feel an uncomfortable situation. I would like to use that and teach it to my employees, my peers as well, because I found the method really, really great.
It was really, really good, really insightful, and I've learned a couple of techniques from it as well. If I have any customers that I see that are going to be abusive, I can do breathing exercises as well.
Training and tolerance is all well and good, but Tom Holder from the British Retail Consortium thinks legislation is required to quell the 1,300 daily incidents of violence and abuse.
Only 8% of incidents of violence and abuse end in a prosecution, and that's simply too low. Many retailers have lost faith with the system and won't even report incidents to the police because they don't believe anything will be done.
Tom, there's already a specific offence in Scotland for abusing, threatening or assaulting a retail worker. Would you like to see that brought in elsewhere?
Well, that is exactly what the government has said it intends to do. By doing so, not only do we send an absolutely clear message that such crimes will not be tolerated, and we hope it means there will be harsher sentences brought down on those who do abuse or assault retail workers.
No date has been given yet of when the crime and policing bill will be introduced to Parliament. So in the meantime, we the public also have a part to play. 68% of shoppers admitted to getting annoyed with shop workers, delivery drivers, or someone working in customer services. The Retail Trust think that's not on.
The Respect Retail campaign is really designed to support people working in our sector, to remind the shopping public that actually you might be having a bad day and that's okay. That taking it out on somebody who's simply there to help you isn't okay.
Ultimately, being respectful to retail staff benefits everyone in the long term.
In the most recent statistics, retail crime was costing the industry $3.3 billion a year, and that money has to come from somewhere. So it feeds into higher prices for customers. Ultimately, all of us are a victim of retail crime because we pay for it ultimately.
We all have a part to play in treating retail staff with dignity, kindness and respect. But greater training, more awareness and a change in the law will really help reassure shop workers too, because no one should have to tolerate abuse in the workplace. It's just awful, isn't it, when people are just going to work and hearing those stories from Michelle, from Ricky and Toya there. It's just absolutely horrific. And somebody got in touch actually about this. Douglas has written in and said, I was a store manager for a supermarket and finally resigned because of the violence towards me and the staff.
That's unbelievable, isn't it? And Michael says, I've been working at a major supermarket for 3.5 years now, and I've been both verbally and physically attacked by customers. I mean, it's just absolutely
It
awful.
really is, totally unacceptable. Now, over 1,700 people have signed up to our Couch to 5K Facebook page in a bid to boost their health and get running this year. And if you're keen to join in and haven't started running yet, this can be the one.
Yes, it could. Today, Dr. Poonam is about to start her second session with the help of the NHS Couch to 5K app, and she's roped in a few of the people for some motivation as well. Good morning, Poonam.
Good morning, everyone. Bit of a change. I'm in Altrincham, just south of Manchester. Last week, I met members of a running club called the Malshai Club, and they invite runners from all different abilities and backgrounds. And I felt so inspired. I thought, I'm going to go down and join them for their first group session. I'm going to be running around this park with these amazing people who are all doing their warm-up exercises just now. One of the best things I love about these groups is that everyone here has got their own running journey. Some are newbies to the Couch to 5K program, like me. Others have done it before and have come back, and some just love to run and just want to be part of a group. And the other thing is that you also get the support of a running coach, which is fabulous. They have to motivate you, they give you tips and keep you right. I've actually managed to nab one of the running coaches of the Malshai Club, Mark Bellis.
Hi.
So not only are you a running coach, but you're also an ultramarathon.
Yeah.
Tell me, how did you get started running?
It started from myself. I did Catch 5K in 2019. It was on the back of a mental health crisis, really. It was I described it as a mini breakdown. I'd lost both my parents to cancer and Alzheimer's. I kind of fell out of love with everything. I was an avid cyclist beforehand. I sold on my bikes. I'm diabetic, so I'd stopped taking care of myself. Bit of a mess, really, for whatever that's doing. My wife, who's NHS nurse, I got frog matched to the GP basically to see what we could do, and they recommended the Catch 5K program.
Yeah.
And at first, it was a case of that one. Plucked up the courage, I was fit, and I did the first session at a local club, and that was it. Came away with a smile on my face. Absolutely loved it. A great sense of achievement at the end of it, that I was a runner. Started running and never looked back.
That is so inspiring. Well, I'm definitely going to be taking lots of tips from you today. I was a wee bit worried that I was going to be the only newbie here, but I'm thankfully found two other new stars today, Gary and Tamsin. Gary, you've done a bit of running before. What's inspired you to join the group today?
I'm new to Manchester, so I thought it's a good opportunity and a good way to meet new people as well as get fit. So yeah.
How exciting! And Tamsin, you've done the Couch to 5K before, is that right?
Yeah, I've done it probably 10 or 15 times before, but it's a really good way of starting to get back into running again. And it's nice and gentle, you get eased into it, and this part of the club, obviously, running with lots of different people would be great.
Yeah.
So we're looking forward to it.
Well, I'm really excited to join both of you today as we do the run. Now, we've all been doing our warming up exercises. We are ready to get started and go on the run. I'll let you know how I get on in about 25 minutes time. Hopefully we'll be pumped full of endorphins and feeling a bit warmer because it is pretty chilly here. So we'll keep you posted. Shall we go?
Yeah.
Oh, good luck, food. Oh, yeah, that'll warm her up, wouldn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. It does look freezing.
That's really cold. Warm up well. Absolutely. Well done. We're going to check back with the team at the end of their workout in around 25 minutes' time.
But if you want to join Poonam in a Couch to 5K pledge, head to our dedicated Facebook page where you can sign up and share how you're getting on with everyone and help push each other on.
Let's do this. Go to Morning Live on Facebook, then go to About, then scroll down and it lists our groups, and that's where you will see Morning Live Couch to 5K, and then just click on that to join and you'll find everything that you need to start your run service.
Now then, keeping up with regular bills can be especially difficult at this time of year. Latest figures show nearly 4.5 million tenants are now struggling to meet rent payments due to rising costs.
Staggering amount, isn't it? Some of you have already been in touch and given some advice. So Consumer Chat, Matt Allwright is here to answer as many questions as possible. So Matt, let's get cracking. Luke has been in touch here. And he says, I've been unable to pay my rent this month and my next month, and I'm worried that I'll be evicted. What can I do? Such a hard situation.
Yeah, it really is. It's a real concern because everything good starts. Decent platform, a place to come back to that's safe, warm, secure, all of those things. It's hard to then get on with the other stuff, like working well. We know that there's going to be a change in the law. The Renters' Rights Bill has had its third reading in Parliament this week. but it's still a way off. And those changes really are going to make a difference. Some of the numbers we're going to talk about today are going to change. But let's look at Luke's situation first, because the problem he's facing is the threat of eviction. If he can't meet his rent, if he falls more than 2 months behind with his rent, then his landlord is entitled to bring a Section 8 eviction notice against him, because rent arrears are one of the grounds where he can say automatically, I need you out, and he's got a very short time and to get out after that. So Luke's options, he needs to deal with the landlord. The best resolutions that come from housing problems, rental problems, are when the renter, the tenant and the landlord sit down together as a team and work it out. That's always the best option. And he's got to do something else before that. He's got a budget. He's got to work out what his income is going to be, what his outgoings are going to be. He's got to work out if any of that is going to change. Are things going to get better? Are they going to get worse? Is he maybe missing out on some benefits that he could have that he's missed previously? Sit down, work out with a spreadsheet of how much he's actually got, and be realistic and honest about what that's looking like. Then he's armed basically with the fact that he needs to take to his landlord. The best way to solve this out is face to face in a room where you sit down and you say, I really need some help. Things are going to be difficult over the next few months. If you can see me through this period, if it's going to get better, be honest about that. But also, if it's not going to get any better, just let him know that you might have to be looking for somewhere else to be. And that conversation really should result in some sort of plan that you've agreed together, and get it written down. If your landlord says, I tell you what, we'll cut your rent for this bit, you'll have to pay me back at the other end, get that written down so you've got an agreement, something you both agree on, and you can move forward together. And that's really the only way it's going to get better. I really hope it's get better for you, because, you know, it is a difficult situation, and I hope finances, you find some pot of money somewhere that you can hold on to your home. The landlord gets a good sense, that's what it sounds like.
Well, you know, that's great. I mean, you know, you can work out with your landlord, brilliant. But unfortunately, some people just don't have a great relationship with the landlord, do they?
Yeah, and if you haven't got that relationship, if you do think that you're maybe at risk of eviction, either through a Section 8 or through a Section 21.
Sorry, I did not recognize that. You can speak this aloud, or use your telephone keypad to enter the 8-digit date now. Please tell me about any of the benefits you have received since 17th June 2022. Sorry, I did not recognize what you said. For example, if you are in receipt of Job Seekers Allowance, please say Job Seekers Allowance or JSA now.
EESA.
Okay, I heard. Employment and Support Allowance. Is that right?
Yes.
Please tell me your bank code, Building Society sort code.
Oh, fuck off.
This should be the account and get you get paid into.
Oh,
Your
fuck
sort
it.
code is a 6-digit number. Please speak slowly and clearly and use your telephone keypad now.
I don't fucking know where it is. I mean, I don't fucking know.
Sorry, I did not recognize that. Your sort code is a 6-digit number. Please provide the 6-digit sort code now.
I don't know fucking hell where it is. I don't fucking know.
Sorry, I did not hear what you said. This should be the account you used to receive your PIP. Please speak slowly and clearly or use your telephone keypad now.
I don't fucking know it.
We will now tell you the amount and date of your next PIP payment. Your next PIP payment is £737.20. This is after taking off any deduction. Deductions could include money paid for Motability or money you owe DWP or third party. This will be paid to you on the 31st January
31st of January. Where the fuck are we at the moment? 17th. 17th. There's it. Yeah. Hello?
All of our agents are currently busy on other calls. If you would like a callback or to have your details removed from our system, please email info@ireview.org.uk. Thank you. Thank you for calling and care at Hampshire County Council. Our lines are very busy at the moment, which may lead to longer than usual wait times. We apologize if you find yourself waiting. Our staff are working very hard to get to your call as soon as possible. Alternatively, if you are seeking information and would prefer not to wait, you can use our online needs checkers, which will give you useful information to meet your need. Go to needschecker.hants.gov.uk. To repeat, that address is needschecker.hants.gov.uk. We comply with data protection legislation. You can find our privacy notice at hants.gov.uk/privacy. We record calls to make sure you're getting the best service possible. Please select from the following options. If you are concerned that you, or another adult, is being neglected, harmed, or abused in any way, or you are calling for updates on a previously reported safeguarding concern, please press 1. For occupational therapy, equipment needs, or support with sight or hearing loss, please press 2. If you have a question regarding your invoice or a query about paying for care, please press 3. For information and advice, or an inquiry about a case that Adults Health and Care are currently working with, please press 4. For information about renting or purchasing care technology such as fall detectors and personal alarms, please use the inquiry form at argenti.co.uk/contact. Argenti, our recommended provider for care technology, will then contact you to discuss your needs. Please select from one of the following options. If you are concerned that you or another adult is being neglected, harmed, or abused in any way, or you are calling for updates on a previously reported safeguarding concern, please press 1. For occupational therapy, equipment needs, or support with sight or hearing loss, please press 2. If you have a question regarding your invoice or a query about paying for care, please press 3. For information and advice, or an inquiry about a case that Adults Health and Care are currently working with, please press 4. For information about if this is your first time contacting us, please use our online needs checker form for advice and information and to contact us. Go to needschecker.hans.gov.uk to repeat. That's needschecker.hans.gov.uk. Please hold for the next available member of staff. Please continue to hold or use our online needs checker. The address is needschecker.hans.gov.uk. For information about services to help support independence and well-being, visit Connect to support.hampshire.org.uk. our online needs checker. The address is needschecker.hand.gov.uk. For information about services to help support independence and well-being, visit Connect to support.hampshire.org.uk. Please hold for the next available member of staff. Please continue to hold or use our online needs checker. The address is needschecker.hand.gov.uk. For information about services to help support independence and well-being, visit Connect to support.hampshire.org.uk. online needs checker. The address is needschecker.hants.gov.uk. For information about services to help support independence and well-being, visit Connect to support.hampshire.org.uk. For information about services to help support independence and well-being, visit Connect to support.hampshire.org.uk. For information about services to help support independence and well-being, visit Connect to support.hampshire.org.uk. For information about services to help support independence and well-being, visit Connect to support.hampshire.org.uk. For information about services to help support independence and well-being, visit Connect to support.hampshire.org.uk. services to help support independence and well-being, visit Connect to support hampshire.org.uk. For information about services to help support independence and well-being, visit Connect to support hampshire.org.uk. For information about services to help support independence and well-being, visit Connect to support hampshire.org.uk. For information about services to help support independence and well-being, visit Connect to support hampshire.org.
You're driving me crazy. Fucking hell. I mean, what the fuck? Ugh.
For information about services to help support independence and well-being, visit Connect to support hampshire.org.uk.
Yeah, but no, a lot of people don't want to go on the internet, so, you know, you're talking to a load of shit, ain't you, really? Oh. Oh. Oh.
For information about services to help support independence and well-being, visit Connect to support hampshire.org.uk. services to help support independence and well-being, visit Connect to support hampshire.org.uk. For information about services to help support independence and well-being, visit Connect to support hampshire.org.uk. For information about services to help support independence and well-being, visit Connect to support hampshire.org.uk. For information about services to help support independence and well-being, visit Connect to support hampshire.org.uk. For information about services to help support independence and well-being, visit Connect to support hampshire.org.uk. For information about services to help support independence and well-being, visit Connect to support hampshire.org.uk. information about services to help support independence and well-being, visit Connect to support hampshire.org.uk. For information about services to help support independence and well-being, visit Connect to support hampshire.org.uk. For information about services to help support independence and well-being, visit Connect to support hampshire.org.uk. For information about services to help support independence and well-being, visit Connect to support hampshire.org.uk.
You're a load of bollocks, mate. Adult social care, you don't give a fuck. You're just a load of bollocks. I mean, fucking get on the internet. I mean, what from an old person? I can't really get on the internet or something. You don't give a fuck because you're sick as fuck, mate. You know what I mean? You don't know what the fuck you're dealing with, do you? You spastic. I mean, fuck off. You're boring the shit out of me. I mean, fuck you now.
For information about services to help support independence and well-being, visit Connect to support hampshire.org.uk. For information about services to help support independence and well-being, visit Connect to support hampshire.org.uk.
I like the bit where you go, well-being. Yeah, but I mean, look at how fucking shit you are. You don't give a fucking well die. I mean, fucking hell. Right. This is adult social care, right? Adult social care. How do you feel?
For information about services, visit connect to support hampshire.org.uk.
Yeah, you're a wanker, mate. He's a wanker, isn't he, that bloke? Going round and around, he's a wanker.
For information about services to help support independence and
Are
well-being,
you serious?
visit connect to
Fuck off.
hampshire.org.uk. For information about services to help support independence and well-being, support Hampshire.
Are you gonna hurry up or what? For fuck's sake! I mean, fucking hell, you know what I mean?
For information about services to help support, connect to For information about services to help support independence and well-being, visit connect to support hampshire.org.uk. For information about services to help support independence and well-being, visit connect to support hampshire.org.uk. information about services to help support independence and well-being, visit Connect to support.hampshire.org.uk. For information about services to help support independence and well-being, visit Connect to support.hampshire.org.
Good morning, you're through to Katie. Thank you for holding.
Hello, Kate. It's Gordon White. I'm just wondering when I'm going to get my social worker. It was Pam and Judy Brassey. Now, Judy was a lovely lady, but I mean, she's no longer with us, so I don't know what to say, really.
Mr. White, if I can take your date of birth, I can see if I can find your record
Okay.
on our system. Is that okay with you? Thank you.
It's 8th of August, 1967.
Thank you. And if you could just confirm the first line of your address to make sure I'm looking at the right record, please.
Yep, 61 Cox Row, Rowboat.
Thank you very much for confirming. Just one moment, please. I found you. Okay. So you'd like to speak to your social worker, is that right?
I'd love for her to come, come around and take me out for a latte, and we'll have chats about life and everything.
Okay, no problem. Let me just see who the social work team is. Okay, so I can see your key worker is Nicola. What
Yeah.
I can do is send a request for her to make contact with you. Is that all right with yourself?
That's fine. Yeah. I mean, I'm just well. I used to have a lot of people, and now I don't really. I'm a little bit blind, and my mother got me sectioned. That was quite crazy, really, to be honest. And I was the piano man who looked after the country. Yeah. So now I don't know. I'll give Nikki Canning a little bit of advice. When I first met her, she was quite scary, mental health and everything. And I said, I told her first impressions matter. When you first see someone, you've got to be very nice and polite, and yeah. So maybe we could go out again, at some point. Yeah.
Okay, I will pass this on now for you and ask that someone gets in contact as soon as they're able to. Thank you for your time. Is this the best number for them to call back on, ending in 7665?
That's it. Yeah. And if we can't get hold of a social worker, why don't you come round and join me yourself? And me and you, we'll go out for a latte.
That's a very lovely offer, but
No, I know.
to get some things done this morning. But you take care. Thank you for your call.
That's all right. Bye then.
Bye-bye.
Kate. Ooh. Yeah. Kate. You and me, Kate. Come on, let's go out and have a date. Yeah, you and me, Kate. Come on, Kate. Oh, that's nice. I fucking stood on that thing. That thing, right? It's just you touch it in metal, isn't it? It goes, oh, that's naughty. Oh, that's nice. It's funny. It's great. I love it. But I stood on it, right, because I had no fucking electric and I was freezing cold. And that policeman is the one we blame. We're blaming the policeman because he's the one that fucking took my iPhone and my computer and my laptop and left me with no fucking electric or nothing. Didn't give a fuck. He didn't care. He's probably just a pervert, you know. He probably young ladies going, oh yes, yeah, you know, and fucking there he is. Oh, you're a young lady. I better, you know, you're turning me on. I better do something for you. Right, we'll just go meet Gordon White, yeah, the 57-year-old, the old man who was a piano man. Yeah, well, we'll just take his computer. Yeah, should we do that? Oh yeah, because I'm Becky Emmett. Yeah. Oh, fucking hell. You're all fucked up. It's the way it is. I mean, fucking people are fucked up. You know, it's a woman who's a bit fucked up, and well, she's turned into a policeman who's also a bit fucked up. Yeah, so they're both fucked up, and what they're going to do, well, they took 5 weeks to give me my computer back. Yeah, and I fucking struggled like fuck because I was fucking wet and cold and fucking suffering like fuck because of that fucking situation. You know what I mean? A policeman who's a bit of a power fancies fucking Becky Emmett. I mean, oh my god, I wouldn't go there, mate, if I was you. You know what the fuck? Well, yeah, my iPad's there some fucking where. I don't know what the fuck it is. It's in here somewhere. It plays music. Oh, well, what's this in? Oh, yeah. Oh, no, that's Sony Boombox. £40 for that. Are you serious? Or I reckon that's £21. Philips. La 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 la. Oh, £15. Oh, fucking hell.
We are sorry there was no one available to take your call. Please leave a message after the tone and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you.
Hello, it's Gordon Thomas White. Yes, it's Gordon, 61 Cox Road, Chandler Sport, Eastleigh Hants, SO533 Foxtrot uniform. I'd like to relate with Jake Duff, and hopefully he can come around and take me out for a latte today, and chat about life and how things are at the moment, and that'd be great. Yeah, it would be amazing. Yeah, I've just found adult social care, and you know, was waiting probably over an hour to actually get through, and I've left a message. But will my social worker turn up at my home? I really don't know, to be honest. You know me, the piano man who covered the country with pianos. Yeah. Well, here I am, waiting to do something, something productive. I don't know what, but something. Yeah. Cheers. What a load of bollocks. I've got to find the power for that fucking this. It's got a power leak somewhere. There's no batteries in it. Oh, that's terrible, guys.